Chapter 908. Ling Xiao transformed. His battle prowess surged to the sky. The golden dragon seemed to have solidified, and the might of the divine dragon was inviolable. The lion-tiger beast stared at the current Ling Xiao, its eyes flashing with disbelief. Its bloodline seemed to be suppressed by something, making it want to submit. Is this a human or the incarnation of a royal? The lion-tiger beast took a few steps back. The image of the dragon roaring in the sky made it feel a sense of dread. Although the lion-tiger beast was the descendant of the golden lion and the heavenly tiger, it was still not a divine beast. Under the pressure of a divine beast, it was still restrained by its origin. "Come on, little liger. I'll let you have a taste of my power." Ling Xiao roared at the liger. She was like a real dragon that had descended from the sky. "Come on, little liger." The dragon roar of the dragon's tenbin was definitely above the lion roar. With 35 times the battle prowess, the power was even more terrifying. All the clouds within thousands of miles were scattered. The lion-tiger beast's golden fur stood on end. It waved its tiger-patterned wings and used its tenbin lion roar to welcome the attack. Its strength was already above Ling Xiao's. When it used its full strength, the power was naturally more terrifying than before. The dragon roar and lion roar collided in midair, shaking the sky and earth into nothingness. Ling Xiao had already caught up to the lion-tiger beast and was ready to fight at close range. He punched out with 5 layers of hidden force, vowing to defeat the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast was not easy to deal with either. Its tiger-patterned wings were like the most powerful weapons. They kept flapping, like a peerless master waving a sword. It clashed with Ling Xiao, and its tail was like a cold weapon. It often lashed out from unimaginable angles to deal a fatal blow to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had rich battle experience, and his speed was not inferior to the lion-tiger beast. His body kept dodging, and his punches were accompanied by the dragon's head. Although the lion-tiger beast knocked him back several times, the lion-tiger beast's skin was split open and blood flowed freely. The man and the beast fought for an entire day high up in the sky. Both of them fought at close quarters, and both sides suffered injuries. The fist energy was like the roar of a dragon, capable of destroying mountains and breaking mountains. The tiger-patterned wings stirred the wind and clouds, capable of cutting down everything in the world. The sharp metal attribute of the two continued to shoot out in all directions, causing the mountains beneath them to suffer severe damage. Countless trees and spiritual grasses were destroyed. "Damn it, this king doesn't want to fight you anymore." After fighting for a long time, the lion-tiger beast could not put up with Ling Xiao. Hence, it decided to retreat. It roared loudly and actually turned around to leave. "Don't even think about escaping. You're mine." Ling Xiao grinned as the golden dragon spear appeared in her hand. It would be difficult for him to take down this powerful, mutated lion-tiger beast with just his physical strength. He could only use his weapons and let it have a taste of something even more unforgettable. Ling Xiao chased after the lion-tiger beast at full speed, and the golden dragon spear smashed down on its huge body. The tiger-patterned wings of the lion-tiger beast were indeed a pair of heavenly wings. Its speed was so fast that it left people tongue-tied. Before Ling Xiao's attack could even reach it, it had already disappeared and was already several thousand meters away. "This king really likes it more and more," Ling Xiao secretly said. His speed increased by 35 times, and like a falling comet, he was so fast that it was difficult to catch him. Even so, it was still difficult for him to close the distance between him and the lion-tiger beast. Wherever the man and the beast went, the nearby spiritual beasts were so frightened that they fled in all directions. Only the high-grade spiritual beasts roared in dissatisfaction. Fortunately, the lion-tiger beast did not dare to enter the territory of spiritual beasts that were stronger than it. Otherwise, it and Ling Xiao would probably suffer a calamity. "Damn human, this king has already stopped fighting, so why are you still chasing me? Don't think that this king is really afraid of you." The lion-tiger beast gloomily roared. It had lived for thousands of years, but this was the first time it had been in such a sorry state. As long as you obediently submit to this king will let you go. Ling Xiao replied, Bastard, this king is delicate and noble. How can I submit to a lowly human like you? The lion-tiger beast angrily cursed. Its speed actually increased by another level, widening the gap between it and Ling Xiao. Damn, it really is a Tianbin beast. I'm afraid that even the wind attribute spiritual beasts of the same rank can't compare to this speed. Ling Xiao excitedly shouted. Then he took out 2 high-grade medicinal pills that could increase his speed and swallowed them. This time, Ling Xiao's speed directly increased by 5 times. In total, his speed was 40 times faster. It was comparable to the speed of a half-step sage. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed thousands of miles. Let's see where you can run to. Ling Xiao approached the lion-tiger beast and laughed. The golden dragon's spear smashed down like a heavenly pillar, causing the surrounding air to collapse. A peerless true dragon pounced on the lion-tiger beast. You've gone too far. This king will fight you to the death. The lion-tiger beast felt a supreme pressure coming from behind. It knew that it would be difficult to get rid of this human, so it could only turn around and pounce. It swore to swallow this human alive to show its ferocity. However, when it faced the peerless true dragon, it discovered that it had become much smaller. It couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. However, it was worthy of being a mutated spiritual beast. It naturally wouldn't be easily deterred. Its pair of tiger-patterned wings surged at the same time and turned into 2 peerless sharp blades. It wanted to strangle the peerless true dragon. The golden dragon spear had already been promoted to a half-step divine weapon. When Ling Xiao used all his strength, its power was comparable to a half-step sage's all-out attack. It was even comparable to an ordinary low-level sage. Bang! The lion-tiger beast's tiger-patterned wings were destroyed in one blow. The true dragon pounced straight down and slammed its huge body into a mountain 10,000 meters below. Rumble, rumble! Its humongous body directly flattened several mountains in the vicinity. Smoke and dust surged. Countless stone chips flew, and countless spirit beasts roared in fear and fled. Ling Xiao succeeded in one move. He was even more unforgiving. The tyrant dragon spear art blasted down one after another. Suddenly, it was as if a group of dragons were dancing in the sky. Its power could be said to be heaven-defying. All the spiritual beasts within a radius of 10,000 kilometers were suppressed by the source. They all prostrated as if they had seen the beast emperor. Roar! The lion-tiger beast crawled up from the ground in a sorry state. Its huge body had an additional wound that was several meters long. Blood continuously spurted out. It looked up to the sky and roared angrily. Dozens of lion-tiger beasts appeared. These dozens of lion-tiger beasts were like a wave of beasts. They pounced towards Ling Xiao with the force of lightning. Every lion-tiger beast's movements were different. Some bit, some clawed, some slammed. This was simply similar to the limitless doppelganger technique that Ling Xiao used. Ling Xiao was astonished. Could this be the mysterious Tianbin of the mutated spiritual beasts? He hesitated for a moment. Then he also transformed into dozens of figures and scattered the group of lion-tiger beasts. After the lion-tiger beast fought with Ling Xiao for a while, a few more hideous wounds appeared on its body. However, it still revealed an unyielding will to fight. All kinds of killing techniques were continuously displayed. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao used the semi-divine tool. No matter how it resisted, it was futile. The tiger-pattern wings were also injured and could not be used anymore. Damn it, this king must eat you. The lion-tiger beast let out an unwilling roar and rushed towards Ling Xiao to bite him without any regard for anything else. It had already used all of its speed and strength to fight with Ling Xiao. Hee, you want to eat this king? You won't have the chance in this lifetime. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not dodge. The golden dragon spear stabbed towards the lion-tiger beast's mouth. A peerless dragon immediately roared. Just as the golden dragon spear stabbed the lion-tiger beast actually dodged and fled to the other side. This guy was actually just fainting. In reality, it was trying to escape. Damn, I thought this guy was not afraid of death. It turns out that he is also a coward. Ha, this makes things easier. Ling Xiao laughed and scolded. Once again, he spread his body and chased after it. He was determined to obtain this lion-tiger beast. Once it broke through to the 8th rank, it would definitely be hard to find a worthy opponent in the same rank. Although the lion-tiger beast was seriously injured, its speed was still not slow. However, it still ended up being mercilessly attacked by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao broke its tiger-striped wings and added a few more wounds to its body. It was already on the verge of death. Its life force was extremely strong. If it were any other 7th-grade spirit beast, it would have already died under Ling Xiao's bombardment. Ling Xiao pointed the golden dragon spear at the lion-tiger beast's forehead and asked faintly, "Are you willing to submit?" This king will not submit to a lowly human like you even if I die," the lion-tiger beast said weakly. Its eyes faintly revealed the dignity of a king. It would not allow anyone to blaspheme it. Ling Xiao could faintly understand the lion-tiger beast's desire for death. It was willing to die rather than submit. Generally, the lower the rank of a spirit beast, the easier it was to subdue it. Once it reached a higher rank, it would not be that easy to subdue. Many would rather die than submit. "I am the crown prince of the dragons. It is not a disgrace for you to follow me." Ling Xiao shook his arm and shouted. All of his dragon-shaped battle aura was released, and an unparalleled imperial aura pressed towards the lion-tiger beast. The lion-tiger beast's eyes narrowed. It could vaguely see a solid golden dragon roaring at it. The aura of the tyrant of the 9 heavens that was charging at it terrified it and subdued it involuntarily. Before this, there was a certain distance between it and Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was in peak condition, so it was naturally able to resist Ling Xiao's aura. But now that it was seriously injured and on the verge of death, it finally showed signs of wavering in the face of the dragon tribe's emperor's aura. You are a human. How can you be the crown prince of the dragons? How can you be?" The lion-tiger beast struggled at first and was unwilling to accept this fact. In the end, its expression completely collapsed. I am willing to follow the crown prince." The lion-tiger beast finally lowered its eyes and chose to submit. This was because in its eyes, Ling Xiao was no longer a human. Instead, he was a peerless true dragon that was more noble than itself. He was the crown prince of the dragons. Submitting to him was not a loss of its dignity. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. After fighting with this lion-tiger beast for a day and a night, he had finally gained something. He had fought this battle to his heart's content. This lion-tiger beast definitely had the strength of a half-sage. Once it broke through to the 8th level, its battle power would definitely increase exponentially. It would not be a problem for it to fight someone of a higher level. Since this lion-tiger beast had chosen to submit, then he would make it stronger. Ling Xiao took out an 8th level metal elemental beast core. This was left for the Golden Wolf King by the prodigal before he left. Now he would use on the lion-tiger beast. Chapter 909. As the prince of the Qilin clan, when it followed Ling Xiao to explore the world, the Qilin clan gave it large amounts of beast cores to swallow as daily food. The Golden Wolf King was its little brother, so it naturally gave it plenty of benefits. The low-tier 8th level beast core in Ling Xiao's hand was left by the prodigal for the Golden Wolf King to swallow when it advanced to the 8th level. Now that Ling Xiao wanted to help this liger beast advance to the 8th level, he could only use this beast core first. After all, the Golden Wolf King was only at the mid-tier of the 7th level. It would take a long time before it could advance to the 8th level. Ling Xiao summoned the Golden Wolf King and said, "Xiao Jin, I'll use this beast core first. I'll get you another one in the future." The Golden Wolf King naturally had no objections. It had signed a master-servant contract with Ling Xiao, so it would obey whatever Ling Xiao said. The liger beast was already heavily injured. Ling Xiao's beast core could be said to help it recover and improve its strength greatly. After the lion-tiger beast swallowed the beast core, The injuries on its body gradually healed. Its aura also continuously recovered and rose up. Roar! The liger beast stood up, and its huge body became extraordinarily mighty again. Its aura swept through the surrounding stones without causing them to splatter. The power of its lion's roar was incomparably frightening, even more powerful than before. The pair of tiger-pattern wings grew by more than a meter, and the tiger stripes became even brighter. Small tornadoes revolve around it, looking extremely magical. Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King had already retreated quite a distance, witnessing the liger beast's breakthrough to the 8th level. Its roar shook tens of thousands of miles. Any spirit beast below its strength felt this majestic aura, and none of them dared to fly or move recklessly. The liger beast had been at the peak of the 7th level for many years, but it had always been difficult for it to take that step. Spirit beasts like them all cultivated by breathing in and out the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen their beast cores. The accumulation time for each level was even longer than that of humans. The lion-tiger beast strength had long reached the great circle of Tier 7. With the aid of such a Tier 8 beast core, it allowed its realm to be completed naturally, successfully breaking through very smoothly. A level 8 mutant liger beast appeared. It was much more formidable than before. Its golden fur was sparkling and translucent, and its tiger-striped wings were like heavenly wings, especially beautiful. Its imposing aura was even more terrifying than when the flaming tiger was at this realm. After roaring for a while, the lion-tiger beast finally stopped. Suddenly, it looked at Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. Two beams of golden light shot out of its eyes like sharp blades. It was very threatening. Without thinking, the Golden Wolf King immediately jumped in front of Ling Xiao. It bared its fangs and raised its fur to look at the lion-tiger beast. Is it really going to rebel? Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the lion-tiger beast worriedly. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to raise the lion-tiger beast's rank was because once a spirit beast was willing to submit to him, it would not go back on its word and break its promise like a human. This was something he had experienced with the prodigal and the dragon lady. If the lion-tiger beast really rebelled unexpectedly, then he would be in trouble. The lion-tiger beast leaped in front of Ling Xiao and the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King seemed even more nervous. Although it wanted to protect its master, it knew that the lion-tiger beast in front of it was much stronger than it was. It was completely suppressed by the other party's aura. Ling Xiao held the golden dragon spear in his hand again, and his aura also rose. He said coldly, "You want to go against this crown prince's will?" Ling Xiao had no choice but to proclaim himself as crown prince. After all, he had been baptized by dragon blood and possessed the body of a half-dragon. The old dragon king had also invited him to be the dragon's crown prince, but he had rejected it. Suddenly, the lion-tiger beast released a dazzling light, and its huge body began to gradually shrink. Finally, it turned into the appearance of a man in his 30s. He had a handsome and cold face, a head of wild golden hair, and a strong naked body with bulging abdominal muscles that were as dazzling as gold. A pair of tiger-pattern wings were folded on his back, like a tattoo that showed off his charisma. The lion-tiger beast's human form was impressively a cold and handsome man. Coupled with its perfect body, it had the charm to instantly kill any woman in love. This made Ling Xiao go crazy with jealousy. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it, are all spirit beasts so good-looking? I'm afraid only that damn glass Shangguanyin can compare." Just when Ling Xiao thought that the lion-tiger beast was going to attack him, the lion-tiger beast knelt on one knee and bowed to Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Your Highness." Spirit beasts were the most trustworthy creatures. Since it had chosen to follow, it would naturally not have the intention to rebel. Ling Xiao was right. "All right, get up. From now on, I'll call you Lion Tiger." "That's not nice. From now on, I'll call you Fierce Man. From now on, if you follow me, I'll definitely not treat you unfairly." Ling Xiao replied. He was in a good mood. Ever since the prodigal and the dragon lady left, he had lost an expert of this level by his side. He always felt that he lacked a sense of security. who asked his enemies to be so powerful. Now that he had subdued the lion-tiger beast and the corpse demon, his heart was at ease. Even if he encountered a mid-level saint, he would have a chance to survive. However, for Ling Xiao to give the lion-tiger beast the name Fierce Man was really too appropriate. First there was the prodigal, and then there was the peerless Fierce Man. Only Ling Xiao could think of such a thing. Fortunately, the lion-tiger beast did not think too far ahead and agreed to it with a sound of agreement. Then, Ling Xiao gave him a set of martial attire and asked him to wear it for the time being. This set of clothes belonged to him, and the Fierce Man looked much shorter when he wore it. The Fierce Man unhappily propped up the clothes, but it ended up festering. In the end, after tearing a few pieces of clothes, he said unhappily, "Your Highness, can I not wear it anymore?" Ling Xiao was helpless and could only let him walk around with his strong physique. Ling Xiao was glad in his heart. Luckily, this is not a human city. Otherwise, those women would definitely go crazy. After subduing the Fierce Man, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to leave with Xiao Jin. He searched for some high-level spirit herbs in the Death Mountain range and hunted some spirit beasts. Then, he planned to take a detour back to the proud, smiling palace. On the way back, Ling Xiao summoned the corpse sect leader, Buried Star, and asked him to teach him how to control the corpse demon. This was a secret summoning technique that had to be matched with the ringing of the bell to control the corpse demon. It was not difficult to learn. After learning this technique to control the corpse demon, Ling Xiao did not want to bring the corpse sect leader, Buried Star, with him. The name was too inauspicious, and it made Ling Xiao uncomfortable. Ling Xiao thought about whether he should let Buried Star be the vanguard and sacrifice him when he attacked the Black Demon sect or Sha Tian's organization in the future. If others knew about Ling Xiao's thoughts, they would probably curse him as a wastrel. No matter what, Buried Star was a mid-stage mystic Tharch. No matter where he went, he would be considered a character. How could he be sacrificed so easily? This was too cheap. Finally, after some hesitation, Ling Xiao decided to change Buried Star's name to Lucky Star. He wanted to completely change his name and let Buried Star help him gather good luck. Ling Xiao traveled from the other side of the Death Mountain range and took a detour to the proud, smiling palace. It took him more than 2 months. It was obvious that the Death Mountain range was unimaginably vast, and he had only traveled a third of the mountain range. When Ling Xiao returned to the proud, smiling palace, the upper echelons of the proud, smiling palace knew that Ling Xiao's cultivation realm had increased by another level, and they were instantly shocked. Some of them had cultivated for more than half of their lives and were unable to reach this realm, but Ling Xiao had reached it at such a young age. It was truly shocking. The person who was the most irritated was Lu Su. He was considered a heaven's favored one, but his cultivation realm was originally higher than Ling Xiao's. Right now, he had been surpassed in just a few short years. This was simply unacceptable. The group of people who were the most loyal to Ling Xiao respected Ling Xiao like a god. They became more and more certain that they could go further and wider in the future as long as they followed in Ling Xiao's footsteps. Ling Xiao summoned many high-level elders to discuss the matter. He knew that the Black Demon sect had finally restrained themselves and didn't dare to provoke the proud, smiling palace anymore. However, the Sha Tian organization didn't stand out to refute the rumor. It seemed that they had silently allowed the corpse sect to be destroyed by the Sha Tian organization. This led to the Sha Tian organization to attract more and more business. A murderous organization that dared to challenge the Black Demon sect had imperceptibly boosted their reputation, and their business had become more and more prosperous. Ling Xiao hadn't expected such a situation. It's really unfair to them, but it's good that they can get more business, earn more Xian crystals, and collect more when we raid their lair in the future. Ling Xiao sneered. Hee, the palace master's way of thinking is really different from ordinary people. Xian Yao gently waved his white paper fan and laughed. What's wrong with that? Sooner or later, we'll have to fight them. This can't be changed. Ling Xiao shouted with a domineering expression. As his strength grew stronger, his domineering aura became more intense. giving people an invisible feeling of submission. No, I have to go into closed-door training. Boss, you're too fast. It'll be even harder for me to keep up in the future. Yi and Feng said and hurriedly went into closed-door training. In the past few years, he had reached the peak of the middle stage Celestial Master. His improvement speed was definitely not slow. This was all because his body had been transformed by various holy liquids. His physique was no less than any genius, and he had a lot of resources for cultivation. It was normal for him to become stronger. Now that he had been stimulated by Ling Xiao, he had to speed up his pace. He was afraid that one day, the gap between him and Ling Xiao would become wider and wider. By the way, fraud, I have something for you, Ling Xiao said and threw out a golden coffin. This gave Xian Yao a big fright. His expression turned ugly. This gift was definitely not something good. Look at you. I got this from the underground of the corpse sect. It's engraved with an 8th order array pattern. Let's see if it'll help you. Ling Xiao explained with a smile. Xian Yao relaxed and said, Palace Master, don't you know that this gift is very scary? Then he looked up and observed the array pattern engraved on the inside and outside of the golden coffin. He suddenly revealed a look of excitement. Then he put the golden coffin away and hurriedly found a place to study the array pattern. Ling Xiao looked at his departing shadow and shook his head gently. Then he sighed and said, I'm still 2 levels away from becoming a saint. I don't know how long it will take. I really don't want to be blind like this. It's hard to move as long as I don't become a saint. I have to look for other opportunities. It seems that I can only go to this place to see if there are any gains. As Ling Xiao muttered to himself, 3 pieces of the map appeared in his hand. Chapter 9-10. The 3 pieces of the map were put together and pointed to a place. This picture was a map with all kinds of symbols. The whole map only had 2 words, Holy Land. This map was obtained by Ling Xiao from the 3 big families in the Bee City. It was the root cause of the extermination of the heaven-suppressing sect. The Liu family said that this was a secret place that could help people break through the emperor stage and become a sage. In these years, Ling Xiao didn't explore the so-called Holy Land. He felt that there might be amazing opportunities in places related to sages, but he didn't have the strength to explore at that time. Now that he had reached the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor, his combat power was no less than that of a half-sage. In order to speed up, he might have to find this so-called Holy Land. But before he left, Ling Xiao had to make some preparations and deal with some mundane affairs. He had just come back, and it was not right for him to go on a long journey. Otherwise, it would seem that he was too irresponsible. First of all, he had to fulfill the news that he had previously announced to the outside world. That was, any half-emperor or Mystic Emperor super powerhouse who came to the palace could get a top-grade Mystic Emperor pill, and any heavenly master who came to the palace could get a reincarnation pill. Over the past few months, many people had come to the palace because of this great temptation. There was no limit to the Mystic Emperor quota, but only the top 1,000 heavenly masters. There were many people in the central region, and there were many strong people. It was not difficult to recruit 1,000 heavenly masters. Although there was no limit to the Mystic Emperor quota, less than 30 people came to the palace. Most of them were martial artists who were stuck at the half-emperor level. Their lifespan was almost up, and if they couldn't make a breakthrough, they would die. They wanted to increase their strength, but they also wanted to live longer. 1,028 people were led into the proud, smiling palace. For these people, Xian Yao had already set up the heart-questioning array. This was an ancient rank 7 formation. No matter who was in the emperor rank or below, they would reveal their true nature and answer any question truthfully. This was a test to see how many of these people truly wanted to join the Laughing Palace, and how many of them came with bad intentions. In the end, less than 1/3 of the 1,028 people passed the test. The other 2/3 didn't stay in the Laughing Palace for long, and some of them were from other forces. Most importantly, dozens of celestial masters for half-sovereigns and 2 Xian emperors have been detected as spies of the Black Demon sect and the Sha Tian organization. They were all captured on the spot, and controlled by Ling Xiao with an advanced mental curse, turning them into his most loyal guards. In the end, 3 mystic thearchs, 8 half-thearchs, and more than 300 celestial venerables passed the test and became the elders and deacons of the proud, smiling palace. The 3 mystic thearchs and 8 half-thearchs obtained the opportunity to be personally taught by Ling Xiao. "Greetings, Palace Master." When the 11 of them saw Ling Xiao, they all knelt down and greeted him. They had chosen to be loyal to the Mystic Tharch. If not, why would the Mystic Tharch kneel down so easily? "Get up, all of you. We're on the same side now. There's no need to be so courteous," Ling Xiao said gently. Those who had reached the Emperor stage all had their own dignity. It was reasonable for them to kneel down and greet the Palace Master for the first time, but there was no need to do so in the future. It would damage the prestige of the Mystic Tharch. Ling Xiao glanced at the group of people and found that 7 of them looked old and clumsy. Only 4 of them looked like they were barely middle-aged. It was obvious that these people were Tenbin. This was the first time the 11 of them had seen Ling Xiao's face, and their hearts were filled with shock. They knew that Ling Xiao was very young, not even 100 years old. He was a high-level celestial master, and he had established the proud, smiling palace. His deeds had shocked the central region, and he had become the #1 heaven's favorite in the central region. Now that they had seen Ling Xiao, they found that he looked like a young man in his early 20s. He was handsome and amiable. He was even younger than the rumors. He was much more perfect. However, they didn't dare to look down on Ling Xiao because of this. They could faintly feel that Ling Xiao was giving them the supreme pressure of a sovereign. It made them want to worship him. "It's my proud, smiling palace's fortune that you can stay. It's also your fortune. I will give you the supreme grade Mystic Tharch elixir, which will help you to improve your cultivation. If you stay in the proud, smiling palace and work for me, it will be a win-win situation. I believe that you won't regret staying today. As long as you are loyal to me, you will gain more in the future. Your current cultivation is not the limit," Ling Xiao said lightly. A golden dragon shadow rose behind him, and the domineering aura of a superior was released. He didn't hide his mid-stage Mystic Tharch cultivation and released it directly. The purpose of doing this was to let these people completely cut off the hesitation in their hearts. He wanted them to completely trust him as the palace master and serve him and the proud, smiling palace forever. The 11 of them were shocked again. They bowed slightly, and their expressions became incomparably respectful. Such a young mid-stage Mystic Tharch had a bright future. He was also a grade 7 alchemist. It was enough to make them completely loyal. Ling Xiao had already prepared 12 supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir according to the attributes they reported. However, when Ling Xiao handed a supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir to a middle-aged man named Qi Gang, he asked suspiciously, "Your strength is a little strange. You should have stepped into the mid-stage Mystic Tharch realm long ago. Why are there signs of your realm regressing?" Qi Gang had a fire tribute physique. People with this physique would usually have a bright and rosy complexion, giving people the feeling that their physique was full of fire. However, Qi Gang seemed to be a little cold and pale. "He should be sick," Qi Gang said with a slightly panicked expression. Reporting to Palace Master, this subordinate's realm had indeed reached the mid-stage Mystic Tharch. "It's just that I was injured by a strange object in a dangerous place. That's why my attribute realm regressed." Qi Gang was afraid that Ling Xiao would take back this supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir. If that happened, there would be no hope for him to recover his realm. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and looked at Qi Gang as if he was thinking about something. Qi Gang revealed a pleading expression and said, "Palace Master, please don't take back the elixir. Qi Gang is willing to follow Palace Master forever. If one's realm regressed, it would only happen if one's realm was not high enough to forcefully break through and injure one's foundation. However, if it was caused by internal injuries, it would probably be enough to take one's life." Qi Gang had regressed from the mid-stage Mystic Tharch to the low-stage Mystic Tharch. Furthermore, the low-stage Mystic Tharch's aura was unstable, as if it could drop again at any time. Qi Gang had no other way to suppress it, so he could only stake it all on one throw, hoping to obtain a supreme-grade Mystic Arch elixir to help him return to his original realm. It might even be able to suppress his original injuries. It could be said that the supreme-grade Mystic Arch elixir was like a life-saving medicine to him. A half-arch who had come with Qi Gang also pleaded for Qi Gang, "Palace Master, please give Lord Qi Gang a chance." Ling Xiao gently waved his hand and said, "Don't be nervous. A mere supreme-grade Mystic Arch elixir is nothing in this palace's eyes. Since I gave it to you, I naturally won't take it back. It's just that your injuries. This palace might be able to treat you, but you should save this Arch elixir for when you break through to the high-level Mystic Arch." Qi Gang was stunned for a moment before he revealed a look of joy. He once again knelt down towards Ling Xiao and said, "Qi Gang thanks Palace Master for his great kindness. Even if Qi Gang were to die in the future, I would not even frown." Being able to recover from old injuries and be able to advance to a higher realm was undoubtedly double the good news, causing him to be so happy that he could not recover. His loyalty towards Ling Xiao skyrocketed. The half-arch who had come with Qi Gang also knelt down. It was obvious that he was the closest person to Qi Gang. After giving out all the supreme-grade Mystic Arch elixir, Ling Xiao left Qi Gang alone. "Tell me, what exactly was it that injured you?" Ling Xiao asked straightforwardly. Immediately, Qi Gang did not hide anything and recounted everything that had happened to him to Ling Xiao. It turned out that Qi Gang had found a type of supreme yang fire in a dangerous place, suspected to be a type of heaven and earth spirit fire. His body also cultivated the fire attribute. If he could subdue a strong type of flame for his own use, his strength would definitely multiply. He himself was a mid-level Mystic Arch, and his strength could be considered incomparably strong. He barged into that dangerous place alone to collect the fire seed and refine it. Unexpectedly, there was a strong type of spirit beast living there. Among the strong spirit beasts, there was an existence that was even stronger than him. The result was obvious. He was seriously injured and retreated, but his body was left with a hidden injury that caused his realm to regress. He used all kinds of high-grade healing elixirs to suppress it, and other methods to restrain it were also to no avail. Coincidentally, he heard the news that the proud Smiling Palace was recruiting the Mystic Arch, so he came here in hopes of obtaining the supreme-grade Mystic Arch elixir to get out of his current predicament. At the same time, he also wanted to rely on the proud Smiling Palace. "This Empress wants to take a look at your injury," Ling Xiao said, getting to the point. Qi Gang did not hesitate and immediately tore off his clothes, revealing his bronze-colored body. There seemed to be a white snake pattern on his back, as if it was sucking Qi Gang's flesh and blood qi. "This is the white snake that injured you? It actually left an imprint," Ling Xiao exclaimed. This was the first time he had seen such a strange injury. It could actually condense into a shadow and continue to injure him. It was hard to get rid of it. I've asked many people to completely heal my injury, unless someone with a higher realm than me is willing to help me and force it out. However, there is also a certain degree of risk. It is difficult to find someone who is willing to help me. Alternatively, there is a sliver of a chance if I can find a heaven-defying spirit herb that is above the 8th level. Qi Gang was very frank and told Ling Xiao the reason why he was injured. And for ordinary people, there are indeed only these two possibilities. For this Empress, there is no need, Ling Xiao said as she stared at the white snake pattern on Qi Gang's back. Suddenly, she reached out and slapped the white snake pattern. The white snake pattern seemed to have a life of its own. It actually wanted to scuttle around in Qi Gang's body, causing Qi Gang to cry out in pain. "It's just a remnant flame. Come out for this Empress." Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The suction force in her hand increased, trying to force the white snake pattern out. Chapter 9:11. The white snake pattern had been in Qi Gang's body for a long time. If not for Qi Gang's powerful strength suppressing it, the white snake pattern would have devoured all of its energy and killed him. This was a special flame, not something an ordinary person could deal with. When Ling Xiao saw Qi Gang, he had a special feeling. He had the heavenly fire, so he could sense any kind of flame, especially strong and special flames. The heavenly fire's reaction was even more intense. Through his own senses, Ling Xiao knew that something was wrong with Qi Gang's body, so he wanted to see what was going on. Any flame could not escape from the heavenly fire. The white snake pattern seemed to sense it and actually wanted to avoid it, wreaking havoc in Qi Gang's body. Qi Gang kept screaming, as if his whole body was being burned by the white flame. White smoke kept rising from his body, and his body kept twitching as if he was suffering the most painful torture. Kill me, Qi Gang said with a face full of pain. If not for Ling Xiao's aura completely suppressing him, he would definitely commit suicide. Ling Xiao suddenly increased the strength of the sucking, and at the same time transferred a few strands of heavenly fire into Qi Gang's body. Those who did not know would definitely think that Ling Xiao was killing Qi Gang. At this time, Qi Gang also had the same thought, but he was in so much pain that he could not express it. The heavenly fire directly entered Qi Gang's body and chased after the white snake pattern. Ling Xiao was a high-level alchemist, and he had fused with the heavenly fire for many years, so he was very good at controlling it. He was not worried that Qi Gang would be burned to ashes. The strands of heavenly fire split into several paths and directly surrounded the flames of the condensed white snake pattern. The white snake pattern had nowhere to go, so it wanted to break out of Qi Gang's body to escape. It was clearly afraid of the heavenly fire. But before it could break out of Qi Gang's body, it was entangled by a few strands of heavenly fire. It struggled but could not break free and was directly sucked out of Qi Gang's body. The heavenly fire and the white snake pattern entered Ling Xiao's palm together. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to refine the white snake pattern, the demonic heavenly fire pearl sucked it into his sea of consciousness and swallowed it. Ling Xiao was speechless. This heavenly fire actually snatched his food. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and looked at Qi Gang, who was almost burnt black on the ground. He shook his head and said, "This is the mystic the arch who cultivates the fire attribute. How could he be injured like this?" Immediately, Ling Xiao took out a drop of spring liquid and dripped it into Qi Gang's mouth. The spring liquid was comparable to a Tier 8 saint liquid and was comparable to a peerless saint elixir that could revive the dead. After drinking the spring of life, Qi Gang's vitality quickly recovered, and his aura rapidly rose. One day later, Qi Gang had already ascended to the peak of the low-tier mystic, the Arch Realm. He was just one step away from returning to the mid-tier mystic, the Arch Realm. The hidden injuries on his body had completely disappeared, and this made him ecstatic. "Thank you, Palace Lord, for your grace." Qi Gang knelt down towards Ling Xiao. This time, he was completely subservient to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao used his aura to support Qi Gang, preventing him from kneeling on the ground. He said faintly, "Elder Qi, there is no need to be so courteous. You are my palace's supreme elder." Qi Gang was even more impressed by Ling Xiao's magnanimity. "How long will it take for you to return to your original realm?" Ling Xiao changed the topic. Qi Gang revealed an excited expression and said, "About half a year." "Half a year? That's a little long. I'll give you a month to reach your original realm again. Then, you can consume a top-grade Mystic Emperor pill to break through to the high-level Mystic Emperor." Ling Xiao sighed and said with an unquestionable tone. At the same time, he gave Qi Gang a few sparkling and warm medicinal pills. These were the 7th-grade medicinal pills, pure yang pills, that strengthened the fire attribute. This kind of pill could not help the fire attribute Mystic Emperor break through directly, but it could increase their own strength and help them become stronger quickly. For someone like Qi Gang, he was already a mid-level Mystic Emperor, but his realm had regressed. Now, as long as he accumulated enough strength, he could return to his original realm. There was no need for him to experience any more bottlenecks. Although Qi Gang did not know the name of this pill, he could sense that the fire attribute energy contained within the pill was absolutely astonishing, causing him to immediately have the desire to swallow it. Qi Gang then thought of Ling Zhao's identity as an alchemist. Ling Zhao must have asked him to recover as soon as possible, because he was interested in the deviant flame that he had discovered and was prepared to let him lead the way. Qi Gang had once thought of fighting the deviant flame, but he was frightened by the condensed flame. Naturally, he no longer had the thought of fighting with Ling Zhao. Does Palace Lord want me to lead the way to that danger zone? Qi Gang probed. Ling Zhao did not hide anything and nodded. That's right. I am very interested in that fire. I wonder if it is the earth fire or the heaven fire. Palace Lord, the mutated white snake spirit beast is very terrifying, and there are a lot of them. Palace Lord, please reconsider. Qi Gang advised frankly. Ling Zhao waved his hand and said, Don't worry. I have my own plans. Qi Gang knew that Ling Zhao had made up his mind and did not try to persuade him anymore. He promised that he would definitely return to his peak strength in a month and break through to the high-stage Mystic Emperor before leaving. After Qi Gang left, Ling Zhao returned to his own courtyard and peacefully accompanied the ladies to enjoy the days of romance. Now, the ladies by Ling Zhao's side were Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, Ji Beixin, Bai Yushi, Wei Daier, Yulayan, Bing Ruoshui, Wu Meinyang, Yao Qingmin, Luo Meiying, and Dongfang Jing. These 11 ladies were all devastatingly beautiful. Any man would undoubtedly feel satisfied if he could have one of them as his wife. However, Ling Zhao enjoyed all of them alone. He was really a romantic by nature and had good luck with women. He did not bring shame to his master's title of romantic evil emperor. The 11 ladies were led by Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiyue. No one dared to contradict them, because they were considered the main palace and the second madam. Ji Beixin and Bai Yushi had the most gentle temperament, and were the two ladies who were the most popular. Especially Ji Beixin. Her zither skills were unparalleled. Everyone liked to play the zither with her and listen to her happy notes. Wei Daier rarely mingled with other ladies. She preferred to stay in the Snake Hall with her elder brother and take care of the affairs in the palace. Yu Laiyin and Bing Ruoshui seemed to never be able to stay together peacefully. Every time they met, it was always Yu Laiyin who had the upper hand in words. Bing Ruoshui, who was not good with words, directly fought with her. Yao Qingmin would naturally help Bing Ruoshui, and Wu Meinyang would advance and retreat together with Yu Laiyin. They also knew their limits. Every time it was said to be a battle, it was better to say that they were comparing martial skills. There was no life and death battle. Luo Meiying had been resurrected and was currently the most favored woman by Ling Zhao. The other women would not compete for his favor because they all knew that she had died once for him. Dongfang Jing was the latest lady to join Ling Zhao's backyard. She was intelligent and eloquent. She knew that she had to build a good relationship with Feng Xianyun and Kai Shiyue first to consolidate her position. She once thought that she could win Ling Zhao's favor with her beauty alone, but after coming here, she found that her idea was too naive. The beauty she was proud of was not very outstanding. The only thing she could rely on was her wisdom and cultivation of Tenbin. She hoped that she could still keep up with Ling Zhao's pace in the future and not be left behind. It was not only Dongfang Jing who had this idea, the other women also had the same idea. Ling Zhao's cultivation of Tenbin might not be the first since ancient times, but in the current central region, he was definitely the first. The speed of his breakthrough was many times faster than them with the help of elixirs. They were afraid that one day Ling Zhao would go to the heaven region, and they would still be struggling in a low realm. They were afraid that they would also become abandoned women. They did not want such an outcome. If they wanted to be able to stay by Ling Zhao's side forever, they could only speed up their breakthrough. Apart from Feng Xianyun and Ji Beixin, the other 9 women often entered seclusion to cultivate. After all these years of hard work, their realms had also improved significantly. After all, the women's cultivation of Tenbin was not weak, and they had all kinds of precious marrow and meridian cleansing holy liquid and elixirs provided by Ling Zhao to improve their physiques. Their cultivation was also rapid, and they were not inferior to any genius. Among them, Luo Meiying was the strongest. She had already reached the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor realm after taking the supreme grade Mystic Emperor pill. Feng Xianyun and Ji Beixin were second, both at the low stage of the Mystic Emperor realm. Feng Xianyun had the Heaven Goo body, and her cultivation speed was definitely not comparable to that of ordinary people. Ji Beixin had the Feng clan's ancestors' energy sealed in her body. As long as she slowly unsealed it, she could master and use it to improve her strength. It was expected that they would be the first to become emperors. Following them were Dongfang Jing and Kai Shiyue, who were both high-level heavenly venerables. The other women also caught up and reached the middle stage of the heavenly venerables. It could be said that none of the women behind Ling Xiao were weak. They could take charge wherever they went. It was just that under the dazzling light of Ling Xiao, they seemed a little duller. Apart from these 11 women, the only other woman who could stay here was Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xiyun. Ever since she came to the central region, her strength had reached the Earth Sovereign realm, and her temperament had gone up another level. The longer she lived, the younger she became. She was a rare beauty. She never thought that her son would find so many beautiful wives for her. It really made her so happy that she could not close her mouth. In order to curry favor with this mother-in-law, these wives asked her to move here to fulfill their filial piety. Originally, Meng Xiyun did not agree, but her husband, Ling Zhan, became a cultivation madman after coming to the central region. He almost never stayed at home all year round. She didn't know where he hunted spirit beasts to improve his combat experience or went into seclusion to improve his strength. Helpless, she could only follow the wishes of these wives and move here. At the same time, she also hoped that these wives could quickly give birth to a few grandchildren for her to take care of, so that she could enjoy the happiness of a family. The yellow heavens did not disappoint those who waited. She looked forward to the stars and the moon, and the first wife, Feng Xianyun, and the second wife, Kai Shiyue, were finally pregnant. This was Feng Xianyun's second child. Ever since she gave birth to Feng Lingtian, she had long wanted a second child. Now, her wish had been fulfilled. As for Kai Shiyue, she was slightly older among the women, so she naturally wanted to try the taste of being a mother. Of course, she also wanted this child to make her mother-in-law happy. The other women were afraid that giving birth to a child would cause their figures to go out of shape, so they did not dare to have a child and only watch from the sidelines. Chapter 9:12. In a quiet and elegant courtyard of the proud, smiling palace, there were many beautifully built bamboo houses that faced each other. Spirit trees that were neither too tall nor too short were planted everywhere. There were also all kinds of strange herbs and spirit flowers that exuded a variety of fragrances. Butterflies and bees happily wandered among them. It was like a beautiful painting. The courtyard was filled with the sound of a zither that was like the sound of an immortal zither. The sound of the zither was like a clear stream flowing in the mountains. It was a trickle of water that warmed people's hearts and lungs. It was also like the singing of a spirit bird that soared between heaven and earth, giving people an incomparably relaxed and joyful feeling. The sound of the zither came from a beautiful woman wearing light muslin and satin in the pavilion. She didn't wear any makeup, and her pure and natural skin was as smooth as jade. Her exquisite facial features matched perfectly, and her face had a natural expression. She was very focused, and her jade lips were gently curled up. Her 10 fingers were like spring onions as they danced cheerfully. At first glance, she looked like a fairy from the immortal palace, detached from nature and extremely beautiful. Sitting on the side were 2 graceful and luxurious women. They were dressed elegantly and had a myriad of auras. They both had a kind of peerless beauty. Their bellies were slightly bulging, indicating that they were still pregnant. Beside them was an extremely charming woman with a joyous expression on her face. Accompanying her was also a peerless beauty. That delicate beauty gave off a delicate and touching feeling, and one could not help but feel a sense of pity for her. Among the women, there was a handsome man with a jade-like appearance and a dignified appearance. He was lying on his side on a bamboo couch with an evil and charming smile on his face that could draw out the dizziness in the depths of any woman's heart. After the song was played, the lingering sound lingered in the air. Clap, clap. Exine zither music is really something that your husband will never get tired of listening to. Ingnan, who was lying on the bamboo couch, applauded with a faint smile. He was a master of this place, Ling Xiao. The one who played the zither was naturally Ji Bei-shin. Only her zither skills were unparalleled. Not bad. Listening to Exin play every day makes my mood a lot better, Meng Xian said with a smile. She paused for a moment before looking at Feng Xianyun and Kai Xiayue and saying, "My two grandsons will definitely like it too. Xin you'll have to work a bit harder and play for them. Later, Mother will stew Ginoderma pheasant soup for you. Mother, when you have time, you can chat with the big sisters or cultivate to increase your strength. Just leave these chores to Yushi." Bai Yushi held Meng Xiyun's hand and said. Although Bai Yushi claimed to be a maid, no one would really use her as a servant because she was Ling Zhao's exclusive bed-warming maid. Meng Xiyun patted Bai Yushi's hand and happily smiled. It doesn't matter who does it. In any case, we have nothing to do, so let Mother find some work. Once the two little fellows are born, even if you want to help Mother, you won't have time. Feng Xianyun and Kai Xiayu both revealed unconcealable beauty. Mother, do you want a grandson or a granddaughter? Ling Xiao stood up and asked Meng Xiyun while hugging Feng Xiyun and Kai Xiayu. Meng Xiyun rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, "Do you think Mother is one of those old antiques? As long as they're my obedient grandsons, I like them and love them all the same." That's good. I hope that Yin and you are pregnant with daughters. Daughters are much more obedient than sons. That brat Tian is simply a devil incarnate. Sooner or later, he will cause trouble. Ling Xiao said, "How can there be a father like you? Tiana is still a child." Feng Xiyun immediately said with dissatisfaction, "It's just that Tian is much more filial than you. Every time he goes out, he brings back a lot of good things for Mother. He knows how to make Mother happy." Meng Xiyun echoed, "That's right, Tian is very sensible. There are a few good female disciples in the palace who often find him to spar. We'll put down his status and spar with them." Bai Yushi said, "Come on, is a brat worth protecting like this?" Ling Zhao's face darkened. He realized that his current position was really getting worse by the day. "Husband, I hope that the child in my stomach is a son. Don't blame me, okay?" Kai Xiayu said with a pitiful look. Ling Xiao gently kissed Kai Xiayu's cheek and said, "I'm the same as Mother. Giving birth to a son and a daughter is the same. However, if it really is a son, as a mother, you must discipline him well. Don't be like his big brother. It really gives people a headache." As soon as he said this, he immediately provoked the sharp gazes of the girls. Ling Xiao didn't have the ability to resist at all and immediately retreated in a sorry state. After leaving the courtyard, Ling Xiao arrived at one of the peaks outside of the main peaks. Although this mountain wasn't as majestic as the main peaks, it wasn't much different. The trees here were dense and towering, and strange flowers and plants were everywhere. Occasionally, spirit birds would fly past, and the spiritual energy here was also abundant and flawless, giving people a peaceful feeling. Everyone in the proud, smiling palace knew that although this mountain couldn't compare to the other peaks, its status was only below the main peak of the palace. Because the people who lived here were the palace master's clansmen, master, and disciples. The mountain seemed a bit deserted, and there weren't many people walking around. "Master, you're here." Ling Xiao had just landed on the main hall in front of the mountain when a young man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes flashed over from a direction and exclaimed respectfully. This young man in green was undoubtedly Ling Zhao's disciple, Xian Li. He was now at the high-level king stage, and his speed of advancement was definitely extremely fast. It had to be known that he didn't rely on any medicinal pills and walked step by step to get here. Ling Xiao saw that Xian Li's clothes were slightly tattered, and it was obvious that he had just returned from training outside. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with this disciple's hard work, but he still lacked some experience and an indomitable momentum. Ling Xiao and Xian Li entered the hall together, and Xian Li immediately notified the others. Most of them were still in a state of closed-door cultivation, and only Mu Huai and Ling Song had just come out not long ago. Ling Song was the first to ask, "Shower, what brings you here today?" Now that he had reached the peak of the king stage, it wouldn't be long before he would step into the earthly sovereign stage. His face was glowing, and there were signs of him returning to his youth. Mu Huai had reached the middle stage of the earthly sovereign stage a long time ago, and he was much stronger than Ling Song. Mu Huai smiled and said, "I guess you're preparing to go on a long journey again, so you came to say goodbye to us old fellows." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Can't you come and see Grandpa and Master in your spare time?" After talking with the two old men for 4 hours, Ling Xiao asked Xian Li to go out alone to test his current combat strength. Xian Li cultivated the moon-cutting sword technique, which was very powerful and was a rare offensive technique of the wood attribute. Xian Li had cultivated it for more than 10 years, and he could be considered to have achieved some success. Unless he was a monstrous existence, he would definitely be able to win in battle. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Li and said, "Li, you're not young anymore. Have you ever thought about going out by yourself?" Although he wanted Xian Li to travel by himself, he still respected Xian Li's own thoughts. Xian Li revealed a look of excitement and said, "Master, can I? Great Master said that I'm still weak and can't take charge by myself." "Why not? Back then, Master's realm was lower than yours, and I started to travel the world. Your great Master is too worried. If you want to become a powerhouse, how can you grow without experiencing the baptism of life and death battles?" Ling Xiao said, Then I'll listen to Master." Xian Li replied, clenching his fists tightly, and his eyes burst with excitement and confidence. Although Xian Li was usually gentle, he also had a hot-blooded heart. He knew a lot of his master's experiences in the past. All kinds of earth-shattering battles made him look up to and worship. He hoped that one day he could also be like his master and shock the world. Now that his master let him go out to travel, this was undoubtedly giving him a chance. Whether he could survive alone, this would depend on his own ability. The brave are fearless. No matter what you encounter, remember to guard your heart. Don't be arrogant and rash. Think thrice before you act. If you encounter some bullies, you don't have to be afraid. Master and Miyamoto will always be your backing. I, Ling Zhao's disciple, absolutely cannot be bullied by others. Of course, I hope that you will never need Master's protection." Ling Xiao lectured. These were the foundation of his life, to be able to turn danger into safety and strengthen himself since the beginning of his cultivation. Disciple will remember Master's teachings and will absolutely not disgrace Master's prestige. Xian Li responded sonorously. Ling Xiao patted his shoulder, and after leaving him some medicinal pills and essential spirit herbs for cultivation, he left. Ling Xiao once again went to Old Han's residence. In Old Han's residence, other than Ling Xiao, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for others to see him. Even Wu Fu, a registered disciple, had to report to him before he could see him. Now, Old Han was no longer alone. He had accepted a real disciple named Qiyang. Qiyang was chosen by Wu Fu when the proud Smiling Palace was recruiting disciples because of his outstanding talent in alchemy tenbin. Wu Fu felt that this child was not ordinary, so he sent him to Han Kai. Han Kai tested this child and immediately accepted him as a disciple. His status was even higher than Wu Fu's. He was only a 15-year-old youth from a declining alchemy family. "Greetings, martial uncle." Qiyang courteously bowed to Ling Xiao. He did not call Ling Xiao Palace Master, but martial uncle. This was related to Han Kai's request. Before this, when Ling Xiao was free, he would often share his knowledge in alchemy with Han Kai. Although Han Kai was one rank higher than Ling Xiao, in many aspects, he was not as proficient as Ling Xiao. Thus, Han Kai was carried out on a whim and forced Ling Xiao to be his junior brother. After all, Ling Xiao had also received the alchemy sex inheritance, so they addressed each other as senior brother. There was no need to say who was equal, and Ling Xiao was happy to do so. Ling Xiao asked, "How is Qi Yang's learning under your master?" Qi Yang revealed a simple and honest look and scratched his head. "Everything's fine. That's good. Your master has high hopes for you. You must not let him down," Ling Xiao said and went straight into the house. Qi Yang looked at Ling Xiao's back and thought to himself, "Master is indeed powerful, but martial uncle is my goal. Young man, why are you so free to come to my place?" Han Kai sat on the praying mat and asked, "Senior brother, are you blaming me for coming to beat you up?" Ling Xiao sat down with a smile on his face. Chapter 9:13. The purpose of Ling Xiao's visit was to find out from Han Kai what kind of strange flame was lurking in Qi Gang's body. He wanted Han Kai to be mentally prepared and see if it was the kind of flame he was looking for. What? A white snake spirit beast attacked the Xian the Arch and left behind a white snake pattern flame that even a Xian the Arch couldn't get rid of? Han Kai was surprised to hear Ling Xiao's words. "That's right. I wonder if senior brother has heard of this heavenly flame?" Ling Xiao nodded. Han Kai fell in a deep thought. After a while, his old eyes burst out with a strange light and said, "If I'm not wrong, it should be a kind of mutated spirit beast that was nurtured by an earth fire that is infinitely close to a heavenly flame." Ling Xiao listened attentively. He also wanted to know if it was the kind of flame that was mentioned in his inherited memories. A white flame that can transform and hide. It might be the third-ranked earth fire, the extreme flaming flame. Only it can nurture that kind of spirit beast that can store the flame and leave behind the hidden injury of transformation, Han Kai said with certainty. "I also think that it might be the extreme flame-shaped fire. It has appeared in the ancient times." Ling Xiao replied with an excited expression. "You brat, your luck is great. This flame has a very high chance to advance into a heavenly flame. Even an old man like me is tempted." Han Kai looked at Ling Xiao with envy. Any kind of earth fire was very precious, not to mention a high-grade earth fire that could advance into a heavenly flame. It was even more difficult to find. However, it was not easy to subdue it. Even a mid-level Xian the Arch like Qi Gang was at a disadvantage. "Haha, it can't be helped. Junior brother's character is good." Ling Xiao laughed heartily, as if the heavenly flame already belonged to him. "If Qi Yang is not still young, I might throw away my old face and ask you to give it to me." Han Kai's words showed how much he doted on Qi Yang. "Don't worry, senior brother. Let's build up his foundation first. In the future, it won't be a problem to find a heavenly fire for him." Ling Xiao said. If it was any other earth fire, Ling Xiao might have been able to let go. After all, he already had the heavenly fire, and one less fire source would not affect him much. The key was that this fire source was of great use to him. A month's time passed by quickly. Qi Gang had indeed recovered his mid-stage Mystic Tharch cultivation, and he had also used the supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir to reach the high-stage Mystic Tharch realm. With the improvement of his cultivation level, he also had a place in the Laughing Palace. Qi Gang successfully broke through and immediately found Ling Xiao. He fulfilled his promise and brought Ling Xiao to the dangerous place he discovered. The Nanyuan territory belonged to the Ouyang clan, the Violet Thunder sect, the Myriad Flower sect, and the Gu clan. There were also various restricted areas in this region, with the southern ancient ridge being the most restricted. This was a land of continuous mountain ridges that had existed for tens of thousands of years. It was an existence that was on par with the Death Mountain Range and several other restricted areas in the central region. There were all kinds of towering ancient trees, exotic flowers, and spirit herbs. Many spirit beasts lived there. According to legend, the southern ancient ridge was the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. They lived in the depths of the southern ancient ridge and were rarely seen by ordinary people. However, the blue wand sacred bird had once appeared here. It was a high-grade spirit beast with the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Ling Xiao and Qi Gang traveled day and night from the Laughing Palace and rushed for a month before arriving at the southern ancient ridge. Ling Xiao leaned against the boundless mountain ridge and murmured. It said that those who depend on the mountain live off the mountain, and those who depend on the river live off the water. Although this forbidden ancient ridge is dangerous, it also supports the people of the southern abyss. Yes, if there were no such mountain ridges, it would be impossible for the four major forces to gather here. Qi Gang sighed. He belonged to the Nanyuan territory and once formed a group of mercenaries in the southern ancient ridge. They were famous and were people that all four forces wanted to rope in. However, after he was injured, he passed his mercenary group to his sworn brother and rushed to the Laughing Palace. Now, it could be considered as returning to his hometown. Let's go. I don't have much time to waste here. Ling Xiao responded softly and flew towards the depths of the southern ancient ridge. He was worried that there would be some unforeseen events. If the ultimate flame-shaped flame was taken away by someone else in advance, then it would be a great loss. Qi Gang did not dare to be negligent and immediately led the way at full speed. The place where Qi Gang was injured was in the depths of the southern ancient ridge. Both of them were mystic thearchs and flew at full speed, but it took them a few days to get close to the place. However, when they approached the place, something unexpected happened. This place has been sealed by our Ouyang clan. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. A group of heavenly venerate and earthly sovereign martial artists in uniform blocked the way of Ling Xiao, Qi Gang, and the others. They were all riding 6th-grade spirit beasts and looked especially majestic. Oh no, could it be that someone got here first? Ling Xiao immediately shouted in his heart. Palace Lord, this. Qi Gang also had the same thought and asked Ling Xiao. This is not the exclusive territory of the Ouyang clan. Let's go there directly. Ling Xiao said faintly. Then, his figure swept forward. How dare you? You actually dare to barge in. You are tired of living. The peak-level heavenly venerate leader knew that the two were extraordinary and did not attack immediately. Instead, he warned them again. You are the leader of the Red Flame mercenary group, Qi Gang. Another high-level heavenly venerate from the Ouyang clan recognized Qi Gang and shouted, Yes, it is this emperor. Qi Gang responded. In the past, the Ouyang family had tried to recruit him, but he didn't want to. If he hadn't been severely injured, he wouldn't have chosen to join the Laughing Palace. Besides, he was tired of the mercenary life, and he wanted to live a peaceful life. That was why he made this decision. The Ouyang clan was an ancient power, second only to the Dongfang clan. However, these clans had a very serious idea of valuing the inside and despising the outside. Although he was the mystic thearch, he was still considered an outsider. If he joined, he would certainly not have any status. This was also one of the reasons why he finally decided to join the proud, smiling palace. At least, the proud, smiling palace offered a very sincere bargaining chip. It was also a sect without hereditary inheritance. If he went, he would certainly be put in an important position. The result also proved that joining the proud, smiling palace was the right choice. Could it be that your Red Flame mercenary group thinks that you can compete with our Ouyang clan? Although the high-level heavenly venerate knew that Qi Gang was powerful, he was not afraid of him and stared at him. Sorry, this emperor is no longer the leader of the Red Flame mercenary group. If you really use the Red Flame mercenary group to threaten this emperor may destroy you right now. Qi Gang frowned and said. Although he had left the Red Flame mercenary group to others, it did not mean that he had no feelings for the Red Flame mercenary group. I'm just stating a fact. You clearly know that our Ouyang clan is doing business here, yet you still force your way in. Do you really not put our Ouyang clan in your eyes? The high-level heavenly venerate still responded with full confidence. When Qi Gang still wanted to say something, Ling Xiao said, Let's go. It is useless to say more. Yes, sovereign, Qi Gang responded. Immediately after, the two of them directly flew over the Ouyang clan's group. The Ouyang clan's people were about to launch an attack, but the two of them were already thousands of meters away. It was simply not something they could stop. Immediately, send a message to the elders in front. The peak heavenly venerate shouted and hurriedly chased after them on his spirit beast. At the same time, another person shot a beam of light into the sky, followed by a roar, and a firework-like spark was emitted. Sovereign, this is the Ouyang clan's transmission signal. Qi Gang said to Ling Xiao. It doesn't matter. This isn't their Ouyang clan's territory. There is no need to be afraid of them. Ling Xiao said confidently. Qi Gang nodded and didn't say anything more. After the two of them flew for a while, they arrived in front of a towering cliff. One side of the cliff seemed to have been cut open by some kind of divine weapon, making it look abnormally steep and dangerous. It's under the cliff in front. Qi Gang pointed at the cliff and said. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, the fire attribute here is already stronger than elsewhere. Ling Xiao was sure that it was in the vicinity. The demon spirit Heavenly Fire Pearl in his sea of consciousness was already faintly jumping. Sovereign, there are a few spirit beast corpses over there. Qi Gang pointed to a few desolate places below and said. Ling Xiao also saw it and replied, the blood hasn't dried yet. It should be done by the Ouyang clan. This was a place where spirit beasts roamed freely. If someone intruded, there would naturally be spirit beasts attacking. Just at this moment, dozens of figures flew out from the bottom of the cliff. These were obviously people from the Ouyang clan. All of them were riding on spirit beasts and wielding spirit artifacts as they charged towards Ling Xiao and Qi Gang. Who are you? How dare you barge in my Ouyang clan's sealed area? You must be tired of living. The leader was a middle-stage Xian emperor. He held a pair of copper hammers in his hands and sat on a 7th-level middle-stage desolate bull. He looked very menacing. Other than him, there were also 2 low-level Xian emperors and dozens of Empyrean experts. With such a group of people moving out at the same time, it was obvious that they had discovered some shocking gains. Qi Gang, you dare to provoke my Ouyang clan's prestige? A low-level Xian emperor immediately recognized Qi Gang's identity and shouted. Qi Gang had been in the southern ancient ridge for more than 800 years, and he was also a talented rogue cultivator. There were definitely many people who knew him. So it's Elder Lin. My palace lord and I are here. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with your Ouyang clan. Qi Gang replied. That low-level Xian emperor was called Ouyang Lin. He was the one who invited Qi Gang to join the Ouyang clan. Other than him, the middle-level Xian emperor was called Ouyang Feng, and the other low-level Xian emperor was called Ouyang Ku. They were all elders of the Ouyang clan. Looking at their tattered clothes, it seemed like they had been burnt. It was obvious that they had just experienced a huge battle. No matter who you are, leave immediately, or you will be killed without mercy. Ouyang Feng shouted with a gloomy face. The aura of a middle-level Xian emperor was immediately released. What a big tone. Even if Ouyang Hong was here, she wouldn't dare to speak to this palace lord in such a loud voice. Ling Xiao replied arrogantly with his hands behind his back. At the same time, Qi Gang had also released his aura of a high-level Xian emperor. What a powerful aura. You are a high-level Xian emperor? Ouyang Feng stared at Qi Gang. To be able to overshadow his aura, the other party must be of a higher level than him. If you know what's good for you, then move aside. We are going to the bottom of the cliff, Qi Gang said faintly. Chapter 9:14. Qi Gang was indeed powerful, but everyone in the Ouyang family knew that Qi Gang was the leader of that young man. They were all guessing what kind of identity he had to make a high-level Xian emperor call him Palace Master. Ouyang Feng looked at the calm and collected Ling Xiao and said, could it be Palace Master Ling of the proud, smiling palace? Judging from Ling Xiao's age and the way he spoke, it was clear that he didn't even put the old patriarch in his eyes. In this world, there was no one else who could compare with the Ouyang family in terms of power. Since you know the identity of my palace master, then get out of the way, Qi Gang said. The people from the Ouyang family looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be younger than the rumors, nor did they expect him to appear here today. Ouyang Feng slightly retracted his arrogance and said, Palace Master Ling, this place was discovered by our Ouyang family first, and is already within our control. Please do not make things difficult for us, and harm the harmony between the two families. Although Ouyang Feng's words were polite, he still expressed his firm stance. He was not willing to let Ling Xiao and Qi Gang go over. You mean to say that whoever discovers it first can take it? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. Please forgive me, Palace Master Ling. Ouyang Feng said. Elder Qi, tell him who discovered this place first. Ling Xiao turned to Qi Gang and said. Qi Gang immediately said to Ouyang Feng, I discovered this place half a year ago. I was injured by the mutated white snake spirit beast there and almost died. The expressions of the people from the Ouyang family changed slightly. From their expressions, it was already proven that what Qi Gang said was true because they were still fighting with the mutated white snakes just now. The truth is right in front of us. It was discovered by Qi Gang first, so this place is under our control. Ling Xiao continued. Palace Master Ling, don't go too far. Ouyang Feng said with an ashen face. Ling Xiao wanted to say something, but he frowned and looked behind the Ouyang family. Quick, run. This is the nest of the mutated white snake. A peak rank 7 snake king has come out. An anxious voice came from below the cliff. The voice echoed endlessly in the vicinity. Swoosh. Following that, a group of disheveled figures riding on spirit beasts flew out from the bottom of the cliff one after another. These people were all from the Ouyang clan. Ouyang Feng and the others couldn't be bothered with Ling Xiao and Qi Gang. They turned around and rode their spirit beasts to regroup with their own people. Hiss! All of a sudden, a several-meter-long white snake head appeared in front of the cliff behind the Ouyang clan. This white snake head was not the usual oval shape, but triangular. There was even a single horn on its forehead. Its terrifying basin mouth was wide open, and the snake's tongue was constantly hissing. The few fangs that were filled with deadly poison appeared incomparably gloomy, and the pair of snake eyes revealed a fierce glint of anger. Streams of white flames were spat out from the mouth of the basin. Wherever the flames passed, not even a blade of grass would grow. The scorching heat was frightening. Following the appearance of the white snake's head, the snake's body could be seen. It was white and shiny, and the snake's scales flickered incessantly with a dazzling color. This was a mutated white snake that had reached the intermediate rank of the 7th rank. Qi Gang recognized this white snake at a glance, and his expression immediately became grim. This is the beast that hurt me. I've cut off its left eye. Qi Gang had killed this white snake before, and there was an obvious wound on it. If it was only a white snake of the intermediate rank of the 7th rank, it wouldn't have been able to make the Ouyang clan so panicked. This was because apart from the appearance of this white snake, dozens of other white snakes followed suit. Every white snake had at least the strength of the 6th rank, and there were many that had reached the 7th rank. This was definitely a snake nest, and it made one's scalp go numb just by looking at it. Dozens of white snakes appeared at the same time, and streams of white flames spewed out, turning the entire area into a sea of white flames. The Ouyang clan members all rode their spirit beasts and fled towards the edge of the sky. All of this happened too suddenly, and Ling Xiao and Qi Gang had no choice but to avoid the attack. Some of the Ouyang clan's heavenly venerables and earthly sovereigns who couldn't escape in time were touched by the white flames spat out by the white snakes and immediately burned. All of them screamed miserably, and even the spirit beasts they were riding suffered a calamity. All of them died a violent death. Fortunately, these white snakes only chased for 20 to 30,000 miles before stopping. Otherwise, the Ouyang clan would have suffered even more losses. Ling Xiao and Qi Gang were also being chased, but there weren't that many of them. There were only 4 white snakes, and one of them was the one that had injured Qi Gang before. Streams of white flames formed snake-like shapes and attacked the two nonstop. Ling Xiao and Qi Gang's strength was formidable, and they didn't let the white flames touch them. Don't run, kill them. Ling Xiao only flew for a short while before sending a voice transmission to Qi Gang. Qi Gang had already broken through to the high-level Mystic Arch, and his strength had increased greatly. He replied confidently, "Then let me kill them." Qi Gang finished speaking, and a fire-colored long spear appeared in his hand. He turned around and attacked the 4 white snakes. He didn't summon his spirit beasts because his spirit beasts had already been killed by these white snakes. The long spear in Qi Gang's hand was like a dragon, as thick flames split into 4 directions and pierced towards the snakes. That powerful aura caused the surroundings to tremble. 2 Tier 6 high-grade white snakes were blasted into a blood mist on the spot and died violently. The other 2 Tier 7 white snakes were only blasted backwards, and many of their snake scales fell off. However, their vitals weren't hurt. This kind of mutated white snake's physical body was rather terrifying. It actually blocked the attack of a high-level mystic Tharch. The 2 white snakes stuck out their tongues and didn't retreat. They spat out white flames at Qi Gang at the same time. Qi Gang was fearful of these white flames and didn't dare to touch them. His body flashed like a goshawk as he circled behind the 2 snakes. Dense spear shadows rained down like a violent storm. The 2 snakes soared like dragons. Their huge bodies were like the most powerful weapons, constantly sweeping away the flaming spear shadows. At the same time, one snake entangled Qi Gang, while the other swung its tail, forming a pincer attack from the left and right. Qi Gang yelled out as his Generosity World's power was deduced. Qi Gang's Generosity World's power was a sea of flames. Within it, several firewolves suddenly appeared and pounced towards the 2 white snakes. The Generosity World temporarily blocked the 2 snakes' attacks, but his sea of flames didn't cause much trouble to the 2 snakes. After all, they had been living near higher-grade flames all year round. Unless the flames were of a higher grade, they wouldn't be able to hurt their bodies. Qi Gang didn't expect his Generosity World to be able to kill these 2 snakes in one go. He only hoped that it could temporarily stop them so that he could take them down one by one. Qi Gang seized the opportunity and went straight for the white snake that had injured him. "Bastard, today I'll let you pay with your life." Qi Gang coldly shouted as he stabbed towards the white snake with his spear in one hand. This move was very simple, but it contained his full strength. With the force of a thunderbolt, it stabbed towards the white snake's weak point. Qi Gang was an old mercenary. He fought with spirit beasts all year round and knew the weaknesses of each spirit beast. Puff! Hiss! The fire spear directly entered the white snake's body. The white snake hissed, and, as expected, it endured the pain and pounced towards Qi Gang, biting towards him. Qi Gang didn't panic in the face of danger. He loosened the spear in his hand and increased his strength, causing the fire spear to directly pierce through the white snake's abdomen. He immediately withdrew and retreated. The white snake's body was pierced through and blood flowed out wildly. Its body kept struggling and tearing, but still wanted to pounce towards Qi Gang. Unfortunately, its life gate had already been broken, and it was powerless to reverse the situation. The huge snake's body heavily fell from the sky, and its whole body emitted thick white smoke. The other white snakes seemed to be aware of the crisis and forcefully broke through Qi Gang's world force, fleeing in the direction it came from. Qi Gang sucked back his fire spear and rushed towards the white snake at full speed. This white snake was a bit weaker than the previous one, and without any suspense, it was killed by Qi Gang's spear. Qi Gang returned to Ling Zhao's side and reported, "Palace Lord, what should we do now? That place is the snake's nest, with just the 2 of us. I'm afraid." Just now, he saw that the Ouyang clan's army was unable to occupy that place, and there were only the 2 of them. If they went in, it would only bode ill rather than well. So he had to remind Ling Xiao not to be impulsive. Ling Xiao looked at the cliff in the distance. He could vaguely see a flash of white light, as if a serpent king was coiled up there. Whether to go or not, it was up to him. It wasn't difficult for Ling Xiao to subdue an earth fire, but it was difficult to deal with the high-grade spirit beast there. Although Ling Zhao's battle prowess was comparable to a half-step saint, he wasn't a true half-step saint. If there were countless white snake spirit beasts there, he might not be able to eat them all. However, if he didn't take it now, and the Ouyang clan invited another ancestor-level character, then the earth fire would really belong to them. "I'm definitely going to give this place a try." Ling Xiao made up her mind. Qi Gang hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything. He could feel Ling Zhao's firm conviction, and it wasn't something he could sway. However, we can't directly kill our way in like this. We can only lure them out and kill them one by one. Ling Xiao added. What if there are too many white snakes there? Qi Gang was worried. If that's the case, then we can only think of another way. Ling Xiao replied. Once again, Ling Xiao and Qi Gang flew towards the cliff. This time, the white snakes seemed to be on guard. Before the two of them reached the bottom of the cliff, dozens of white snakes had already pounced towards them. Just as Qi Gang was about to pounce with all his might, a figure suddenly appeared. An earth-shattering roar rang out, and it shook Qi Gang so much that he almost fell from the sky. Fortunately, Ling Xiao suddenly made a move and used his power to melt him, so that he could avoid the impact of the sound waves. As for the white snake spirit beasts that pounced on them, many of them were directly killed by the roar. Only the Class 7 spirit beasts swayed a few times and did not dare to pounce on them again. They actually returned to the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 9:15. When the lion's roar appeared, the snakes retreated in defeat. A mighty figure had already quietly appeared beside Ling Xiao. He was handsome, with golden hair, a sturdy body, and an imposing aura. He was the lion tiger beast that had reached the low level of the 8th rank. People called him Fierce Man. Now that he had suitable clothes, he was used to dressing like this. However, he did not know how to restrain his level 8 aura, causing it to be extremely intimidating. Qi Gang looked at the man standing beside Ling Xiao in shock, his face revealing a look of disbelief. He did not know when this man had appeared, but his strength had exceeded his expectations, causing him to feel that he would not be able to withstand a single blow from this man. Fierce Man greets boss. The man greeted Ling Xiao. Qi Gang was almost knocked down. This man looked ferocious, but his name was even more ferocious. He was actually called Fierce Man, causing Qi Gang to prostrate himself in admiration. At the same time, he did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a peerless expert by his side. No wonder he was so fearless. However, he could not understand where this person had come from. And let's take a walk down there. Ling Xiao nodded his head lightly and brought Fierce Man down the cliff. Qi Gang was still in a state of confusion, but he also followed them down. Below the 1,000-meter-tall cliff was a barren land. There were no living creatures. There were only giant rocks scattered everywhere. There were also many white snake corpses and human limbs. It was obvious that this was the result of the battle that had taken place earlier. The temperature here was much higher than the outside world, and the fire attribute spiritual qi was denser. It was the best place for any fire attribute martial artist to train. This is only the periphery. If you go deeper, you'll see a white sea of fire. That sea of fire is very special. It is completely white. I accidentally entered that place and discovered the mystical flame. However, I believe that this situation only appeared in recent years, or else it would not have been discovered until now. Qi Gang came back to his senses and explained to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded his head and started to walk forward. Muscle furrowed his brows and muttered to himself, "Damn fire, it's so annoying." Fire countered metal, and Muscle Man was of the metal attribute. Naturally, he would be affected. If not for his high level, he would not be able to adapt to the environment. Hiss! Suddenly, a large group of white snake spiritual beasts appeared in front of them. There were more than 100 of them, and they surrounded Ling Xiao, Qi Gang, and Muscle. The weakest of these white snake spirit beasts was at least of the 6th rank, while the most powerful one was already at the peak of the 7th rank. Damned humans, this is our snake clan's territory. If you don't leave now, all of you will die here. The peak-type 7 white snake let out an ear-piercing shriek as it stared at Ling, Xiao, and the rest. However, when its gaze landed on Muscle, its eyes narrowed. "You're the Lion Tiger King. Hee, little white snake. If you know who I am, then quickly give way and let my boss enter. I will definitely not make things difficult for you." Muscle revealed a sinister smile. "Do you really think that you could defeat us? Lion Tiger King, don't go overboard." The White Snake King spat out its tongue as it spoke. There was no fear in its cold eyes. As it spoke, the 5 high-leveled 7th rank white snakes stepped forward. From the looks of it, they seemed to want to compete with the Lion Tiger King. Roar, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Muscle roared as he stared at the snakes and released his aura. Once Ling Xiao gave the order, they would immediately launch the most ferocious attack. Move aside, I want to retrieve the fire inside. Otherwise, I will have to kill all of you before going in to retrieve it. Ling Xiao looked at the snakes indifferently. Without the existence of the 8th rank, there was nothing for Ling Xiao to be afraid of. Don't even think about it. Let's attack together and eat all of you. The White Snake King let out a cry and took the lead to rush out and attack Muscle Man. In its eyes, Muscle Man was the biggest threat. When one snake moved, 100 snakes moved. Countless white flames shot out from their mouths, instantly turning the place into a sea of white flames. Qi Gang immediately activated his dark protection force and enveloped himself with it. He then used his gun to stab at some of the white snakes. Muscle Man's attack was like lightning, and the sharp metal energy shot towards the White Snake King. The few high-leveled 7th rank white snakes near the White Snake King also joined the fray and surrounded Muscle Man. Muscle Man was obstructed by the white flames, and he realized that his physical body was burning in pain. Even the protective golden light around him had been weakened. Damn white snakes, watch as I tear you all apart. Muscle Man was infuriated. He was already at the 8th rank, but he was still hurt by the high-leveled 7th rank white snakes. He felt that his dignity had been hurt. With a loud roar, a pair of tiger-patterned wings appeared on his back. His silhouette flashed like lightning as he punched out continuously with his lion fists. The sharp metal chi broke through the white flames and directly collided with the snakes. In an instant, a few white snakes were sent flying far away by the muscular man. In terms of strength, Muscle Man was much stronger than them. However, just as Muscle Man was about to give chase, dozens of white snakes spat out their breaths, and countless white flames surged towards him. Damn flames! Muscle Man felt that the flames were different, and he did not dare to take it head-on. He flew up and used his lion's roar to attack from above. In an instant, many of the weaker white snakes were killed by the sound wave. On the other side, Ling Xiao was also attacked by the white snakes. However, he did not dodge the white flames and allowed them to burn him. Suddenly, the flames around Ling Xiao grew brighter. He opened his mouth, and a strong suction force surged out, swallowing the white flames into his stomach. While Qi Gang was killing the white snakes, he did not pay attention to Ling Xiao's safety. When he saw this, he was stunned. This white flame had caused him to suffer enough, but now his palace master had actually treated this white flame as energy and directly used it as sucking. This was simply inconceivable. Oh yes, Palace Master is a high-grade alchemist. He must have a high-grade flame. Qi Gang immediately thought of this. However, he did not have much time to think about this problem, and he continued to kill the white snakes with his gun. This feels great. Ling Xiao sucked in the sea of white flames, and he exclaimed excitedly. Then he said, "Since you want to play with fire, I will play with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's body began to move, and he struck with both of his palms at the same time. The power of the heavenly fire spread out, and a flaming palm with the power of lightning struck towards the white snakes in front of him. These white snakes thought that they were immune to fire, and like Ling Xiao, they opened their mouths to swallow Ling Xiao's flaming palm. "How dare you? You even dare to swallow the heavenly fire?" Ling Xiao sneered. Sure enough, the white snakes that swallowed Ling Xiao's flaming palm hissed and began to roll on the ground. Dark flames began to burn from their bodies, and soon they were directly burned to ashes. Ling Xiao did not have time to pay attention to them. He turned his palm into a finger, and as he moved, fiery finger lights shot towards the white snakes in all directions. The white snakes that were touched by the finger lights were burned to ashes without exception. The others that avoided the finger lights scuttled in front of Ling Xiao, and their bloody mouths swallowed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled, so how could they easily swallow him? Not only did he avoid the attack, but he also used the color and the heavenly fire to attack them. Ling Xiao incinerated many of the white snakes, but not even a single scale was left. It was as though they had been evaporated, and it was very strange and terrifying. The muscular man used his strength as a tier 8 and easily broke through the white flames. He directly smashed several tier 7 high-grade white snakes into meat paste. The other white snakes that pounced over were not even a match for him, and they were all killed with a single punch. Under the cooperation of Ling, Xiao, and the other two, most of the white snakes were killed. However, after a batch of white snakes were killed, another batch of white snakes scuttled out from the depths. There were more of them than before, but they were much weaker. After a round of killing, another batch of white snakes were killed, and many of them fled in fear. Ling Xiao had the strength of a middle-stage Mystic Arch, Qi Gang had the strength of a high-stage Mystic Arch, and the muscular man was a tier 8 spirit beast. Qi Gang might be stronger than Ling Xiao on the surface, but the number of white snakes that he killed was far less than Ling Xiao, let alone the muscular man. Qi Gang's heart suffered a huge blow. Fortunately, this was the palace lord that he followed, which made him feel better. After the three of them advanced for a while, the temperature became more and more frightening. There were flames flickering on the ground, and they even actively attacked them. They had no choice but to use their dark protection force to isolate themselves. The evil demonic heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness throbbed even more intensely. After advancing another 1,000 meters, there was a patch of white flames in front of them. It was like a sea of fire, and it made people feel apprehensive. Qi Gang was unable to endure this terrifying temperature. At the same time, he liked this kind of environment because the fire elemental energy here could allow him to absorb and grow faster. This should be the extreme blaze-shaped fire. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he muttered. The evil demonic heavenly fire pearl in his sea of consciousness throbbed even more intensely, and it sent a message to Ling Xiao that it was extremely eager to devour it. I hate this feeling. Boss, let me hide. The muscular man said uncomfortably. Ling Xiao said, You and Qi Gang go outside and protect me. I want to absorb these flames. After receiving the order, the muscular man immediately rushed outside. Qi Gang said, Be careful, Palace Lord. Then he quickly left. After the two of them left, Ling Xiao did not let the evil demonic heavenly fire pearl come out to absorb the flames. He sat down cross-legged and calmed his mind. He opened his mouth and sucked in a large amount of white flames. The 9-sun burning heaven technique began to circulate, and he began to refine these white flames. He planned to fill up the 6th yang meridian and refine the 6th layer, white flame, true yang. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao rushed here so urgently. A yang meridian that was forged from earth fire would definitely display terrifying power. However, just as Ling Xiao started, the sea of white flames started to change. Chapter 9:16. The originally vast sea of fire suddenly began to shrink, as though it had lost its fuel and was completely extinguished. It was puzzling. Ling Xiao opened his eyes abruptly and saw that the flames had all disappeared. Looks like if I don't subdue you first, you won't obediently let me refine you. Ling Xiao naturally did not believe that the white flames had been extinguished for no reason. The deviant flame that had already reached the form of earth fire already had a preliminary consciousness. The existence of the demon heavenly fire bead in Ling Xiao's spiritual sea was a disaster for flames of a lower level than it. The extreme blaze shape fire was at the top of the earth fire list. As long as it accumulated for another 10,000 years, it might have a chance to advance into a heavenly fire in the future. It was not surprising that it could sense the existence of the demon heavenly fire bead. However, although it had restrained its flames and hidden itself, how could it escape the detection of the demon heavenly fire bead? Ling Xiao swept forward and finally stopped in front of another cliff. Ling Xiao arched his body and directly flew to the center of the cliff. He could sense that the extreme blaze-shaped fire was definitely hidden nearby. Ling Xiao saw that there were actually a few rank 7 mutated white snakes coiling on the cliff. Every single one of them was glaring at Ling Xiao, their tongues flicking in and out of their mouths as they spat out white flames towards Ling Xiao. Every white snake can spit out this white flame. Looks like these white snakes have benefited a lot. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The demon heavenly fire bead's suction in his spiritual sea increased and directly swallowed these flames, not causing him any harm. At the same time, those rank 7 white snakes appeared at the same time. Their mouths shrouded Ling Xiao and their bodies swept over. Ling Xiao naturally would not fight them head-on. With the heavenly fire, killing these white snakes was a piece of cake. Ling Xiao's figure was like the wind, constantly flashing, and his finger that carried the heavenly fire continuously pointed at those white snakes. Once the heavenly fire was ignited, the white snake kept hissing and writhing, but in the end, there was nothing left of it. Ling Xiao did this to shorten the time needed to find the earth fire. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded playing with these high-level white snakes. Ling Xiao discovered that there was a big cave entrance on the cliff. Inside, there was a white light flickering. He could sense that there were quite a few auras there, and he was sure that the earth fire was inside the cave. This is the real snake nest, Ling Xiao said to himself. After saying that, he raised both of his palms up high and drew out countless heavenly flames. A ball of raging energy gathered above his head. Go! Ling Xiao threw the ball of energy above his head towards the entrance of the cave. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion sounded, the cliff shook, and countless stones rolled down. The terrible heavenly fire directly attacked the cave entrance, burning it with raging flames, blocking the cave entrance. Then, flaming white snakes scuttled out, all of them hissing in pain. Once touched by the heavenly fire, it was basically impossible to put them out. One could imagine their fate. After the smoke dissipated, the cave entrance was blown up, and there were countless stones blocking the way. Ling Xiao flew over, and his golden fist directly smashed these huge stones into pieces and entered the cliff cave. Ling Xiao went all the way in, and the smoke still hadn't completely dissipated, seriously obstructing his vision. Hiss! Suddenly, a soft sound rang out, and a vague shadow of a snake pounced over in the smoke. In this not very big cave, Ling Xiao didn't have much space to move around. He could only quickly retreat, and at the same time, he slapped a fire palm directly at the shadow of the snake. Bang! The shadow of the snake was bombarded, but it didn't immediately burn like the other snakes, and it still bit towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end. He felt that this snake was completely different from the other snakes, and its strength was at least much more terrifying than the other snakes. Ling Xiao didn't even think, and raised his full speed to retreat, avoiding the fate of being devoured. Ling Xiao swept out of the cave, and the snake also chased after him. Ling Xiao finally saw the snake's appearance clearly. It was still a white snake, but it was much larger than the white snakes from before, and the horn on its forehead was sharper and more imposing. This was impressively an 8th-order mutated white snake spirit beast, and its whole body flickered with thick silver light. Every palm and finger of Ling Xiao's could break the defense of a 7th-order spirit beast, but it didn't mean that he could break the defense of an 8th-order spirit beast. It was obvious that his palm just now didn't hurt the body of this 8th-order white snake, or it wouldn't be able to chase after him. Looks like I'll have to put in some effort again, Ling Xiao thought to himself. The 8th-order white snake said fiercely, "Damn human, you actually dared to kill the younger generation of my tribe. I will swallow you alive." The white snake swung its tail and pounced towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was simply shocking. Ling Xiao used all his strength to increase his speed, but he only managed to avoid it. "Damn, it's too ferocious. Hurry up and call for muscle," Ling Xiao exclaimed. He knew that even if he increased his strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with this white snake, so he could only call for muscle to hurry over. Ling Xiao waved his golden dragon spear, and while dodging in a sorry state, he attacked the snake's body. However, this white snake's strength was too strong, and its speed was even faster than his. Not only did it avoid his attacks, it almost swallowed him alive. If it wasn't for the fact that he had taken a speed-increasing pill, he would have died. Eighth Order, it's still not something I can contend against. I need to at least advance one more level to be qualified to contend against it. Ling Xiao sighed his heart. After calling for a while, Muscle still didn't appear. Instead, he heard the earth-shattering sounds of battle coming from not far away. Ling Xiao's eyebrows twitched. Could it be that the Ouyang clan is already here? While he was distracted, the white snake's tail swept over, and Ling Xiao was sent flying a long distance away, and he couldn't help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. This won't do. If this goes on, I won't be able to keep my life. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart, and hurriedly ran in the direction he came from. He wanted to see if he could divert the trouble. Human, where do you think you're going? The white snake angrily chased after him. If you have the ability, then come at me. See if I don't skin you alive. Ling Xiao deliberately provoked the white snake and shouted. With that, Ling Xiao ran as fast as he could, not giving the white snake any chance to touch him. Outside the cliff, Qi Gang and Muscle Man were indeed fighting with the people from the Ouyang family. Are you going to move aside or not? Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. An old man with a head full of white hair clashed with Muscle, and after retreating 100 meters, he stared at Muscle and Qi Gang and shouted. He was the Ouyang clan's ancestor, and his name was Ouyang Hua. He had the strength of a low-level saint, and among the older generation, he was a well-known figure. Just now, when he clashed with Muscle, he was actually forced back, and his palm was still numb, which caused him to have some reservations. Old man, do you think you're very good at fighting? This king can cripple you with one punch. Muscle said arrogantly, and, at the same time, he attacked Ouyang Hua. In terms of physical strength, how many humans could compare to a spirit beast of the same level? Moreover, Muscle was extremely fast, so it was reasonable for him to have the upper hand. Ouyang Hua was infuriated, and he shouted, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With that, an extraordinary sword appeared in his hand, and it was impressively a low-level saint artifact. At the same time, a tall and skinny figure appeared beside him, and it was his protective spirit beast, the eight-winged mantis. One man and one beast attacked Muscle, and the situation did not look good. On the other side, Qi Gang was also surrounded by the Ouyang clan. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the high-level Mystic Thearch realm, or else he would have died under the joint attack of 3 Mystic Thearchs. How dare you come and obstruct me? You really need to be taught a lesson. It seems like some small forces have just gained power, and now they think they can challenge us, the veteran forces. An old man in alchemist attire stood in front of the Ouyang clan and said, he was the chief alchemist of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Shun, a mid-level Mystic Thearch and a 7th-grade alchemist. His status in the Ouyang clan was rather high. This time, because they had discovered the mystical flame, the Ouyang clan had sent out such a large force to help Ouyang Shun obtain the mystical flame. Ouyang Shun had been longing for a high-grade flame for a long time, and this was a treasure that any alchemist could only dream of obtaining. Therefore, Ouyang Shun could not afford to make any mistakes on this trip. Just as Qi Gang was about to collapse, Ling Xiao had already flown over with that 8th-grade, low-level white snake. Elder Qi, get out of the way! Ling Xiao shouted. When Qi Gang heard Ling Xiao's words, he did not dare to hesitate, and immediately dodged in a direction. Bang! Just as he dodged, a ball of intense flames pounced towards his position. The 3 Ouyang clan's Mystic Thearchs who were surrounding Qi Gang were shocked, and they hurriedly scattered. However, Ouyang Ku, who was closest to the flames, was unlucky. He could not escape in time, and was engulfed by the white flames. A tragic cry resounded through the clouds, and Ouyang Ku was immediately burned into a man of fire. In the blink of an eye, he turned into ashes and died. Elder Ku, The Ouyang clan saw this scene, and they shouted in unison. It was a pity that Ouyang could no longer hear them. They immediately looked for the culprit, but they discovered a 100-meter-long snake pouncing over from the horizon, and white flames shot out from its mouth. "All of you humans have to die," the white snake shouted furiously. "If you have the ability, then come. We have so many people. We are not afraid of you." Ling Xiao purposely paused for a moment and shouted. Those who did not know better would think that he had brought the Ouyang clan's people. In fact, the white snake thought so as well. It attacked the people around it in a frenzy, and its huge snake body pressed down, turning many Ouyang clan's heavenly venerables into meat paste. The Ouyang clan's people turned pale with fright, and they hurriedly scattered in all directions. Someone shouted, "Ancestor, save us!" Ouyang Hua and his 8-winged mantis surrounded the fierce man, and they had just gained the upper hand. Now a white snake actually appeared, and it made him extremely depressed. "Mantis, you deal with him. I will protect the younger generation and leave first," Ouyang Hua said to the 8-winged mantis, and he immediately abandoned the fierce man to block the 8th-grade white snake. Chapter 9:17. Ouyang Hua wielded a Saint artifact and charged over while shouting, "All of you retreat first. I will deal with this white snake after I kill it." At the same time, he slashed out countless sword lights towards the white snake. Clang, clang, clang. The white snake was able to dodge Ling Xiao's attack, but it was hard for it to dodge Ouyang Hua's sudden attack. The sword lights pierced the snake's body, but they didn't penetrate the snake's body. They only managed to break off some of the snake's scales. "Damned humans! I will eat all of you!" The white snake was in extreme pain as it roared in anger. Immediately after, it turned its head and pounced towards Ouyang Hua. Instantly, Ouyang Hua and the Tier 8 low-tier white snake clashed. On the other side, the muscular man was also battling the 8-winged mantis. The battle was so intense that the surrounding mountain ridges were severely affected. The Ouyang clansmen scattered in all directions. Ling Xiao and Qi Gang also fled far away. However, the Ouyang clansmen weren't that stupid. The few mystic thearchs had long set their eyes on Ling Xiao and Qi Gang. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the snake cave abode, the Ouyang clansmen blocked his path. "Kill them. It was this brat who lured the snake over and caused us to suffer such heavy losses." Ouyang Shen looked at Ling Xiao and Qi Gang with extreme disgust as he shouted. The Ouyang clansmen had a total of 5 people. 1 high-tier mystic thearch, 2 mid-tier mystic thearchs, and 2 low-tier mystic thearchs. Such a lineup was undeniably powerful. Finishing his sentence, he was the first to attack Ling Xiao. As an alchemist, Ouyang Shen was proficient in palm techniques. One after another, fiery palm imprints swept towards Ling Xiao. Each palm imprint contained the power to destroy mountains and split the earth. Ouyang Shen intended to kill Ling Xiao with a single move. "You dare to use martial arts against this empress? You must be tired of living." Ling Xiao laughed coldly as he welcomed Ouyang Shen's palm print. The continuous attacks from the cloud expelling palm directly disintegrated Ouyang Shen's attack. In terms of combat strength, Ouyang Shen relied on elixirs to increase his current strength. How could he be compared to Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao blasted apart Ouyang Shen's palm imprint. His figure flashed like the wind as he grabbed at Ouyang Shen. "Don't try to be violent." The Ouyang clan's high-level mystic thearch reacted very quickly. The saber in his hand slashed at Ling Xiao from the side. Qi Gang also moved at the same time. However, the other 3 mystic thearchs immediately blocked his path. Ling Xiao used his bare hands to deflect the saber light of the high-tier mystic thearch. "If you know what's good for you, then scram. Otherwise, all of you can stay here forever." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with them, so she shouted at the Ouyang family. "Who do you think you are? You dare snatch my sky flame? I will not let you live today." Ouyang Shen's face turned grim as he responded. A half-grade sacred artifact appeared in his hand. Swoosh! Ouyang Shen's confidence soared, and he launched a powerful sword attack at Ling Xiao's vital points. Streams of flames roared like fire dragons, and the might of this attack was not to be underestimated. "Old fellow, if you want to die, I will grant you your wish." Ling Xiao frowned as he shouted. His mental energy surged like a tidal wave and finally formed a golden dragon spear, which rushed at Ouyang Shun's spiritual sea. Ouyang Shun was an alchemist, and his mental energy was not weak. He could feel a formless and powerful pressure. It was as if he was shrouded in fear. He exclaimed in his heart, "What a strong mental energy!" He quickly gathered his mental energy to prevent any accidents from happening. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's mental energy was stronger than he expected. Furthermore, it formed a sharp attack, causing the pitiful mental energy in his spiritual sea to crumble. With his spiritual sea broken, Ouyang Shun screamed miserably and fell heavily from the sky. Elder Shun, that high-level mystic the Arch, couldn't be bothered to chase after Ling Xiao anymore. Instead, he turned and flew towards Ouyang Shun. "AI, it's all your fault for forcing me to do this." Ling Xiao sighed and sent out her psychic power once more. This time, it was aimed at the high-level mystic the Arch who was heading towards Ouyang Shun. They had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Ling Xiao was not going to be merciful. Even if he didn't kill them now, when they regained their breath, they would not let him off. Once the mental energy attack was used, the Ouyang clan's mystic thearch's fate was obvious. The three mystic thearchs who were fighting with Qi Gang felt that their companions' auras had disappeared. They were all shocked. "Elder Shun, Elder Shi," Ouyang Feng shouted. He glared at Ling Xiao and shouted to his companions, "Let's go. We will settle this debt with the proud, smiling palace sooner or later." Ouyang Feng already knew that there was nothing he could do. Two elders who were not weaker than him had died. He didn't want to end up like them. Therefore, he decided to retreat. "Where are you going?" Qi Gang was holding his breath. Just now, he was bullied by the Ouyang clan. He had suffered a lot. Now, how could he not take revenge? However, Ling Xiao didn't give him a chance to do anything. He killed all three of them instantly. To enemies who could no longer be friends, Ling Xiao would not be merciful. He was no longer a newcomer. He was a ruthless person. Qi Gang was already shocked by Ling Xiao's unpredictable methods. He knew that he couldn't look at the Palace Lord the same way an ordinary person would. "Palace Lord, we have become enemies with the Ouyang clan." Qi Gang swallowed his saliva and said. If it was in the past, he wouldn't dare to offend the Ouyang clan. Now that he followed Ling Xiao, he killed a few mystic thearchs of the Ouyang clan. This was a big deal. The Ouyang clan would not let it go easily. He couldn't help but worry for his former brothers. "We have no choice. We also want to live in harmony. However, when they see us, they want to kill us. They don't even have basic manners. We can only fight back." Ling Xiao shrugged and said. Qi Gang was speechless. He, the Palace Lord, still had a childish heart. At this time, the Fierce Man and the Eight-Winged Mantis, as well as Ouyang Hua and the Tier 8 low-tier White Snake's battle, had reached its climax. The Fierce Man was indeed a mutated spirit beast. He was also the descendant of two high-grade spirit beasts. His battle strength was much more perverse than the Eight-Winged Mantis. The Eight-Winged Mantis had already changed back to its true form. Its 8 sparkling wings had increased its speed by a lot. Its front claws were like saint artifacts as they continuously attacked. However, the Fierce Man had also used his tiger-patterned wings. He didn't completely change back to his beast form. His speed was much faster than the Eight-Winged Mantis. He also had the lion roar and the tiger-patterned wings to bind the two great Tenbin attacks. The Eight-Winged Mantis was in a mess. 3 of its 8 wings were already broken. On the other side of the battle, Ouyang Hua and the Tier 8 low-tier White Snake were both injured. However, it wasn't a one-sided battle. Ouyang Hua used his low-tier Saint artifact to injure the White Snake. The White Snake also injured Ouyang Shun a few times. One snake was riddled with scars, while the other was heavily injured. His battle strength had dropped drastically. Comparing the two, the Tier 8 White Snake had a higher chance of winning. After all, the life force of a spirit beast was much stronger than that of a human. Damn it. If this goes on, both the mantis and I will die here. Ouyang Hua cursed in his heart. Human, go and die. The white snake bellowed. Its tail swept towards Ouyang Hua like a heavenly pillar. The white snake was already going all out. This attack was shockingly fast. Its power was enough to destroy a few mountains at the same time. Ouyang Hua's movements were much slower than before. However, he still had a way to retaliate. The sword in his hand slashed out several hundred-meter sword auras. Sword chi flowed out in all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The white snake's tail actually sent the sword auras flying. It endured the pain of being slashed and still gave Ouyang Hua a fatal blow. Ouyang Hua's body was swept far away by the snake's tail. In the end, he directly crashed into a mountain, stirring up a cloud of dust. The white snake was not in a good state either. Its tail was already stained with blood. One of the wounds was especially deep. It was as if its tail was about to be chopped off. Humans, go and die. The white snake opened its mouth and spat out a dense white flame towards the mountain Ouyang Hua was on. It wanted to burn Ouyang Hua to death. Pung! The mountain was directly ignited by the flames. All the trees and flowers were instantly set ablaze. The whole mountain was burning with white flames. It was a very demonic sight. A figure rushed out from a mountain. He was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was in a mess. His clothes were completely destroyed. The bloodstains were terrifying. Mantis, let's go. Ouyang Hua was also very decisive. After suffering such a big loss, he immediately summoned his protective spirit beast and left. The eight-winged mantis did not stay. It dragged its injured body and left as fast as it could. Roar. Want to escape? Have you asked this king? Muscle roared. The lion's roar shook thousands of miles. It flapped its tiger-striped wings and chased. The white snake also chased after it, unwilling to give up. Palace Master, what should we do now? Qi Gang looked at Ling Xiao and asked, What can we do? Let them be. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. Then, he returned to the cave. He would first keep the extreme flame-shaped fire. Regardless of whether the two beasts killed Ouyang Hua or not, when they returned, there would definitely be a fierce battle. He believed that with muscle strength, it should not be a problem for him to fight against the white snake. Once again, they returned to the cave. Ling Xiao got Protector Qi Gang to guard the cave. At the same time, he summoned the demonic corpse to guard the cave entrance. This was also for insurance. To prevent any accidents from happening, let's seal this place first. Ling Xiao entered the cave entrance. The demonic demon heavenly fire bead fluctuated intensely again. He muttered to himself. He opened his palms, and two balls of heavenly fire burned along the cave walls. He planned to seal the extreme flame-shaped fire here and not let it escape. The flames jumped, and the temperature was frightening. Ling Xiao was like a god of fire. He strode into the depths of the cave. Along the way, he discovered that there were many snake scales and skin that had fallen off. These things were good materials for refining 7th-rank spirit tools. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony and kept them. After a while, he arrived at the end of the cave. The space here was clearly much more spacious than the cave path that he had just walked. A ball of white fire flickered continuously in the middle of the cave. It shrank in a corner, as if it was very afraid of the heaven fire that was spreading over. I finally found you, Ling Xiao said excitedly. Just as he was thinking of a way to absorb the extreme flame-shaped fire, the extreme flame-shaped fire suddenly attacked. Chapter 9:18. Sky fire and earth fire were strange flames formed from the heavens and the earth. After countless years, they had absorbed an immeasurable amount of origin energy to form. Between the two, sky fire had evolved to become more powerful, while earth fire still needed to undergo a metamorphosis process before it could advance to a higher level. However, it was also a flame with intelligence. It could sense the existence of danger and knew how to strike first. The ultimate blaze fire went from a palm-sized white flame to a huge flame that was dozens of meters wide. It even took the shape of a mutated white snake and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The reason why it was called the extreme flame-shaped fire was because it knew how to simulate all kinds of shapes, which made people feel strange. That was why it was named this way. The fire wound in Qi Gang's body had been formed by the ultimate blaze fire. Hee, it's scary enough, but it can't deal with me. Ling Xiao laughed. He waved his hands unhurriedly, and the burning heavenly fire in the surroundings immediately wrapped around him, and all of them rushed towards the extreme flame form fire. The demon heavenly fire pearl in Ling Xiao's mind also flew out. It emitted a strong and threatening firelight and rushed towards the ultimate blaze fire. Ling Xiao said to the demon heavenly fire pearl, "Take it easy for me. Leave some of your origin energy for me." Clang! The demon heavenly fire pearl seemed to respond. It shook a few times. The purple flames surrounded the white snake, making it difficult for it to escape. The ultimate blaze fire knew it was in danger and kept rushing in one direction. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. Its power was slowly being devoured by the demon heavenly fire pearl. The demon heavenly fire pearl was very excited. Its power kept increasing. On the other hand, the ultimate blaze fire's power was getting weaker. The white snake that was dozens of meters tall was getting smaller and smaller. Ling Xiao saw that the ultimate blaze fire was almost used up. He quickly said to it, "Submit to me and assimilate with me. You still have a chance to live." The ultimate blaze fire didn't say anything. The demon heavenly fire pearl increased its absorption. It knew that if it didn't absorb now, it wouldn't have another chance. If you don't want to, then just wait to be completely devoured. If you do, then click a few times. Ling Xiao continued to speak to the ultimate blaze fire patiently. If it was unwilling, it would be difficult to forcefully absorb and refine it. But if it was willing, it would save a lot of trouble. Finally, after enduring for a while, the demonic demon heavenly fire had almost absorbed the original power of the flaming-shaped flame. It couldn't wait to flash its snake head, afraid that if it waited any longer, it would really absorb all the power that it had accumulated for 10,000 years. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao was overjoyed and hurriedly summoned the evil demonic heavenly fire bead back. The demon spirit heavenly fire pearl began to resist. After all, its favorite delicacy was right in front of it. However, in the end, it was unable to resist Ling Xiao's forceful summon. It unwillingly returned to the sea of consciousness. "Be a good boy and come here. I will let you live." Ling Xiao called out to the extreme flame-shaped flame like he was trying to tempt a child. The extreme flame-shaped flame had nowhere to run. After all, although Ling Xiao had summoned back the demonic demon heavenly fire bead, the surroundings were still filled with heavenly fire, preventing it from escaping. The extreme flame-shaped flame was still in the shape of a white snake. It timidly scuttled onto Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao looked at the extreme flame-shaped flame in his palm and was ecstatic. He hurriedly put it back into the medicine cauldron. He had already offended the Ouyang family. He didn't know if the white snake would return at any time. It really wasn't suitable for him to refine the extreme flame-shaped flame here. He might as well put it away and find another place to refine it. After Ling Xiao put away the extreme flame-shaped flame, he was about to leave. However, the corner of his eyes glanced at a corner. His expression slightly twitched. He saw that there was some dry grass under the soil of a pit. Above the dry grass, there were 6 snake eggs that were half a meter in size. The snake eggs were crystal clear and emitted traces of warm air. Ling Xiao walked over and murmured, "I didn't expect there to be snake eggs. This is a bonus." Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony and kept the 6 snake eggs. Even if he didn't need them, he could still sell them for a lot of Xian crystals. After all, these were mutated white snake eggs. After they hatched, the level of these little snakes wouldn't be low and there would be more room for them to grow. After leaving the cave, Ling Xiao kept the corpse demon. Qi Gang was still standing guard outside the cave. "Elder Qi, let's go." Ling Xiao called out to Qi Gang, who was not far away. When Qi Gang saw Ling Xiao come out, He immediately flew over and said, "Palace Master, have you settled it?" Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. "I personally went out. There's nothing that can't be done." He paused for a moment and said, "Ming, Nin hasn't returned yet?" Qi Gang shook his head and pointed in a direction. "I don't see him coming back. However, I sense the sounds of battle over there. I think he's over there. Let's go take a look." Ling Xiao replied, and immediately flew in that direction. After flying at full speed for a while, the two of them finally found something. They saw that dozens of mountains were in a mess. Countless trees had fallen, and many places were still emitting thick smoke. In another direction, a ferocious lion-tiger beast was biting a huge white snake and swinging it around. The white snake was using all its strength to strangle the lion-tiger beast. The two beasts were using the most primitive strength to kill each other. When Ling Xiao and Qi Gang arrived, the lion-tiger beast had already bitten the white snake to death. The lion-tiger beast was also seriously injured, and many of its fur were burnt. Ling Xiao quickly went over and absorbed the flames on the lion-tiger beast's body. If he let it burn any longer, the lion-tiger beast would also die. "Damn bug, I didn't expect its fire to be so destructive," the lion-tiger beast said after taking a bite of the snake meat. Its mouth was full of blood, and it looked quite ferocious. Qi Gang understood that the Meng Nan was his palace master's protective spirit beast. He didn't expect it to be so fierce. "Let's make snake soup tonight." Ling Xiao ignored it and said, "Oh right, did that man and the mantis catch up to you?" The lion-tiger beast replied, "We were about to kill them, but we didn't expect that man to throw something that could explode. Both me and the bug were injured, and they escaped." Ling Xiao replied. He threw a rank 7 fire attribute beast core to the lion-tiger beast and let it swallow it to recover from its injuries. Then he said to Qi Gang, "Elder Qi, skin this snake. Forget it. It's not a bad idea to take it back and auction it." Ling Xiao still couldn't bear to divide the white snake's corpse. It would be good to bring it back to the auction as the finale of the auction. Just when Ling Xiao was about to leave the southern ancient ridge, Qi Gang revealed an embarrassed expression and said, "Palace Master, I have something to ask of you. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hesitating?" Ling Xiao said. Thus, Qi Gang told him about his worries. He was afraid that the Ouyang clan would harm the mercenary group that he had founded. He wanted to go back and tell his brothers about it. Ling Xiao was a reasonable person and immediately understood Qi Gang's meaning. He nodded and said, "A person can't be without loyalty. Telling them won't have much effect. I'm afraid that there won't be a place for them in the southern ancient ridge. How about this? Ask them if they are willing to join the palace, or ask them to immediately move to the Death Mountain range. The resources there aren't any less than here." Qi Gang was overjoyed and replied, "Palace Master is really considerate. I will go and tell them now. Let's leave this place first. I will find a place to settle down. You can meet up with me after you're done." Ling Xiao replied. He didn't really trust Qi Gang, but he firmly believed in the principle of don't doubt the people you use, and don't use the people you doubt. If Qi Gang ran away, then he could only blame himself for not recognizing people well. However, if Qi Gang really did that, then there would be no place for him in the central region. Ling Xiao stored the lion-tiger beast and left with Qi Gang. They were also worried that the Ouyang clan would rush over again. When Ling Xiao arrived at a relatively secluded mountain, he asked Qi Gang to quickly inform his brothers. Then, he descended and opened a cave in the middle of the mountain. He was prepared to refine the extreme flame-shaped flame here. When the nine-yang heaven-burning art was cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, its power was quite terrifying. However, it was also quite harsh to cultivate. It required 9 different types of extreme yang flames to fill the 9 yang meridians in order to achieve great accomplishment. 9 types of extreme yang flames were not easy to find. Other than a few common ones, the others were quite difficult to find. For example, Lu Su needed to obtain the inheritance and had the help of the Flowing Sun sect, but he only managed to gather 7 types of extreme yang flames. However, In comparison, the 7 types of extreme yang flames that he gathered were far weaker than the 7 types of extreme yang flames that Ling Xiao had now. Just the extreme flame-shaped fire in Ling Xiao's hands was enough to suppress Lu Su's 7 types of extreme yang flames. What's more, he still had the heaven-defying top-grade heaven flame. Hence, at the same cultivation realm, if Ling Xiao and Lu Su used the 9-sun burning heaven's fist, Lu Su would definitely lose. This was under the circumstance that Ling Xiao did not increase his battle strength by several times. Ling Xiao's fusion of the extreme flame-shaped fire was very smooth. The heaven flame must have been watching him like a tiger watching its prey. The extreme flame-shaped fire did not dare to have any strange movements. The extreme flame-shaped fire was much thicker than the few types of extreme yang flames that Ling Xiao had absorbed and refined in the past. After he completed the fusion, Ling Xiao received a considerable amount of strength. It directly raised his strength from the middle stage mystic the arch to the middle stage. One had to know that Ling Xiao had just broken through to the middle stage mystic the arch stage not long ago. Now that he had such a huge improvement, it was really heaven-defying. Ling Xiao finally understood why Lu Su could break through to the mystic the arch stage so unexpectedly. He believed that it was because he had refined the 7 types of extreme yang flames and received the strength of the extreme yang flames. 9-sun burning heaven art. The first layer scarlet blazing sun. The second layer golden blazing spirit sun. The third layer indigo blazing extreme yang. The fourth layer black blazing absolute yang. The fifth layer azure blazing nether sun. The sixth layer white blazing true sun. The seventh layer purple blazing divine sun. The eighth layer rainbow blazing immortal sun, and the 9th layer pale blazing sacred Sunday. The first 7 levels had finally been cultivated by Ling Xiao. He was already very close to the phenomenal stage. Once he successfully cultivated the last 2 levels, the rainbow scorching immortal sun and the pale scorching sacred sun, he would reach the 9 suns realm. He would be able to use 9 different types of extreme yang flames at the same time. Its power would definitely be earth-shattering. It was just that he had fused the heaven flame for the 7th level. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult to cultivate the last 2 levels. That was because the grade of the extreme yang flames needed to be at least equivalent or higher than the heaven flame. Chapter 919. The Ouyang clan was second only to the Dongfang clan, an ancient clan that was ranked at the forefront of all the major forces. Whenever they roamed the southern abyss region, all cultivators had to be courteous to them, and few dared to provoke them. Recently, the local tyrants of the southern abyss region had lost a large number of troops, and their ancestor had returned with serious injuries, almost losing his life. This caused the entire clan to be furious. In an important area of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Hua, who had returned with serious injuries, had taken some top-grade healing elixirs and pills. His body had finally recovered a lot, but his aura was still very weak. Although he had entered the Saint Realm a long time ago, it had been many years since he had suffered such serious injuries. It would still take some time for him to recover. In the Ouyang clan, besides Ouyang Hua, there were 2 existences who were even more powerful than him. One of them was Ouyang Xing, and the other was Ouyang Zheng. They were brothers of the direct line of descent with Ouyang Hua, and Ouyang Xing was the strongest amongst the 3 of them. He was a peak mid-level saint, and he was one of the 10 great peerless experts of the Central Territory. On the other hand, Ouyang Zheng was a mid-level saint as well, but he was far inferior to Ouyang Xing. However, he was much stronger than Ouyang Hua. Moreover, he was the patriarch of the Ouyang clan, and his status was incomparable. The 3 brothers could be said to be the real, stabilizing force of the Ouyang clan. They had dominated the southern abyss region for countless years, and no one dared to challenge their position. Now, the 3 powerhouses of the Ouyang clan had gathered together, and their faces were filled with anger. After Ouyang Hua finished healing, Ouyang Zheng asked impatiently, "What happened to third brother? Did he encounter an 8th rank spirit beast? Besides a spirit beast of the 8th rank and above, he could not think of any other existence that could injure a dignified saint. He also did not doubt that there would be other saints in the Southern Abyss region who would attack Third Brother. Ouyang Hua revealed an angry expression. It was the proud, smiling palace. I did not expect to be taken advantage of by them. Most of the people who went out with me were killed. Our Ouyang clan must not coexist with the proud, smiling palace. Ouyang Xing and Ouyang Zheng revealed a puzzled expression. How could they have imagined that they would be related to the proud, smiling palace? Therefore, Ouyang Hua made a long story short and briefly explained what happened in the southern ancient ridge. Ouyang Xing was furious. How dare they snatch food from the tiger's mouth in front of our Ouyang clan? Do they really think that there is no one in the Ouyang clan? Ouyang Zheng also expressed, "Let's go, we will rush over immediately and tear that kid apart." We must not let him return to the proud, smiling palace ever again. Every mystic Tharch was a pillar of their respective clans. In the future, they would have to rely on them to protect their clans. Now, they lost so many people all at once, and even lost their own chief alchemist. How could this not make them furious? I feel that the Scarlet Flame mercenary group can't be let off either. They must be massacred one by one. Ouyang Hua said, revealing a gloomy expression. That's right, we must let them know who the Southern Abyss is. Ouyang Zhen replied. Hence, the 3 great figures of the Ouyang clan brought their clansmen and once again rushed towards the southern Gu Mountains. A few days later, in a hidden mountain in the southern ancient ridge, there was a blocked cave entrance. A naked young man was sitting cross-legged inside. 7 different colors of light gradually emerged behind him. Each of the 7 colors of light converged to form a brilliant sun. They revolved around the handsome young man and emitted a resplendent radiance. It made the young man look like the son of the sun, incomparably divine. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, and 2 balls of light shot out. His body bounced up, and his palms danced at the same time. The brilliant suns began to tremble. Bang! 7 fist energies were unleashed, and 7 suns of different colors blasted in different directions at the same time. The power of these 7 punches wasn't particularly great, but they still left 7 1-meter-wide fist marks in all directions of the cave. There were also different colored flames burning inside the fist marks, making them seem abnormally hot. The 9 suns' sky-burning fist could only cause such a small amount of power. Naturally, it was the result of Ling Zhao's control. He didn't want to destroy the mountain and bury himself deep under it. The 7 suns' fist force is getting stronger with each level. Even if I didn't increase my combat strength, I can already fight against opponents stronger than me. Once I break through to the high-level Mystic Emperor, I can even fight against ordinary saints. Ling Xiao was quite satisfied with the current situation. Integrating 7 kinds of extreme yang flames not only greatly increased his strength, but it also gave him another strong move to deal with the enemy. Naturally, it was very refreshing. Ling Xiao changed his clothes and strode out of the cave entrance. He found that Qi Gang still hadn't returned. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be a little worried. Could it be that there was an accident? There were only a few reasons why Qi Gang didn't rush back. One was that he hadn't found his brothers. This possibility was relatively low. In the southern ancient ridge, each mercenary group had their own secret communication code. Qi Gang was the former leader, so it would be much easier to find them unless his men went deep into the mountains to hunt for treasures. Perhaps the Red Flame mercenary group had suffered the bloody revenge of the Ouyang clan, but this matter shouldn't have happened so quickly. Regardless of the reason, Ling Xiao still didn't seem too anxious. He took out some spirit beast meat that he had hunted and roasted it over a fire. He then summoned Little Gold and let it share with him. When he first subdued Little Gold, it had always been stronger than him. Now he finally had the same strength as Little Gold, which made Ling Xiao quite emotional. His speed of improvement was really fast, but he still felt unsatisfied. Now that he had offended more and more people, his current strength was still not enough. With fragrant meat, How could there be a lack of good wine? Ling Xiao drank for a while before lying down in the grass and fell asleep. Little Gold was vigilant on the side to prevent people or spirit beasts from disturbing his master. Just as he was sleeping soundly, Little Gold's wolf howl came. Ling Xiao opened his eyes unhurriedly and looked towards the front of the woods. He saw Qi Gang leading a dozen or so people hurriedly rushing over to his side. Looking at their flustered appearance, it was obvious that something had happened. "Palace Lord, let's go. The Ouyang clan's ancestor has come out of seclusion and wants to kill us." Qi Gang shouted at Ling Xiao before he arrived. Ling Xiao immediately frowned. When Qi Gang and the others came closer, he said, "Speak slowly. What's the situation now?" Qi Gang didn't have time to introduce the people behind him and immediately said, "I just went back and gathered the brothers. As a result, I heard some of the brothers receive news that the Ouyang clan is now furious and vowed to take action against our Red Flame mercenary group. I have now ordered the brothers to flee in batches and rush to Windcloud City. In the future, let them develop in the Death Mountain Range. In addition, these are my good brothers. They have all admired Palace Lord for a long time and intend to follow Palace Lord. Greetings, Palace Lord." The group behind Qi Gang knelt down in front of Ling Xiao. Among these people, other than a low-level mystic emperor and a half-emperor, the rest had the strength of an Empyrean. They had long heard of Ling Xiao's famous name. It was indeed like thunder piercing their ears. Now that they heard their old captain talk about how unfathomable Ling Xiao was, their hearts were filled with even more reverence for Ling Xiao. "Everyone, get up," Ling Xiao replied. He then continued, "It seems like the Ouyang clan is determined to take revenge. In that case, let's take a detour and leave this place. The southern ancient ridge is so vast, they might not be able to find us in a short time." "We also think so. In that case, let's go this way and reach the territory of the Purple Thunder Sect. After that, we can use the city's teleportation array to leave." Qi Gang pointed in a direction. Not long after they left, Ling Xiao asked, "Is there any other way? We could still head to the Myriad Flower Sect from another direction. It's just that the distance will be much longer." Qi Gang replied, "In that case, let's head to the Myriad Flower Sect." Ling Xiao decided. Qi Gang glanced at Ling Xiao and seemed to have understood something. He didn't ask much and followed Ling Xiao to change their direction. Their group concealed their auras and didn't choose to fly in the air. Instead, they chose to fly at a low speed between the mountain ridges. Although their speed couldn't be compared to flying in the air, it wasn't slow either. From their current location, it would take them a long time to reach the border of the Myriad Flower Sect. After 2 days of rushing, they felt that they were already far from their original location. Hence, they started to fly in the air, hoping to leave the southern ancient ridge as soon as possible. However, not long after they took off, at a place extremely far away from them, an old man glanced over. His eyes flashed with an ominous glint as he murmured, finally willing to appear. Following that, he disappeared from his original location. His speed was so fast that it caused everyone to be tongue-tied. Ling Xiao and the rest had already summoned their mounts. Their flying speed was definitely extremely fast. However, the old man directly shuttled through space. Who knew how many times faster he was compared to them? By the time Ling Xiao was alerted, the old man had already leisurely appeared in the sky above Ling Xiao and the rest. "Who is it?" Qi Gang immediately shouted. Everyone's heart tensed up. They didn't know how this old man appeared. He actually silently appeared in front of them. At the same time, a frightening thought emerged in their minds. They faintly guessed that this person might be an ancestor of the Ouyang clan. Their hearts instantly turned cold. Ling Xiao also stared at this old man. His heart was already in turmoil. He's definitely a saint. Moreover, he's not just an ordinary saint. The old man glanced at the group of people, and finally his eyes fell on Ling Xiao. He faintly said, "You're the palace master of the proud, smiling palace, Ling Xiao? I heard that you're very arrogant. You've offended the Gu clan and fought against Sha Tian and the Black Demon sect. You don't even put the Ouyang clan in your eyes. You're really a good junior. However, you dared to kill the people of the Ouyang clan in our territory. You must be tired of living." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the aura of a saint instantly filled the air. A powerful aura pressed down on Ling Xiao and the others. Chapter 920. When Yangxing released his aura, Ling Xiao immediately summoned Muscle. In front of an absolute expert, he could not afford to be careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know what happened when he died. Muscle blocked Yangxing's aura and transformed back into his true form. The lion's roar immediately reverberated. Roar! The powerful sound wave brought with it an unparalleled destructive force as it rushed towards Yangxing. Yangxing seemed to be prepared. The spatial energy in front of him automatically formed a defensive wall, completely isolating the sound wave from the lion's roar. "This is the lion-tiger beast that injured my third brother, right? Very good. This old man will let you know the taste of despair." Yangxing looked at the lion-tiger beast with contempt and said faintly. Immediately after, he sent a palm strike towards the lion-tiger beast. A part of the spatial zone instantly collapsed. The power was simply earth-shattering. Ling Xiao and the others felt that in front of this spatial energy, they were extremely insignificant. The lion-tiger beast, on the other hand, was unwilling to be threatened. It spat out a mouthful of golden light and clashed against the spatial energy. Boom! The terrifying explosion was like a typhoon, causing the entire spatial zone to tremble. Ling Xiao and the others had already fled as far as they could. However, there were still two weaker people who were hit by the remnant energy and perished immediately. A battle of this level was definitely not something that ordinary people could get close to. "Palace Lord, what should we do now?" Qi Gang fled as he looked at Ling Xiao in a panic. Although he was a high-level mystic arch, he still did not have the slightest bit of confidence against such a terrifying opponent. "What else can we do? Run as fast as we can. Don't follow me. That old fellow's main target is me," Ling Xiao said impatiently. But this... How could Qi Gang escape on his own? One had to know that he was Ling Xiao's subordinate. How could he abandon his palace lord and escape first? "No buts. If I ask you to escape, then escape. I have a plan." Ling Xiao interrupted him and replied. At this moment, Yangxing actually split his attention and said, "Do you think you can escape? I will let you know the consequences of despair." After saying that, he stretched out a hand and slapped it toward Ling Xiao and the others. Another space collapse came crashing down on them, ignoring the distance between them. Before the move arrived, everyone already felt suffocated. The surrounding spiritual energy was also out of control, and it was difficult for them to even think of resisting. Just when everyone was in despair, a strange bell sound rang out. A figure broke through the air and directly punched the collapsing spatial energy. Bang! The power of space was hindered, and the figure was sent flying. This also bought time for everyone to escape. What? He could actually block one of my attacks? Yangxing exclaimed. The lion-tiger beast took the opportunity to pounce at Yangxing with its fastest speed. The lion-tiger beast's greatest advantage was its physical strength and speed. Yangxing also knew that this kind of mutated spirit beast was powerful, and he couldn't treat it as an ordinary low-tier 8th-rank spirit beast. He kept slapping with his palms, and the majestic power became more and more aggressive. The lion-tiger beast kept retreating, not giving it any chance to get close. At the same time, Yangxing summoned his protective spirit beast. He didn't want to be entangled like this. He must capture Ling Xiao and kill the others, not giving them any chance to escape. Yangxing's protective spirit beast was a mid-tier 8th-rank spirit fox. It had a long and thin body, dark green fur, cunning eyes, and bloodthirsty fangs. "Buddy, hold this lion-tiger beast for a while. I have to go and deal with that kid." After saying that, Yangxing directly left the battlefield and flew in the direction of Ling Xiao. The lion and the fox fought fiercely. Although the lion-tiger beast was one rank lower than the spirit fox, it was a mutated spirit beast, so it was quite powerful. It was no weaker than a mid-tier 8th-ranked spirit beast, so it fought fiercely with the spirit fox. In the blink of an eye, Yangxing arrived in the direction of Ling Xiao. He stared at the corpse demon next to Ling Xiao in surprise, and said playfully, "I didn't expect the palace master of the proud, smiling palace to know how to control puppets. However, can these little tricks save your life?" Ling Xiao didn't waste time talking to Yangxing. Any tricks would be useless in front of an absolute powerhouse. He directly ordered the corpse demon to attack again. At the same time, he gathered his mind power and was ready to fight back. The corpse demon roared and pounced towards Yangxing like a wild beast. Yangxing showed a look of contempt. He waved his hand, and a majestic power directly pressed towards the corpse demon. The corpse demon flew out like a cannonball again, and finally hit a mountain, raising a cloud of dust. At the same time, Ling Xiao's mind power turned into a formless golden dragon spear, and it stabbed towards Yangxing. The golden dragon spear was extremely powerful and fast, and it went straight for Yangxing's mind. This attack was formed by Ling Xiao's mind power, and anyone below the saint level would be killed instantly. As for the saint level, it was unknown. All of the muscles of a saint's body would be improved and become incomparably perfect. Even their mind power would be improved and expanded, which was not something that ordinary powerhouses could compare with. Ling Xiao was already quite familiar with this. After all, there were 2 saints in his palace, and he occasionally talked with them about their experiences after reaching the saint level. He also had the memories of the Zhan Wangya, so he wasn't confident in his attack. Yangxing was about to attack Ling Xiao, but he immediately became alert. He didn't think and raised his hand to slap in the direction where Ling Xiao's mind power was coming from. Rumble. The golden dragon spear that Ling Xiao's mind power blasted out was directly shattered by Yangxing, and the space around them reverberated incessantly. "Brat, you actually know a mind power attack, but it's useless against me." Yangxing stood there unharmed, and he said disdainfully, but his heart was in turmoil. Although mind power was formless and invisible, it still caused fluctuations in space wherever it went. This was also why Yangxing was able to detect it immediately and neutralize it. Ling Xiao despaired. This was the first time he felt so deeply defeated. The mind power attack that he had always been so proud of was like child's play in front of his opponent, unable to withstand a single blow. The lion-tiger beast was entangled by his opponent's protective spirit beast, and the corpse demon was no match for him. His mind power attack was useless, and his strength was worlds apart from his opponent. What else could he use to fight? Looking at Ling Xiao's pale face, Yangxing said proudly, "The proud smiling palace is in the limelight. Even the older generation has heard that there is an amazing junior who is the only direct disciple of the evil emperor. You do have some skills, but it's not enough for you to shout at the world. How dare you kill a member of the Oyangs? I'll let you have a taste of death. I'll let the world know that a junior like you is nothing but a pile of shit in our eyes." Then, Yangxing moved again. He still raised his hand casually, and a palm made of the power of space reached out to grab Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already turned into a half-dragon and was planning to run away as fast as he could. However, Yangxing's palm seemed to be everywhere. He had already flown thousands of meters away, but he was trapped in an instant, making it difficult for him to escape. Ling Xiao used all his strength, but he still couldn't break free. In front of the absolute gap in strength, he was powerless. "Do you think you can run away after turning into this horrible shape?" Yangxing sneered like a cat that had seen a mouse. He waved his hand slightly. Suddenly, Ling Xiao was hit toward a mountain like a cannonball. Boom! Ling Xiao hit the mountain directly, making a series of booming sounds. Looking at the mountain, Ling Xiao had already been smashed into the belly of the mountain. Yangxing moved his body and arrived above the mountain. He raised his hand and slapped down again, and the power of space collapsed. A mountain that was hundreds of meters high was directly smashed to the ground. The trees, spirit grasses, and spirit beasts on the mountain were all turned into ashes. Smoke and dust filled the air, It was a wretched scene. Under the rubble, a figure lay in the rubble. His body was covered in blood, but he still had an aura of life. Balls of golden light flickered continuously, and tiny golden dragons swam around him. A peak-level mid-level saint might not have used his full strength, but it had the power to destroy mountains and split the earth. It was enough to instantly kill any mystic the arch or half-saint. Even a low-level saint would be severely injured. However, Ling Xiao was still alive. This was all because of his strong physical body. Could it be that I'm going to die here this time? Ling Xiao silently used the ancient emperor's divine technique to heal himself while preparing for the worst. At this moment, the bloodstains on his body touched a pattern on his chest. As if it was gradually activating some strange object, it immediately emitted a ball of flickering light and shadow. In the sky, Ouyang Xing revealed an astonished expression and said, "Could it be that this brat obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter?" He didn't die even after that. As expected of the demonic emperor's disciple, he must have some good life-saving items. Thinking about this, Ouyang Xing's eyes were filled with envy. To be able to withstand his attack and not die, it must be a precious saint-rank item. Without thinking, he descended towards Ling Xiao and prepared to plunder Ling Xiao's things. At this time, Qi Gang's voice rang out, "Old fart Ouyang, go die." As his voice fell, Qi Gang and his dozen or so brothers all appeared and threw several heavenly lightning balls at Ouyang Xing. These heavenly lightning balls were the mercenaries' life-saving items when facing high-grade spirit beasts. Out of helplessness, they hoped that these heavenly lightning balls would be able to harm Ouyang Xing and save Ling Xiao. "How dare a grain of rice shine?" Ouyang Xing said disdainfully as he faced the heavenly lightning balls that were thrown from several directions. With a wave of his sleeve, a spatial chain instantly appeared and immediately reflected the heavenly lightning balls. Qi Gang and the others were scared out of their wits and quickly fled in all directions. Chapter 921. The power of the Heaven Lightning Seed was extremely strong. It was refined from a beast core and was very difficult to purchase. In many auction houses, it was a good item that was auctioned off as the finale item. Qi Gang had auctioned these Tier 7 Heaven Lightning seeds a long time ago. Every Heaven Lightning seed was equivalent to a mystic Thearka's self-destruction. Qi Gang originally wanted to catch Ouyang Xing off guard. Even if he didn't blow him up, he hoped to injure him severely so that they could rescue Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, although his idea was good, he went for wool and came home shorn. Ouyang Xing had already noticed it and casually waved his hand to deflect all the Heaven Lightning seeds. This time, Qi Gang and the others were in trouble. Boom! Boom! More than 10 people were bombarded by the Heaven Lightning seeds. They didn't even have time to scream before more than half of them died. Only the slightly stronger ones barely survived, but they were all on their last breaths. They crashed into mountain ridges and lost consciousness. Damn it! When Ling Xiao saw this scene, his heart roared with indignation. He took out a few elixirs in one breath and consumed them. Some increased his speed while others healed his wounds. He had to restore himself to his peak condition. At this moment, the corpse demon returned from afar. Its body was dented from the bombardment. If it was a living person, he would have been dead by now. The corpse demon carried out Ling Xiao's orders and pounced towards Ouyang Xing again. Useless puppet. It can't even pose a threat to a low-level saint, let alone me. Ouyang Xing said disdainfully. Facing the incoming fist of the corpse demon, Jiang, he didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he stretched out his hand to receive the fist. Immediately after, Ouyang Xing exerted force in his hand, and the arm of the corpse demon was immediately distorted. Ouyang Xing was astonished. It's not destroyed. What a tough body. He didn't expect that the arm of the corpse demon was only distorted and not destroyed. The corpse demon waved its other hand again. Ouyang Xing dodged it and attacked again. This time, he didn't hold back as he directly slapped the head of the corpse demon. Bang! The head of the corpse demon was separated from its body. It lost control of its body and fell from the sky. Just like that, a demonic corpse with the power of a saint was destroyed. Ling Xiao had already stood up once more. Most of his injuries had already healed. He held the golden dragon spear in his hand and muttered to himself, "So what if he's a saint? Ling Xiao can still fight him." No matter what, Ling Xiao didn't want to be slaughtered. Even if he died, he wanted to fight. Ling Xiao didn't wait for Yangxing to come over. He directly soared into the sky and blasted at Yangxing with all his might. Just as Yangxing killed the corpse demon, Ling Xiao's powerful attack had already arrived. Using a demigod weapon with 35 times combat power, the power of this attack was already Ling Xiao's pinnacle attack power. It was as though a peerless true dragon, which was hundreds of meters long, had appeared in the sky with a roar. Its proud head, mighty body, and razor-sharp claws brought with it an earth-shattering force as it charged towards Yangju. Yangxing frowned slightly. He actually felt that this attack posed a slight threat to him. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It actually has such power. Yangxing thought to himself. His aura surged, and he opened both his palms at the same time. Two palms formed by the power of space grabbed towards the peerless true dragon. The peerless true dragon that could destroy everything was forcibly blocked by the two palms. Even if you're a real dragon, you're still a good-for-nothing dragon. You dare to fight with me? Today, I'll slaughter you, you little worm. Yangxing's heroic spirit burst out. He shouted in alarm, and the power in his arms surged. Boom! The two palms formed by the power of space actually directly tore the terrifying peerless true dragon in half. In the mountain ridge, the mercenaries and spirit beasts who saw this scene from afar were all frightened and ran as far as they could, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Ling Xiao wasn't discouraged by this, and he let loose a loud cry as his body danced through the air. His golden dragon spear swept through the air in different trajectories, and bursts of golden energy converged to form a series of peerless true dragons that hurtled toward Yangxing. Ling Xiao was already fighting with all his might. Of course, he knew that he might not be able to hurt Yangxing, but he still gave it his all. At the same time, balls of dark death chi began to appear on his body. These death chi quietly permeated the surroundings and corroded everything around it. Ling Xiao had no other choice but to do this. He hoped that Yangxing would accidentally fall for it and give him an opportunity to take advantage of it. Struggling on your deathbed, your strength is still far from enough. Yangxing showed an extremely disdainful look in the face of these attacks. His hands kept moving, and waves of spatial power shook off Ling Xiao's powerful attacks. Yangxing was no longer in the mood to play with Ling Xiao. A powerful palm slapped towards Ling Xiao again. Bang! Ling Xiao was once again sent flying like a fly. Just when Yangxing thought that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to get up again, Ling Xiao miraculously flew up from the ground again. Yangxing's eyes widened as he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "How can you be fine?" Ling Xiao also wanted to know what was going on. The first time he was slapped down by Yangxing, Ling Xiao felt as if his entire body was falling apart, and his internal injuries were extremely severe. But this time, it seemed as if nothing had happened. Although he had tumbled, he didn't feel any pain, which made him feel incredulous. At this time, he looked down at his chest and saw that a palm-sized dark blue dragon scale had appeared. Layers of blue dragon scales flickered all over his body. These dragon scales weren't the golden dragon scales that he had originally grown. Instead, they had solidified and covered his golden dragon scales, forming 2 layers of defense. However, this layer of blue dragon scales only lasted for a while before automatically disappearing. The dragon scale on his chest also disappeared at the same time, as if it had disappeared into his body. "Oh yes, this is a gift from the old Dragon King." Ling Xiao instantly understood what was going on. Back in the Dragon Palace, the old Dragon King had invited Ling Xiao to be the Dragon Palace's crown prince. Ling Xiao had rejected, but the old Dragon King had still given him a gift. At that time, he didn't know what it was, but he had been tortured to death. Now, he finally understood what the old Dragon King's gift was. It turned out to be a dragon scale, and not an ordinary dragon scale. It should be the old Dragon King's own dragon scale. Otherwise, how could it have withstood Yangxing's attack without being injured? But could this dragon scale defense only be used once? In the next moment, Ling Xiao knew whether this dragon scale could only be used once or more. Yangxing was infuriated by Ling Xiao's disregard, and he once again slapped his palm down. This time, the power he used was a bit stronger than before. Ling Xiao was once again smashed into the ground, his whole body embedded deep into the ground. Yangxing saw that Ling Xiao didn't fly up again like before, and immediately laughed. It seems that this artifact can only be used once, and I thought it would be some kind of heaven-defying treasure. But just as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao appeared again. How is this possible? Yangxing exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. Ling Xiao also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that this dragon scale would automatically appear to protect him when he encountered a force that exceeded his own resistance. The old Dragon King's gift is really extraordinary. Ling Xiao exclaimed proudly. Smelly brat, no matter what you have, I'll definitely beat you to a pulp. Yangxing cursed as if he had lost his mind. His palms kept flipping, and Space Force kept blasting towards Ling Xiao. The power of each palm strike was terrifying, and with so many palm strikes superimposed, even a low-level saint would be smashed to a pulp. Yangxing didn't believe that he couldn't beat Ling Xiao to death. Ling Xiao was smashed into the ground by these forces, and he didn't know how many hundreds of meters he had sunk. Below, Yangxing was a mess, and a 1,000-meter-deep pit looked extremely ferocious and terrifying, with dust constantly filling the air. Yangxing stared closely at the bottom of the pit, and he clearly felt that Ling Xiao's aura seemed to have disappeared. Haha, that little bastard is finally dead. Yangxing laughed very proudly. However, before he could finish laughing, Ling Xiao's voice sounded faintly. Old man, I have the undying dragon fate. You can't kill me. If Xian Yao had heard this, he would have immediately corrected him. It should be the undying cockroach fate. Ling Xiao jumped out of the pit, and there was a broken drum in his hand. Apart from looking a little simple and unadorned, there was nothing special about this drum. However, Ling Xiao had pinned his hopes on this drum. This was something Ling Xiao had obtained from the Blue Sun sect's direct disciple in the chaotic abyss of war. It was called the Sky Suppression Drum, and he didn't know what rank it was. He only knew that it would produce great power if he used all his strength on it. Little bastard, I don't know how you can block my attack, but from now on, everything you have is mine. Yangxing wasn't angry this time, nor was he surprised. Instead, a greedy look appeared on his face as he thought to himself. Although he couldn't hurt Ling Xiao with his strength, it was absolutely not a problem for him to capture Ling Xiao. As long as he could capture Ling Xiao and take his artifacts, everything would be settled. Just as Yangxing was about to move towards Ling Xiao shouted, "Whether or not I can leave this place alive depends on you." Immediately afterward, Yang Kai gathered all his strength in his palms and slammed it down heavily on the Sky Suppression Drum. Asterisk dong dong. Asterisk with the infusion of Ling Xiao's strength. The heavy sound of the drum kept ringing, giving off the feeling that it came from an ancient battlefield, arousing the most terrifying combat strength of all the soldiers on the battlefield. At the same time, a huge phantom slowly appeared above Ling Xiao's head. This was a ferocious-looking giant, naked, holding a giant drum in one hand and a drumstick in the other, beating the drum with the rhythm of Ling Xiao's beating. Yangxing, who was not far away, felt an inexplicable sense of horror. He could smell a terrifying pressure from the prehistoric era in front of this giant. Chapter 922. Dong Dong. The giant that appeared was beating the huge drum, and the sound of the drum shook the sky. The power of the drum did not originate from the power of the sound waves, but from the impact on the internal organs of the human body. Back when Ling Xiao was fighting in the chaotic abyss, he almost died under the sound of the heaven-suppressing drum. If not for the help of the ancient sovereign divine art, he would have already met the king of hell. Ouyang Xing was on guard. After all, Ling Xiao's unexpected performance made him not dare to underestimate him. Originally, he thought that this drumming sound was a kind of sound wave attack. However, he had already sealed his ears and senses, using layers of spatial power to isolate himself from the surroundings. No sound wave attack could cause any harm to him. Unfortunately, the range of his defense this time was wrong. The drum was not aimed at his ears, but at his internal organs. All of a sudden, he felt the blood in his body churning endlessly, and his internal organs felt like they were about to explode. It felt like he was about to self-destruct. Traces of blood flowed out of Ouyang Xing's 7 orifices. His face became extremely pale. His body swayed, and he almost fell from the sky. Without thinking, he immediately retreated. His old eyes were filled with incomparable shock. What kind of drum is this? It can actually shake my body and injure me. Damn it! Ouyang Xing cursed in his heart. Old man, don't run. Ling Xiao shouted and chased after Ouyang Xing with the drum. At the same time, he used all his strength to beat the heaven-suppressing drum. Dong dong. Like the sound of spring thunder, it seemed to come from the distant prehistoric battlefield, shaking the sky. Ouyang Xing only felt that his internal organs had been shaken to the point that they turned upside down. He almost exploded. Buddy, let's go. Ouyang Xing hesitated for a moment, then shouted at Yu Gu, who was fighting with the lion-tiger beast in the distance. He turned around and fled, afraid that his body would explode if he was any slower. After Ouyang Xing left, Yu Gu also abandoned the lion-tiger beast and chased after him. Old man, don't run. Let's fight for another 300 rounds. This empress will not rest until you die. Ling Xiao shouted as he chased. However, Ouyang Xing and Yu had already disappeared without a trace. When Ling Xiao was sure that Ouyang Xing and Yu had gone far away, he felt relieved. His face became extremely pale, and his body swayed. He almost fell down. Ling Xiao quickly put away the sky-suppressing drum, took out a few pills, and swallowed them. It's a good thing I scared that old man away. Otherwise, I would have died. Ling Xiao sighed in relief as she muttered to herself. The heaven-suppressing drum specialized in injuring internal organs. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was definitely not something an ordinary saint artifact could compare to. Ling Xiao guessed that this was a broken divine artifact. After all, in order to use the heaven-suppressing drum, one had to channel the energy in one's body into the drum in order to unleash its power. If suppressing drum still, he would have used. If Ouyang suppressing it now, he would have used, he would be. He didn't have time to think about this now. He looked at the lion-tiger beast that was flying over unsteadily. It was covered in blood and wounds. It seemed like it had suffered a great loss. He didn't have time to think about this right now. He looked at the lion-tiger beast that was flying over unsteadily from not far away. He saw that it was covered in blood and wounds all over its body. It seemed like it had suffered a great loss. Without saying a word, Ling Xiao took out a few level 7 metal attribute beast cores for it to swallow, and also stuffed some precious healing spirit herbs into its mouth. It had just broken through to the 8th grade not long ago, so its realm was not stable yet. If it had been an 8th grade spiritual beast long ago, that mid-8th grade you who might not have been able to take advantage of it. Talk less. It's more important to recover quickly. Who knows if they will come back? Ling Xiao said, and put the lion-tiger beast back into the medicine cauldron. Ling Xiao didn't leave immediately. Instead, he landed on the ground not far away to look for Qi Gang and the others. He could still feel that there were people among them who were still alive. Ling Xiao did not leave immediately. Instead, he descended to the ground not far away to search for Qi Gang and the others. He could still sense that some of them were still alive. After searching for a while, Ling Xiao finally found the heavily injured Qi Gang and his 3 brothers. The others had already been killed by the heavenly lightning seeds. Ling Xiao sighed in regret. These people were just about to pledge their allegiance to him, but they had already lost their lives for him. This made him feel extremely guilty. Ling Xiao fed the few people who were still alive pills, and then kept them inside the cauldron. He hid his aura, summoned Xiao Jin, and began to escape with him. As the #1 expert of the Ouyang clan, Ouyang Xing's speed of escape was naturally unparalleled. He shuttled through space, and in just a few breaths of time, he was already tens of thousands of miles away. His protective spirit beast, the spirit fox, also caught up with him. When he saw that his fox was also covered in wounds and bloodstains, he became even angrier. Puff! He could not help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he had been shaken by the heaven-suppressing drum a few times, causing his internal organs to suffer heavy injuries. If not for Ling Xiao's strength being insufficient, he would not have been able to escape. Damn little bastard. That drum is definitely a top-grade sacred artifact. No, it might even be a legendary divine artifact. No wonder he can establish his own force at such a young age. It seems that old bastard demonic emperor really gave him a lot of good things. This little bastard, no. I absolutely cannot let him leave the southern ancient mountains alive. If I can obtain all the artifacts of this little bastard, I, Ouyang Xing, will definitely be able to challenge a high-level saint. Ouyang Xing took a pill to calm his injuries and muttered to himself. Ouyang Xing had suffered a loss, but was not afraid. Instead, he set his sights on the heaven-suppressing drum. It had to be said that his thoughts were quite vicious and greedy. At that moment, 2 sounds of breaking wind rang out, and 2 figures instantly appeared in front of Ouyang Xing. They were Ouyang Xing's brothers, Ouyang Zhen and Ouyang Hua. "Boss, this what's going on?" Ouyang Zhen exclaimed when he saw Ouyang Xing bleeding from his 7 orifices. To the side, Ouyang Hua was also shocked. He was very clear about his boss's strength. Within the same realm, there were not many people who could injure him, let alone injure him to the point of bleeding from his 7 orifices. Could it be that the demonic emperor has appeared? Ouyang Hua could not help but guess. If someone wanted to hurt his boss, there was no other possibility than someone stronger than his boss. That was why Ouyang Hua thought in this direction. After all, Ling Xiao was the only disciple of the demonic emperor, so it would not be surprising if he appeared. Ouyang Xing shook his head and said, "Don't make wild guesses, I'm fine. The one who injured me was Ling Xiao, that little bastard." "How is that possible?" Ouyang Zhen and Ouyang Hua exclaimed together, their eyes filled with disbelief. That brat has a strange drum that can actually directly injure the internal organs. Even I couldn't withstand it. If I didn't escape quickly, I'm afraid I would have been killed by that brat, Ouyang Xing said. He paused for a moment and then said, "I suspect that drum might be a legendary divine artifact." "Divine artifact?" Ouyang Zhen and Ouyang Hua exclaimed again. "That's right, otherwise how could it injure me in the hands of a mystic emperor? If we can seize it, it will definitely help us become stronger." Ouyang Xing said excitedly. "Boss is right. Then where is he now? We must not let him escape from the southern ancient ridge." Ouyang Zhen also revealed an excited and greedy expression as he said, "You guys follow me. I think he must not have escaped too far. We will definitely be able to catch him," Ouyang Xing said. Subsequently, he once again skimmed in the same direction as Ouyang Zhen and Ouyang Xing followed behind. When the 3 of them returned to the original battlefield, there was no trace of Ling Xiao. However, they would not give up just like that, and immediately spread out their divine senses to sense the situation within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. At this moment, Ling Xiao, who was tens of thousands of miles away, had already stopped. He casually found a place and opened up a cave to hide. He could guess that Ouyang Xing might come back. If he were to escape now, he would definitely be caught by Ouyang Xing immediately. The speed of Saint was absolutely terrifying. Taking advantage of the time when he was hiding, Ling Xiao concealed his aura. No matter who came, they would not be able to sense his existence. He silently channeled the ancient Emperor Divine technique to recover his injuries and the energy he had expended. Damn old man. If it wasn't for the dragon scale and sky-suppressing drum given by the old Dragon King, this queen would have to die here. This can't go on like this. I must have a way to escape. Otherwise, they will find me sooner or later. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. He was a little anxious. If Ouyang Xing found him again, the other party would not give him any chance to make a move and would definitely kill him directly to avoid future troubles. Now that the Lion-Tiger-Beast battle strength had been greatly reduced, if it could recover, it might be able to use its speed to escape at full speed. After all, the Lion-Tiger-Beast speed was definitely not inferior to a mid-tier 8th-rank spirit beast. However, it would take at least a few days for the Lion-Tiger-Beast to recover. These few days were probably enough for Ouyang Xing to find him. After all, a saint's divine sense was abnormally strong. Just waiting isn't a solution unless someone comes to help me. But that's impossible. Ling Xiao bitterly thought of a way to escape in the cave. At this moment, he thought of the prodigal and the dragon lady. If only they were by his side. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. I have the old Dragon King's dragon scale for defense. That old man Ouyang Xing will not be able to harm me at all. Then I'll think of a way to escape. Ling Xiao had already thought of a way to escape, but this was also the only way to stake everything on this one throw. 5 sparkling elixirs appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Every single one of them was emitting an incomparably rich medicinal fragrance. It was intoxicating and made one want to swallow it. These 5 elixirs were all supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixirs. They were gold, wood, ice, fire, and wind attributes. Since the strength of a mid-tier Mystic Tharch can't do anything to you, then I can only increase my strength and see if I can kill you. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as his eyes revealed a rare, ferocious glint. With that, he immediately adjusted his aura and allowed himself to be in peak condition before consuming the supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixirs. This would be Ling Xiao's first time using elixirs to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, to consume 5 supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixirs at once was probably a rare feat in this world. One had to know that each supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir contained extremely overbearing energy. An ordinary Mystic Tharch would be able to smoothly break through to the next level after consuming one. However, Ling Xiao consumed 5 of them at once. This was a terrifying amount of energy. Chapter 923. The biggest difference between a supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir and an ordinary Mystic Tharch elixir was that it was infused with the essence of the Mystic Tharch after his death. This made the Tharch elixir's energy several times stronger than an ordinary one. Furthermore, it did less damage to one's foundation. This was also why it was called a supreme grade. Now that Ling Xiao moved, he would be discovered by the Ouyang clan. Although he had the old Dragon King's dragon scales to protect him, it did not mean that a sage could not kill him. If the sage used a divine artifact, he was afraid that he would die. It was not enough. Ling Xiao was prepared to consume the supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir. He wanted to raise his strength to a high-level Mystic Tharch. By then, with his 35 times battle strength, he would definitely have the strength to fight a low-level sage. Coupled with the Golden Dragon Spear and Sky Suppression Drum, he would definitely be able to kill that old man. Ling Xiao was about to consume the elixir, but hesitated. It was not appropriate to break through like this. He knew that once he consumed the supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixir, his aura would definitely alarm that old man. He had to be prepared for it. Therefore, Ling Xiao dug a huge pit that was a few hundred meters deep in the cave abode. He also set up a restriction in the pit to prevent his aura from leaking out when he was breaking through. If someone came to kill him one step ahead, it would not be worth it. Time waited for no man. He adjusted his condition again and threw the 5 supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixirs into his mouth. Since ancient times, Ling Xiao was probably the only one who consumed elixirs to break through to a higher level. As the 5 supreme-grade Mystic Tharch elixirs entered Ling Xiao's stomach, waves of scorching explosive energy began to spread out. 5 different types of energy headed towards Ling Xiao's dantian. When they passed through his meridians, the energy caused his meridians to swell. If not for the fact that Ling Xiao's meridians were wide and tough, he would not be able to withstand such a surge of energy. Ling Xiao cultivated 5 elements at the same time. The energy he needed to absorb was many times more than an ordinary person. The energy of these 5 supreme-grade mystic Tharch elixirs might be terrifying in the eyes of others, but to Ling Xiao, it was just enough. The energy from the 5 supreme-grade mystic Tharch elixirs filled up Ling Xiao's dantian in an instant. His 5-color dantian started to vibrate nonstop, and countless amounts of energy spread towards his meridians. It started to open up many small meridians and acupoints that had yet to be opened up. His aura started to soar as he went from the middle stage mystic Tharch realm to the high stage mystic Tharch realm. After a short while, he reached the peak stage of the middle stage mystic Tharch realm. He was just a little bit away from breaking through the bottleneck and becoming a high-stage mystic Tharch realm. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to advance. Although this energy could allow him to break through to the high-tier mystic Tharch realm in an instant, he would definitely have to spend a lot of time stabilizing his cultivation level in the future. Therefore, he forcefully compressed the energy and waited for the energy to be gathered in one spot before releasing it. At that time, he would be able to charge into a higher realm and stabilize his cultivation. Not far from where Ling Xiao was, the 3 saints of the Ouyang clan were all searching for Ling Xiao's aura. Once Ling Xiao was exposed, they would immediately surround and kill him. Although Ling Xiao had used a restriction to isolate his aura and not let it leak out, when he was breaking through, there would still be an aura surging out. The restriction could not stop it either. He's finally appeared. He's over there. Ouyang Xing instantly caught hold of Ling Xiao's aura and immediately cried out in surprise. Then, he rushed in a direction. Ouyang Zheng and Ouyang Hua, who were in 2 other directions, also flew in that direction. The 3 saints gathered in the sky above the mountain that Ling Xiao had broken through. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Ouyang Xing said, "This kid is strange. Let's split up and use the power of space to trap him. We won't give him any chance to escape. That kid might have other treasures on him, but he was completely fine after being attacked by me. So, we must not underestimate him." "Boss is right. We must capture him so that we can properly torture him," Ouyang Hua echoed. "Hurry up and do it. This little bastard was able to make us 3 brothers attack him together. Even if we die, we can be proud," Ouyang Jin said. Ouyang Xing nodded lightly, raised his palm, and slapped down on the mountain. Boundless energy surged down like a tide. Under this palm, the mountain that was hundreds of meters tall completely collapsed. Everything within the mountain was turned to dust, no longer existing. Ling Xiao, who was in the deep pit of the mountain, was at a crucial moment. He only needed a little time to compress his energy many times and make the best breakthrough. At this moment, a powerful explosion almost caused his mind to lose control. The energy that had been compressed in his body could no longer be suppressed and instantly exploded. Ling Xiao, who was unprepared, could not help but cry out in alarm as he suffered a huge impact from the energy. A mouthful of blood immediately spurted out. Countless stone fragments smashed down, drowning him. I didn't see that little bastard come out. He couldn't have died just like that, right? Ouyang Zhen softly exclaimed. "He won't die so easily. His aura is still here," Ouyang Xing said. Then he frowned and said, "That little bastard's aura is a bit strange. It seems very messy, but his aura is still growing. Could it be that he wants to use medicinal pills to increase his strength to fight against us?" Ouyang Hua said. "No matter what, let's drag him out first," Ouyang Xing said fiercely and slapped down again. A terrifying spatial collapse smashed down, and the ground within 1,000 meters caved in. Under this palm, Ling Xiao was once again smashed deeper into the ground. However, although this spatial power was particularly powerful, Ling Xiao had the old Dragon King's dragon scales to protect him, so he did not suffer any harm. Ling Xiao didn't have the time to care about anything else. He was controlling the chaotic energy in his body, forcefully suppressing it. He couldn't let it backfire on him. In the end, he wouldn't be able to break through and would instead hurt his foundation, causing his strength to regress. That wouldn't be worth it. Since he still hasn't come out, then let's drag him out, Ouyang Zhen said somewhat impatiently. He raised his hand, and a palm, condensed from the power of space, grabbed towards the ground. Ling Xiao was forcibly grabbed by that palm, but he did not respond. His eyes were still closed, and the supreme Guan art was circulating at high speed, constantly guiding the energy together for the final impact. Ouyang Xing saw some clues about Ling Xiao's state and immediately shouted, "This brat is actually trying to break through. Kill him first, otherwise it will be even more difficult to deal with." After shouting, a sacred tool appeared in Ouyang Xing's hand. His figure began to move, and a sword light like a meteor streaked across the sky, slashing towards Ling Xiao's head. At this critical moment, Ling Xiao's power was able to restore order, and he finally broke through the high-grade bottle energy. Ling Xiao did not have time to enjoy the thrill of this surging power. He had already realized that his situation was quite bad. Roar! Just as Ouyang Xing's long sword fell on his head, Ling Xiao's body forcibly struggled, and a vast surging power spread out. The dragon-shaped battle chi in his body instantly soared, and his body began to change. A dragon's roar rushed towards Ouyang Xing, and a golden dragon spear appeared in his hand, shaking off the power that was binding him. When Ouyang Xing was hit by the dragon's roar, his blood and qi actually felt a little turbulent, and his movements became slightly sluggish. However, he still could not hurt him, and his sword momentum was still indomitable. "Little bastard, this day next year will be your death anniversary," Ouyang Xing shouted. Ling Xiao's body was freed, and his strength had already reached the high-grade Mystic Arch. With another 35 times increase in strength, he had completely reached the strength of a low-grade saint. He was able to grasp Ouyang Xing's sword momentum, and he quickly raised his golden dragon spear to block the longsword. Clang! The weapons clashed, and dazzling sparks flew. Ling Xiao was sent flying 100 meters away, but Ouyang Xing did not move at all. However, Ouyang Xing could not be happy, because he had only forced Ling Xiao back 100 meters and not directly smash him to the ground. He did not obtain a completely overwhelming joy. Ouyang Xing's expression was extremely ashen, and he roared, "Little bastard, even if your strength is increased, you must still die." Immediately after, he instantly traversed through space, and terrifying sword techniques poured out towards Ling Xiao. Every sword light contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. Ling Xiao had the wind element power, and he also had the cloud track phantom steps. Although his speed was not as fast as Ouyang Xing's, he could still barely keep up. The golden dragon spear in his hand swung out a dense defensive technique to block Ouyang Xing's terrifying sword techniques. Even though Ling Xiao had blocked most of the attacks, there was still a lot of sword chi that broke through his defenses and slashed at his body, causing many of the golden dragon scales on his body to fall off. The dragon scales that the old Dragon King had bestowed upon him were good for defense, but as long as his life was not in danger, they would not automatically protect him. This made Ling Xiao rather depressed. "Old fool, I'm going to fight it out with you." Ling Xiao cursed under his breath as he concentrated his spiritual energy and attacked Ouyang Xing. At the same time, he gathered his strongest strength to counterattack Ouyang Xing. Countless peerless true dragons roared towards Ouyang Xing. Ouyang Xing was a little anxious now. As a top-notch expert in the middle region, he actually could not handle a high-tier Mystic Arch. If news of this got out, how could he endure it? Just as he was about to increase his attacks, he felt a spatial fluctuation. He knew that Ling Xiao was using his spiritual energy to attack. He hurriedly retreated, and at the same time, he used his spatial energy to envelop himself, isolating himself from the spiritual energy. The golden dragon spear that Ling Xiao had formed pierced through Ouyang Xing's spatial energy defense, causing it to cave in. It had almost pierced Ouyang Xing's spiritual sea, but it was still a little short. Ling Xiao also knew that he could not handle Ouyang Xing with his spiritual energy alone. His tyrant dragon spear art had already been unleashed, and several peerless true dragons directly crashed into Ouyang Xing's spatial energy defense. Boom! Boom! A formless force and a visible force stacked together, finally shattering Ouyang Xing's spatial energy. Ouyang Xing was shocked. The long sword in his hand spun rapidly, trying to kill this peerless true dragon. However, Ling Xiao was not going to let him off easily. Wave after wave of even more ferocious energy surged forward like a storm. Chapter 924. Ling Xiao was full of energy. He was determined to teach this old man a lesson. He transformed into 48 clones, and he didn't stop there. He doubled in size again, and now there were a total of 96 clones. Each of them was brandishing the tyrant dragon spear art at Ouyang Xing. It was an unending stream of attacks. Every move and stance contained a terrifying power that was enough to destroy the space around them. Ouyang Zheng and Ouyang Hua, who were watching from the outside, had their mouths wide open. How could they believe that this was the destructive power of a high-stage mystic arch? Even a low-stage saint attack wouldn't be this powerful. Bastard! In the midst of such a concentrated attack, Ouyang Xing let out a bestial roar that seemed to have lost his mind. Streaks of terrifying sword light shone like stars, piercing through Ling Xiao's energy and killing all of the figures that Ling Xiao created. Ouyang Xing broke through Ling Xiao's attack like a trapped dragon. He carried a thunderous force as he counterattacked Ling Xiao. The long sword was in the air, a hidden sword. It was a simple but effective strike that carried all of Ouyang Xing's strength. This sword strike was powerful enough to sever any river, and it was powerful enough to shatter dozens of mountains. The surrounding space was cut open by the sword strike. This was Ouyang Xing's furious strike. Before the sword strike arrived, Ling Xiao already felt the sword qi cutting through his body. Come, let the storm be more violent. Ling Xiao was going all out. His body was comparable to a saint artifact, and he had the old Dragon King's dragon scales for defense. He decided to fight with all his might. He held the golden dragon spear and didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and clashed with Ouyang Xing's sword. Little bastard, go and die. Ouyang Xing didn't expect Ling Xiao to have the courage to resist. He couldn't help but roar. Boom! The long sword struck the golden dragon spear and produced an intense explosion. Ling Xiao's body flew far away like a kite with a broken string. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The golden dragon spear in his hand was shaken out of his hand. Fortunately, the golden dragon spear had some kind of connection with him. It followed his direction and didn't fall anywhere else. Just as Ouyang Xing was about to attack Ling Xiao again, he suddenly found that the long sword in his hand had broken into pieces. That's right. That kid has the Gu family's golden dragon spear. It's at least a high-grade sacred artifact. No wonder he could destroy my sword. Ouyang Xing was stunned for a moment before he remembered that Ling Xiao's weapon was not ordinary. His gaze became even more passionate. Without hesitation, Ouyang Xing once again dashed toward Ling Xiao. He realized that Ling Xiao's entire body was filled with treasures. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, everything would be his. Just as Ouyang Xing flew down, Ling Xiao had already stabilized his body. The heaven-suppressing drum had already appeared in his arms. When Ouyang Xing saw this scene, he quickly stopped and used a spatial palm to grab at Ling Xiao. He couldn't let Ling Xiao hit the drum. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. After becoming a high-grade mystic arch, his reaction speed was comparable to a low-grade saint. Naturally, He could catch Yangxing's attack. His body turned into the wind and retreated. At the same time, he used all his strength to hit the heaven-suppressing drum. Dong dong! As the sound of the drum faded, the ancient and malevolent giant appeared again. He was hugging the drum in his arms and using the drum stick to hit the drum heavily. Second brother, third brother, hurry. Hurry up and kill this kid. Yangxing shouted as he retreated. It was a pity that his cry for help was too late. The sound of the heaven-suppressing drum was like the roar of a ferocious beast. It was also like the sound of a horn on an ancient battlefield. The blood in Yangxing's body started to churn uncontrollably. His internal organs were also throbbing nonstop. It was as if there was an indescribable energy that was going to cause them to explode. This attack caused Yangxing to bleed from his 7 orifices. His body was severely injured. When Ouyang Zhen and Ouyang Hua heard Yangxing's words, they didn't dare to hesitate. They immediately charged at Ling Xiao. You can't kill me, but I can take your lives. Ling Xiao chased after Yangxing at full speed. He roared fiercely and gathered the strongest energy in his palm. He slammed it down heavily. Dong! Yangxing was just about to shuttle through space to escape, but Ling Xiao's wind attribute wasn't to be trifled with. Yangxing couldn't shake him off at all. After all, Yangxing's speed had decreased due to his injuries. As the second sound of the drum rang out, Yangxing felt that his meridians and internal organs couldn't take it anymore. It was as if there was an extremely terrifying power wreaking havoc in his body. He used all his strength to suppress it, but in the end, he still failed on the verge of success. Bang! It didn't matter what level a cultivator was at. Before they became a god, their meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs, they hadn't been tempered, so they were the weakest. Even someone like Yangxing, who had reached the peak of the mid-level saint realm, was no exception. The formidable force blasted Ouyang Ju into pieces from inside out, causing a pool of bright-colored sparks to spray out in midair, and it seemed so dazzling and resplendent. Boss! Ouyang Zhen and Ouyang Xing had never imagined that their strongest boss would explode right in front of their eyes. Not even his bones were left. While they were heartbroken, they also raised the flames of hatred to a new level. Little bastard, hand over your life. Ouyang Hua was the first to be unable to accept this reality. He looked at Ling Xiao and roared. He summoned his protective spiritual beast and prepared to attack Ling Xiao. Who's afraid of you? Ling Xiao grabbed a few pills and quickly threw them into his mouth. He once again gathered his strength and struck the heaven-suppressing drum. With a loud sound, Ouyang Hua was immediately injured. Blood continuously seeped out of his skin. He was in an even worse state than Ouyang Xing and directly fell from the sky. Third brother. Ouyang Zheng roared again and directly formed a spatial palm to grab Ouyang Hua. He wanted to take him away from this place. No one can leave. Ling Xiao roared in shock. The second sound of the drum rang out. Dong! Ouyang Zheng's palm had just touched Ouyang Hua, but Ouyang Hua immediately followed in Ouyang Xing's footsteps and was blasted into a pool of blood. Ouyang Zheng's face became extremely pale. His brother, who had lived with him for nearly 10,000 years, had died in front of him. His heart was filled with hatred. However, despite his hatred, Ouyang Zheng did not completely lose his mind. He used to be the head of the Ouyang clan, so he was very cautious and knew when to advance and retreat. Little bastard, the Ouyang clan and the proud smiling palace are sworn enemies. Ouyang Zheng did not dare to stay a moment longer after making the oath. He rushed into the void and fled. Ling Xiao chased after him and shouted, "Old man, I'm afraid you're a coward. Don't go. If you have the guts, fight me for 300 rounds." However, he was only trying to scare Ouyang Zheng. He had killed 2 people in a row, and the energy in his body had been sucked dry by the heaven-suppressing drum. The heaven-suppressing drum was like a bottomless pit. The more energy it absorbed, the more terrifying the power it could display. Ling Xiao did not expect that he would be able to kill 2 saints with this broken drum. If news of this were to spread, it would be enough to shake the entire Central Territory. Any saint was a top master in the Central Territory. They were the cornerstone of every force in the Central Territory, so they would not die so easily. For the Ouyang clan to lose 2 saints in such a short period of time, it was definitely the biggest event in thousands of years. After taking a few more chi-restoring pills, Ling Xiao put away the heaven-suppressing drum and went to the area where Ouyang Xing and Ouyang Hua had exploded to search for their space rings. It had to be said that Ling Xiao really did not want to let go of even the slightest thing. After Ling Xiao found the space rings, he did not stop and immediately summoned Xiao Jin to evacuate in the direction of the 10,000 Flower sect. He believed that Ouyang Zheng would never come to provoke him again, otherwise he would not have fled. Ling Xiao did not have any regrets in this matter. This was a world where the weak were prey to the weak. Whoever's fist was harder was the law. He was just following the rules of survival here and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. As for the revenge of the Ouyang clan in the future, Ling Xiao was not afraid of it. His current strength was different from the past, and he had a divine object like the heaven-suppressing drum to rely on. Even a high-level saint would have to think twice before coming. Ling Xiao sat on Xiao Jin's back, and without caring about his surroundings, he took out a drop of spring liquid of life and swallowed it. He then closed his eyes and meditated to adjust his body. He had been disturbed by Ouyang Xing just now, causing his meridians to become disordered and almost causing him to go berserk. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it in time, but it still caused some hidden injuries. These hidden injuries were usually invisible and difficult to detect, but they would pose a great danger to him when he tried to break through in the future. Ling Xiao did not want to have any worries, so he had to recover from these hidden injuries first. The spring liquid of life was worthy of being called holy liquid. Just a drop was enough to completely repair the injuries and hidden injuries in Ling Xiao's body and make his muscles more vigorous and full of vitality. Ling Xiao had recovered, and his whole body seemed to be in a good mood. He felt proud that he had killed 2 saints at once. With his strength, he should be able to find trouble with the Sha Tian organization and the Black Demon sect, right? However, Ling Xiao was not so impulsive. He still had to make some preparations. He did not think that the 2 great forces did not have any foundation. Perhaps they had some terrifying tricks waiting for him to fall into their trap. At the place where the previous battle took place, Ouyang Zhen had returned. He looked at the 2 pools of blood, and tears of sadness fell from his old eyes. For so many years, he did not know what tears were, and he did not remember what it felt like to be in pain. Today, he finally tasted it again. That feeling of being separated by life and death really made him feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. This was his brother who had lived with him for nearly 10,000 years. Blood was thicker than water, and there was no need to explain it. Ouyang Zhen took out a jar of wine, and after drinking a mouthful, he fell down. At the same time, he said in a shrill voice, "Big brother, third brother, don't worry. I will kill that little bastard and wash the Laughing Palace with blood to avenge you." Chapter 925. Under Xiao Jin's full speed. A month later, Ling Xiao finally left the southern demon region and arrived at the Wanhua sect's territory. The Wanhua sect was a sect formed entirely by women. The entire sect was made up of female disciples, and all of them were bewitching beauties. The Wanhua sect was not an evil sect that survived by seducing men. They were one of the 20 great powers, and they were a very disciplined sect. Basically, it was very rare to hear of a woman from the Wanhua sect having any scandals with other men. However, the women of the 10,000 Flower sect weren't old virgins who would never marry for their entire lives. The sect allowed them to marry outside of the sect, but once they did, their status in the 10,000 Flower sect would drop, and they would be assigned to a position outside of the sect. Their men were also not allowed to take a single step into the 10,000 Flower sect, unless the man was also a member of one of the 20 factions. This had always been a rule of the Wanhua sect, and no one dared to break it. After all, the Wanhua sect was able to become one of the 18 great powers, so their foundation was naturally extraordinary. Ling Xiao arrived at a city at the border of the Wanhua sect. He originally wanted to leave from here, but he suddenly heard something that piqued his interest. Have you heard? An old sect master of the Wanhua sect is seriously injured, and her life is in danger. If anyone can save her life, the Wanhua sect Shuiyu twin flowers are willing to be slaves, and they will also receive a satisfactory reward. You mean the two sisters, Hua Feishue and Hua Piaoyu, the most famous pair of flowers in our southern abyss? That's right. It is said that the old sect master is their great teacher, and for some reason, he was seriously injured and only has 7 days to live. Now that 2 days have passed, the people in their sect are powerless, and they don't have enough time to ask the old sect master of the medicine sect for help or the spirit marshal pavilion for help. They can only announce the news here, hoping to attract the help of a high-level alchemist. That requires a grade 8 pill, and how many people in the central region can refine it? Moreover, with such a short time, I'm afraid the Shuiyu twin flowers are said to be the future sect master. Both of them are as beautiful as flowers, and they are devastatingly beautiful. It would be too miserable to have them serve others. I heard that many alchemists have already rushed over, but without a grade 8 alchemist, I'm afraid everything will be in vain. In the restaurant, Ling Xiao listened to the discussions of the people around him. It wasn't easy for him to not know what happened in the Wanhua sect. Listening to these people's discussions, Ling Xiao understood that the Wanhua sect was now asking for an 8th rank heaven-defying pill to save someone. It was easy to imagine how serious the injury of the person who needed to use the 8th grade medicinal pill was. At the very least, it had reached a half-dead state. Even the various kinds of spirit liquids could not save him. Brother, what's going on with the Wanhua sect's old sect leader? Does he need an 8th rank medicinal pill to survive? After listening for a long time, Ling Xiao still didn't know what kind of injuries the old sect master had suffered. He had no choice but to ask the people at the next table. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the Shuiyu twin flowers, but he was interested in the Wanhua sect's rewards. The foundation of such a large sect was definitely not weak. If he could help them, he would be able to form a good relationship with them and obtain many benefits. He had offended enough enemies now, so he had to think of a way to get 1 or 2 powerful allies. Although Ling Xiao couldn't refine an 8th rank medicinal pill for the time being, it didn't mean he didn't have something good to save his life. The Spring of Life was a holy liquid that had a powerful effect on saints. It was comparable to an 8th rank healing medicinal pill. He was confident that it could save the Wanhua sect's old sect leader. The person glanced at Ling Xiao and found that Ling Xiao had an amiable and dignified appearance. He felt that he gave off an inexplicable sense of affinity and immediately responded with a smile. Little brother, you just arrived, right? The announcement said that the Wanhua sect's old sect leader was injured by an 8th rank 100 poisons centipede queen. The poison has invaded her body, and no medicine can save her. Only an 8th rank or above antidote pill can save her. I see. The 8th rank 100 poisons centipede's poison is fierce. It can kill a person with just a touch. The fact that the Wanhua sect's old sect leader was able to live for 7 days is a miracle. Ling Xiao replied with a sigh. Isn't that so? I'm afraid that after 7 days, she will sigh. The person said with infinite regret. Ling Xiao chatted with the person for a while more before he stood up and left the restaurant. This is a little troublesome. It would be easier to handle if it was just an internal injury. This is the 100 poisons centipede's poison. The poison is extremely fierce. Only an 8th rank antidote pill can save her. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The 8th rank antidote pill was considered the most common kind of medicinal pill among the 8th rank medicinal pills. It was easier to refine than other 8th rank medicinal pills. However, it was definitely not something that any 7th rank alchemist could refine. Ling Xiao was hesitating whether he should take this job or not. Previously, when he had just become a low-level mystic arch, he tried to refine 8th rank medicinal pills, but failed. However, in the recent 3 years of recuperation, he successfully refined a few half-finished 8th-rank medicinal pills. Now that his strength had increased so much, he felt that he had some confidence in refining a genuine 8th-rank medicinal pill. Moreover, the antidote pill was the simplest kind of medicinal pill. Forget it. I better not get involved in this matter. Ling Xiao hesitated for a while, but still decided not to fish for this extra profit. If he were to ruin his own reputation, it would not be worth it. Ling Xiao made up his mind and rushed to the city's teleportation formation. He was prepared to use it to return to Wine Cloud City. However, when he rushed to the teleportation formation, a group of people also happened to rush over. This group of people were all women with enchanting figures. They were all wearing cloaks on their heads, making it hard for others to see their faces. They seemed to be in a hurry. All of them were walking in the air without touching the ground. Ling Xiao glanced at them and immediately guessed that they were from the Myriad Flowers sect. Ling Xiao did not intend to fight with them for time. He gave way and brushed past them. The faint fragrance of the women made Ling Xiao slightly dazed. He rubbed his nose and thought to himself, simple and elegant fragrance. The smell is not bad. I wonder what they look like. Although Ling Xiao had promised his woman that he wouldn't mess around with other women, he couldn't help but take a few glances at the enchanting women in front of him, especially when he stared at the woman in the lead. She had a full chest, a slender waist, and a round bottom. She was like a willow swaying in the wind. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Based on his many years of observation, this woman was definitely a first-class beauty. Just as the group of women reached the teleportation formation, the woman in the lead turned around and looked in Ling Xiao's direction. The woman made a gesture to the person who was about to throw the beast core out, stopping her. Then, the woman actually walked in Ling Xiao's direction. Ling Xiao touched his eyebrows and thought to himself, could it be that this girl has fallen in love with me at first sight? This can't be done. This can't be done. I'm a married man. Although Ling Xiao was thinking this, his eyes never left the woman's body. Her graceful figure, her elegant steps, all of it showed the alluring beauty of a lady from a noble family. The woman walked faster and faster, and in a few breaths she arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The faint fragrance of a virgin filled the air, intoxicating him. Ling Xiao did not dare to be distracted. Although he did not feel any hostility from this woman, who knew if she was sent by his enemies to kill him, it really is Brother Ling. No, it should be Palace Master Ling. The woman exclaimed with a hint of joy. The woman's voice was soft and sweet, giving people a good impression. Miss, you are? Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. He did not expect someone to recognize him in the southern abyss. Immediately afterward, the woman pulled off the cloak on her head, revealing a delicate face that looked as if it was naturally sculpted. Her facial features were perfectly matched. Her beautiful eyes were bright, her eyelashes were long, her nose was sharp, her lips were pink and tender, and her hair was like a waterfall. She was like Chang-yi, a fairy in the full moon. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Palace Masterling, do you still remember this little girl? Hua Piayue? The woman asked with a smile. Under her smile, it was difficult to hide the worry between her brows. Hua Feishue and Hua Piayue were the two most beautiful flowers in the southern abyss. They were the leaders of the Wanhua clan's new generation. There were countless people pursuing them. Ling Xiao did recognize Hua Piayue. He had always had the ability to ignore beauties of this level. Ling Xiao had seen her when he participated in the Imperial Ranking Tournament and before he entered the Chaotic Abyss. So it's Miss Hua. It's an honor to meet you. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and replied politely. Palace Master Ling, you are a guest. You are now a Palace Master. How can our status compare to yours? Hua Piayue said respectfully, then said, I wonder where Palace Master Ling is going? Hua Piayue really didn't expect to meet Ling Xiao here. This miraculous man who had entered the chaotic abyss with her and won the first throne in one fell swoop had already left a deep impression on her. Later on, when she heard about Ling Xiao's various achievements, she was even more amazed. Her evaluation of Ling Xiao could be described as a strange man. Now that she saw him again, she could clearly see that this man actually had a handsome and extraordinary face, which made it easy for her to have a good impression of him. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I was just passing by and was about to go back. Oh, this is our Wanhua sect's territory. Palace Master Ling has come in person. If our Wanhua sect doesn't do our best as a host, wouldn't it mean that we don't know how to treat our guests? I wonder if Palace Master Ling would do us the honor of visiting our Wanhua sect?" Hua Piaoyue invited rather enthusiastically. Those who didn't know the situation would think that Hua Piaoyue really had feelings for Ling Xiao. Actually, Hua Piaoyue had other plans. Their old sect master, who was also her great master, was poisoned by the poison centipede queen. It was difficult to find an antidote to the poison in this world. Only an 8th rank pill could cure it. Ling Xiao was already a 7th rank alchemist. This identity was no longer a secret. Hua Piaoyue was also desperate. Although she didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to cure her old sect master, it was still a sliver of hope. After all, time was too short. Where could she find an 8th rank alchemist? Chapter 926. How could Ling Xiao not know what Hua Piaoyue was up to? She said that she was inviting him to be a guest, but in reality, it must be about the matter of her sect master. Ling Xiao didn't point it out. He had just decided to leave, but now that he was given another choice, it was really difficult for him. "Palace Master Ling, are you not going to do me the favor? Or are you looking down on me?" Hua Piaoyue revealed a bit of resentment, like a little wife who was being bullied. As the saying went, it was the hardest to accept a beauty's favor. Not to mention that Ling Xiao, who was born to be flirtatious, felt his body turn to jelly after hearing this. He could only smile and say, how would Ling Xiao dare not accept Miss Hua's invitation? He thought to himself, forget it. Even if I can't save her, it shouldn't be a problem to prolong her life. I'll just treat it as a favor that doesn't cost much. Haha, thank you, Palace Master Ling, for doing me the favor. If you don't mind my low status, you can call me Piaoyue or Ye. Hua Piaoyue took a step forward and smiled. Her smile was like the radiance of the bright moon, so beautiful that it was indescribable. For her sect master, she was willing to go all out. As long as Ling Xiao came to her Wanhua sect, she didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't do something. Men were all people who cared about their pride. Although Hua Piaoyue had never interacted with a man, she knew such common sense in life. All right, after all, we used to be comrades in arms. You don't have to call me Palace Master Ling. Just call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't act pretentious and readily agreed. He had many beauties around him, so he wouldn't be easily charmed. He was just teasing Hua Piaoyue, waiting to see when this beauty would tell him the purpose of the invitation. Ling Xiao followed Hua Piaoyue to the transportation formation, wanting to return to the Wanhua sect. One of the Wanhua sect disciples whispered in Hua Piaoyue's ear, "Senior sister, are we going somewhere else? Why are we going back?" Hua Piaoyue gave her fellow disciples a look and said, "You go with the other senior sisters and junior sisters. I'm going back to the sect with the proud, smiling palace's palace lord. Don't neglect him." Her fellow disciples understood and brought the others to other places. Only Hua Piaoyue brought Ling Xiao to Thousand Flower City. The Myriad Flower City was a city directly under the Myriad Flower sect, and the biggest difference between this city and any other city was that all sorts of flowers were planted everywhere. The flowers bloomed brilliantly, and the fragrance of the flowers permeated the surroundings. It could be said to be a flourishing place where a myriad of flowers bloomed. Walking in this city felt like walking in a garden. There was a comfortable feeling in both body and mind, causing people to be intoxicated. Most of the people in the city were women. They were delicate and beautiful, and their bodies were full and moving. It was like a paradise for men, and it made people feel like they were indulging in pleasure and forgetting about their duties. Brother Ling, what do you think of our Thousand Flower City? Hua Piaoyue didn't forget to ask Ling Xiao while they were on their way. She knew that Ling Xiao was famous for being a playboy, and he had more than a dozen beautiful wives. Although she felt that Ling Xiao was a playboy, she didn't hate Ling Xiao at all. After all, in this world, which capable man didn't have multiple wives and concubines? This was a very common thing, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Ling Xiao laughed and said, "The city is beautiful, the flowers are beautiful, and the people are even more beautiful." When he said the last three words, he looked towards Hua Piaoyue. It was obvious that he was referring to her when he said, "The people are even more beautiful." Hua Piaoyue blushed slightly and said, "This is the most straightforward praise I've ever heard. But Brother Ling is right. Our thousand-flower city is called the most beautiful city in the central region, and it's not an undeserved reputation." Ling Xiao laughed. "Yes, my horizons have been broadened. Here, my body and mind can relax. No one would think about fighting and killing and spoil the scenery. Everyone wants to have a romantic life and lead a befuddled life." "Huh. I knew that Brother Ling is a passionate person, but I didn't expect you to be so direct and not as hypocritical as other men." Hua Piaoyue covered her mouth and said, "Yes, of course. If others treat me sincerely, I won't hide anything." Ling Xiao looked at Hua Piaoyue with a double meaning. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Hua Piaoyue's expression froze, and she looked quite unnatural. The two of them didn't say anything and had already rushed to the back garden of the city lord's office. The people in the city lord's office naturally knew Hua Piaoyue, and they all bowed to her. A middle-aged woman appeared in front of the two of them and said with a worried expression, You, what's the situation now? Is there anyone who can save the old sect master?" Hua Piaoyue's expression changed slightly and said, "Elder Zhuang, this matter has been spread far and wide. You should pay more attention to the movements of all sides in the next few days. Don't let people into the sect easily. You must verify their identities before letting them in." The middle-aged woman glanced at Ling Xiao, who was beside Hua Piaoyue, and knew that some things were not to be said. She immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry. I will keep an eye on things here." After saying this, she turned around and left. At this moment, Hua Piaoyue mustered up the courage to look at Ling Xiao and said, "Brother Ling, I actually invited you here because I have a request. I hope that Brother Ling can help me with something." Our thousand-flower sect will definitely not mistreat Brother Ling, including you two sisters. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was a little angry that this girl only told him about her request when she was at his doorstep. It really made him feel a little unhappy. However, seeing that she was also filial and eager to save her senior, he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. No matter who it was, the feeling of being lied to would not feel good, so Ling Xiao deliberately answered like this. Hua Piaoyue's expression froze. Her beautiful eyes looked at Ling Xiao for a while before she opened her red lips and said, "If Brother Ling has the ability to save our old sect master, Piaoyue can promise you anything." Ling Xiao shook his head lightly and said seriously, "We'll see. Since we're already here, let's go take a look. I don't dare to guarantee that I can save her, so don't count on it too much." Ling Xiao was saying the ugly things first, forcing people to think that he was 100% sure of this. After Hua Piaoyue nodded slightly, she brought Ling Xiao into the transmission array and moved to the Thousand Flower Sect's important area. The Thousand Flower Sect was naturally a beautiful place with tens of thousands of flowers. Looking around, it was a place with a sea of flowers. All kinds of flowers were competing with each other in beauty. There were also bees and colorful butterflies flying around. Streams flowed, fish swam happily, and spirit birds occasionally flew and sang. It was really like a paradise on earth. If there were a few more beauties dancing in this world of flowers, it would definitely be a world-shocking scene. However, Ling Xiao had already looked around and didn't even see a ghost. Hua Piaoyue seemed to see through Ling Xiao's thoughts and explained, "Most of our sect disciples have been sent out to find a rank 8 alchemist. The others are guarding the flower hall." At this moment, Hua Piaoyue didn't have a smile on her face at all. She was full of melancholy. "Yes, I just want to admire the flowers here." Ling Xiao's old face blushed. He didn't deny that his thoughts had been seen through. Hua Piaoyue flew in front to lead the way and said, "I tricked you here because I had no other choice. I was afraid that you would reject my request. Regardless of whether you can save my sect master or not, Piaoyue will be eternally grateful." She said this to make herself feel less guilty. She had indeed tricked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't answer her and changed the topic instead. "Honestly, your sect master isn't just poisoned, is she?" Hua Piaoyue looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and hesitated for a moment before answering honestly. She was seriously injured and poisoned. It's difficult to suppress the spread of the poison. No wonder. If it was just simple poisoning, I think with her strength, it wouldn't be a problem for her to hold out until Master comes to save her. Ling Xiao sighed. A person who could fight against a rank 800 poison centipede would at least have the strength of a saint. Even if it was just simple poisoning, she could definitely suppress the poison and wait for a rank 8 alchemist to save her. But now, she only had 7 days to live. It wasn't as simple as poisoning. After passing through the sea of flowers, they came to a beautiful bamboo house. Here, they finally met some women who were walking around. Women came up to greet Hua Piaoyue. There were even a few old women who asked Hua Piaoyue why she brought this young man back. They thought that Hua Piaoyue had feelings for this man at this time, and that it was absolutely unforgivable for her to bring this man back to the sect. Hua Piaoyue could only explain it to them. In the end, after learning of Ling Xiao's identity, she became respectful again. After all, Ling Xiao was the leader of a great force and had the same status as the Wanhua sect master. Not everyone could be disrespectful to him. Moreover, Ling Xiao was here to help. One of the old women cupped her hands at Ling Xiao and said, "Palace Lord Ling, please forgive me. It's fine, you don't need to apologize." Ling Xiao waved his hand generously. "Elder Qin, who's in the hall now?" Hua Piaoyue asked. "We've invited the few rank 7 alchemists in the Wanhua sect's territory, as well as the 2 great elders of the Huitian sect and the Mu clan master," the old woman replied. "That's good. I believe that with their strength, they can definitely save the old sect master." Hua Piaoyue nodded in response. Ling Xiao didn't expect the Wanhua sect to invite so many people in such a short amount of time. The old sect master status in the Wanhua sect was truly extraordinary. Then, Hua Piaoyue brought Ling Xiao and flew inside. There was a beautiful hall in the depths of the bamboo house. This hall was the Wanhua sect's flower hall. In front of the flower hall, the surroundings were filled with people. Every single one of them was a beautiful woman. Their faces were filled with worry, and there was no trace of joy on them. When they saw Hua Piaoyue arrive with a man, they were all puzzled. Before entering the hall, a woman who was comparable to Hua Piaoyue hurried out and said, "Little sister, why are you back? Didn't I tell you to look for people?" This woman's appearance was not inferior to Hua Piaoyue's at all. In fact, they were somewhat alike. She wore a white dress that outlined her perfect figure. She was Hua Piaoyue's older sister, the other beauty of the Wanhua sect, Hua Feishue. Behind Hua Feishue was a man. He didn't hide his love for the Shuiyu twin flowers. When his eyes fell on Ling Xiao, he raised his eyebrows and couldn't hide his strong hostility. Chapter 927. Sister, do you still remember him? Hua Piaoyue pointed at Ling Xiao and asked Hua Feishue. Only then did Hua Feishue notice Ling Xiao's presence. "It's you." Hua Feishue covered her mouth and exclaimed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. "It's rare for a beauty to remember me. It's my honor." Ling Xiao touched his nose and smiled. He thought to himself, what a pair of sisters. Palace Lord Ling, please come inside. It's a pleasant surprise that you could visit our Wanhua sect. Hua Feiyue's indifferent face revealed a warm smile. "I was wondering who it was. So it's Master Ling. It's been a long time." The man beside Hua Feiyue greeted. He obviously knew Ling Xiao, but he seemed to be a little disrespectful to Ling Xiao with unconcealable hostility. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the man. He felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. He immediately asked, You are? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I can't recognize you. The man immediately felt his face burning. He thought that he had underestimated Ling Xiao, but he didn't expect to be hit back by Ling Xiao without a sound, which made him feel very embarrassed. Hua Feiyue smiled and introduced to Ling Xiao. This is Master Ji Chun of Huitian sect. He's a genius alchemist of Huitian sect and has already reached the 7th realm. I can't compare to someone. He thinks that he's some palace lord and has become arrogant. Ji Chun snorted angrily. Back in the Medicine Gates elixir meeting, Ling Xiao had refined several 7th realm elixir pills in one go with amazing methods and trampled on many alchemy geniuses, including Ji Chun, the #1 genius of Huitian sect. Until today, Ji Chun still couldn't stand Ling Xiao's arrogant look, so he was quite unhappy to see Ling Xiao here. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He realized that this guy was really annoying. Hua Feiyue was the first to speak. Let's go in first. She hated Ji Chun to the core. After all, Ling Xiao was a guest invited by her. Ji Chun was also a palace lord of a great force. How could he look down on him like this? He really thought too highly of himself. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with Ji Chun and followed Hua Feiyue and Hua Feiyue into the Flower Palace. There were already quite a number of people sitting in the hall. Most of them were old men in their 60s, and all of them had extremely strong mental energy fluctuations. Obviously, they were all first-class alchemy experts. At the front of the hall sat a woman who looked like a young married woman. This woman was beautiful and had a dignified expression. Her aura was boundless, and she had the demeanor of a queen. She was the current leader of the Wanhua sect, Hua Renfeng. She was once the famous #1 beauty of the Southern Abyss. Even after hundreds of years, she still maintained her flower-like appearance. She must have taken some kind of beauty-preserving spirit grass or elixir. Hua Renfeng immediately stood up to welcome them, so it's Palace Lord Ling from the Proud Smile Palace. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Please give me a seat. Hua Renfeng immediately stood up and greeted. So, it's Palace Master Ling from the Proud Smiling Palace. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Please have a seat. Hua Renfeng immediately stood up to welcome them. So it's Palace Lord Ling from the Proud Smile Palace. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. Please give me a seat. Now, that Hua Renfeng saw Ling Xiao for the first time. She was surprised. What a handsome character. Sect Leader Hua, you're too kind. Ling Xiao took the liberty to disturb you. I hope I didn't cause any trouble. Ling Xiao said politely. Hua Renfeng exchanged a few more pleasantries and then went straight to the point. Everyone here is an alchemy master, so I'll cut to the chase. Let's see if anyone can refine the poison of the 100-poison centipede to restrain our sect leader. We, the Myriad Flower Sect, will definitely offer a generous reward. Even if we can't help you, we'll prepare a small gift. We won't let you all come here for nothing. Hua Renfeng's words were kind and straightforward. At the same time, she made it clear that she wouldn't let everyone come here for nothing. This showed the generosity of the Myriad Flower Sect. Sect Leader Hua, the 8th rank 100 poisons centipede's poison is violent and needs an 8th rank antidote. I don't see anyone here who is an 8th rank alchemist. Why did you invite them here? An old man with an aquiline face said indifferently. This old man seemed to be very angry, and his eyes were full of disdain. He was Ji Chen's master, Gongsun Tairan. He was the supreme elder of the returning sky sect and had entered the 7th rank alchemist realm 1,000 years ago. His strength had also reached the middle stage of the mystic emperor realm. As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately met with cold stares from everyone present. Gongsun Tairan, it seems like you haven't reached the 8th rank either. A sneer sounded. The one who spoke was a slightly plump old man. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and his eyes were wide open. It was obvious that he was also a person with a bad temper. Every alchemist was of the fire attribute. It was normal for them to have a more irritable mentality than ordinary people. Not everyone could cultivate their moral character and restrain their character. Gongsun Tairan looked at the person who spoke and said disdainfully, "So it's Master Mu. You're right. I haven't reached the 8th rank, But if we join hands, we can barely refine an 8th rank elixir. It shouldn't be a problem. Beside Gongsun Tairan was a dull-looking old man. It was his senior, Lao Zhanda. You guys practiced the double fusion technique. Master Mu exclaimed. The so-called double fusion technique was when two people worked together to refine a cauldron of elixir. However, in order to achieve this, the two people's essence, spirit, and chi had to be in sync. The power to control the fire also had to be seamless. There couldn't be any mistakes. Otherwise, it would be impossible to successfully condense the elixir. This was a very difficult alchemy technique to practice. However, once it was mastered, there was a certain chance that it would be able to refine a higher rank elixir. It was also because Gongsun Tairan and his senior had reached the level of seamless cooperation that he could barely refine a semi-finished 8th rank elixir. That was why he dared to be so presumptuous in front of so many alchemists. It's good that you know. My senior and I have finally mastered this technique after 100 years of seclusion. So, sect leader Hua, leave the poison of your old sect leader to us. You can ask the others to leave now. Gongsun Tairan said proudly. As an alchemist, they were extremely respected figures wherever they went. Everyone present was even more arrogant. Immediately, someone flicked his sleeves, cupped his hands toward Hua Renfeng, and left. Hua Renfeng immediately said, "Everyone is an esteemed guest of our Wanhua sect. Please go to the guest room to rest first. It won't be too late to leave after preparing a small gift for everyone." When Hua Renfeng heard Gongsun Tairan's words, she was already extremely happy in her heart. However, it was not good for her to offend the people present. Her words were only to help Gongsun Tairan smooth things over. The Mu family's alchemist coldly snorted and said, "This old man will stay and see just how outstanding your fusion technique is." This person was called Mu Yongbua, the old patriarch of the Mu family, an alchemist family. He and the Heaven-Returning sect were originally allies of the Pill Alliance, but the two families weren't too harmonious. Now that the Pill Alliance had collapsed, the Heaven-Returning sect continued to follow the Medicine sect and the Pill sect, while the Mu family chose to follow Elder Han and join the Alchemist Guild of Wind Cloud City. The Mu family that joined the Wind Cloud City wasn't a subordinate family of the Smiling Palace, but an ally of interest. Following Mu Yongbua's words, the few Tier 7 alchemists who were about to leave once again sat down. It was obvious that they also wanted to see just how amazing Gongsun Tairan and Lao Zhanda's fusion technique was. Gongsun Tairan didn't seem to care about them staying and watching it all. "Sect Master Hua, before I came here, I heard that your two disciples, Hua Feishue and Hua Piayue, said that whoever can save your old sect master is willing to pay any price. Is this right?" Lao Zhanda asked Hua Renfeng. Hua Renfeng frowned slightly and said, "This is just a joke from the two girls. If the two masters can refine the Tier 8 detoxification pill, our Wanhua sect will be the most loyal friend of your Heaven-Returning sect in the future. We will also prepare many high-rank spiritual herbs for you as a reward." "What do the two masters think?" Lao Zhanda said lightly. "So it was just a joke. I thought it was true. I was just about to let the two of them be my martial niece's companions, but it seems that I can't. Junior brother, let's go." After saying this, Lao Zhanda actually stood up and was about to leave. "Masters, please wait." Hua Renfeng called out anxiously. Hua Feishue and Hua Piayue were the two most outstanding disciples in her sect. How could she let them marry outside? However, their old sect master was the stabilizing force of the Wanhua sect. She couldn't let her die. She had to keep Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan first. Gongsun Tairan said, "Sect Master Hua, my senior brother is a straightforward person. Don't take it to heart. My disciple Ji Chun is also a Tier 7 alchemist. If your two disciples can be his companions, it won't be a disgrace to their reputation. If you don't agree to this condition, we will definitely not help. Please forgive us, Sect Master Hua." Everyone present understood that these two people were refining the detoxification pill for the old sect master of the Wanhua sect, to find wives for their disciples. However, they knew that Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tyrant's idea was not so simple. They wanted to tie the heaven-returning sect to the Wanhua sect. They wanted to stabilize their current status in the southern abyss through marriage. Hua Renfeng was in a dilemma. At this time, Hua Feishuo stood up and said, "If you can refine a Tier 8 detoxification pill, we sisters will agree to your request." Hua Piayue also took a step forward and looked at the two old men and Ji Chun with disgust. She said, "That's right. As long as you can save our old sect master, we sisters will agree to your request." "You two children," Hua Renfeng couldn't bear to say. All the alchemists present cast disdainful looks at Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tyrant. Mu Yongbua even opened his mouth and ridiculed. "If your disciples have the ability, they should go chase after the girls themselves. Why do they need you two old farts to threaten them? You've really broadened our horizons." "Mu Yongbua, don't talk nonsense. This condition was announced by the Wanhua sect long ago. We are only asking for a reward. Moreover, although our heaven-returning sect is not as good as the Wanhua sect, we are still an alchemy sect with an inheritance. The union of the two sects can be considered a beautiful story." Gongsun Tyrant said without the slightest shame. "I have fallen in love with my two junior sisters at first sight. I hope Sect Master Hua can help me." Ji Chun took the opportunity to walk out and bow to Hua Renfeng. Chapter 928. Ji Chun could not be considered a handsome young man. His appearance was quite ordinary. His eyes were a little narrow, revealing a bit of coldness. His appearance was close to middle-aged, so he must be the kind of person who matured slowly. Like the Wanhua sect, the Huitian sect was located in the southern abyss. The reputation of the Shuiyu twin flowers had long spread throughout the southern abyss. Every man wanted to marry them and keep them by their side forever. Ji Chun was an ambitious man and also a lecherous man. He did not have a handsome appearance, but he had the identity of seventh-rank alchemist that others could not compare to. This identity was enough for him to be proud of. However, this alone wasn't enough for him to capture Shuiyu Shuanghua, who told her to be the proud daughter of a powerful force. Moreover, as the successor of the Wanhua sect, she was normally not allowed to marry. The incident of the Wanhua sect's old sect leader undoubtedly gave Ji Chun an opportunity. Therefore, he was willing to ask his master and martial uncle to come out of seclusion and accept the task of the Wanhua sect. Hua Renfeng was very unhappy that the Huitian sect was threatening the Wanhua sect like this, but there was nothing she could do. After all, the old sect leader was her master. Now there was only one choice. If Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tyrant did not help, the others did not have the ability to refine the 8th-rank medicinal pill, and they could not wait for others to help. "Master, don't be in a difficult position. Little sister and I will agree to their request as long as the old sect leader is alive." Hua Feiyue said very firmly. "Yes, I hope you will not disappoint us." Hua Piayue said, "Good. It is rare for the two junior sisters to be so reasonable. Martial uncle, master, please help them." Ji Chun replied very happily. At this time, Hua Renfeng said, "I wonder if it is possible for me to use another true female disciple as a partner for Master Ji?" Hua Renfeng knew that it was impossible, but she still asked unwillingly. Her two disciples were the flesh of her heart, and it would not be easy to raise another one. "Sect leader Hua, do you think this is possible?" Lao Zhanda said indifferently. Hua Renfeng looked at her two disciples and sighed softly. "Then let's do it this way. If you can refine the 8th-rank antidote pill, I will agree to your request." Although the people present didn't like it, they didn't say anything more. On the contrary, after Ling Xiao arrived, he became a spectator. No one cared about his existence anymore. Only Ji Chun would occasionally cast a complacent look at him, as if provoking Ling Xiao. He, don't be so proud. I'll see how you cry later," Ling Xiao thought to himself. He just couldn't stand people forcing women. It was too immoral. "Sect leader Hua, please prepare a place for us to concoct pills. We don't want anyone to disturb us." Gongsun Tyrant said. Hua Renfeng nodded and immediately brought everyone out of the flower palace. They then came to an alchemy room. This alchemy room was used by the 7th-rank alchemists of the Wanhua sect for alchemy. It was spacious and quiet enough. Hua Renfeng also gave a strict order that no disciple was allowed to come close. Only a dozen people were left. They were all 7th-rank alchemists. They wanted to see how magical Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tyrant's combination technique was. Sect leader Hua, this won't do. There's so many people here. What if someone tries to cause trouble? Gongsun Tyrant said. Before Hua Renfeng could speak, Mu Yongbo sneered. Don't you even have the courage to let us watch? You're not just bragging, are you? Whether it's bragging or not, we'll know soon. I'm just worried that someone will be jealous and disturb us when we're concocting pills. It doesn't matter if we can't concoct pills, but I'm afraid it will ruin sect leader Hua's plan, Gongsun Tyrant replied. At this time, Hua Renfeng frowned slightly. She hesitated and said, Feiyue, invite Granny by here. Yes, master. Hua Feiyue responded and left. Not long after, Hua Feiyue came back with an old woman. This old woman's body was extremely hunched. Her skin was as rough as tree bark. It was wrinkled layer by layer. She looked a little ferocious. Everyone present hurriedly bowed to this old woman when they saw her. They couldn't see through this old woman's cultivation, but they knew that this old woman must be an unfathomable expert. They didn't dare to show any disrespect. Hua Renfeng stepped forward and bowed to the old woman. Granny Bai, I'll have to trouble you to control the situation. Granny Bai smiled, which didn't have many teeth left. Hee, sect leader, you're too polite. An old woman like me can still do something for the sect. This is what I should do. Hua Renfeng nodded lightly. She looked at everyone present and said, Everyone here is a great master. Now that I've troubled Master Gongsun and Master Gongsun to concoct an 8th-rank antidote for my Myriad Flower sect, it concerns the life of our Myriad Flower sect's old sect leader. There must be no mistakes. Everyone can watch from the side, but you must not make any noise to affect the two masters. Otherwise, don't blame our Myriad Flower sect for being impolite. Hua Renfeng's forceful demeanor was not to be underestimated. After all, she had the strength of a mystic arch. Everyone nodded their heads. Even those who had the intention to cause trouble for them stopped thinking about it. After all, with that old hag overseeing things, who would dare to make any noise? Wouldn't that be courting death? Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tyrant didn't have any other opinions. Immediately after, the two of them started to concoct the 8th-rank antidote under everyone's gaze. A round, dark blue cauldron appeared in front of everyone. This cauldron looked very simple and unadorned. The cauldron's walls were engraved with mysterious patterns. On the cauldron's rim, there were 3 cauldron handles in the shape of a dragon's head. They seemed to be roaring and spitting out mist. The cauldron's surroundings were suffused with waves of blue light, and it looked very extraordinary. Most of the people present revealed heated expressions. They could all tell that this was the heaven-returning sect's Earth-rank cauldron, the Serene Dragon Cauldron. It was ranked 18th out of the 36 Earth-rank cauldrons. To an alchemist, there were 2 things that were most important. One was a high-rank cauldron, and the other was a mystical fire seed. Any one of them was a supreme treasure that they could only dream of. If they could collect both, they would be ecstatic. After Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tyrant looked at each other, both of them took a deep breath and began to move. Spirit grasses flew out from their space rings like flowers blooming in the sky. The two of them shouted at the same time, and 2 flames of the same color instantly burst out. ZZ! The flames flickered like spirit snakes, and the spirit grasses suspended in midair withered and condensed into essence by the hot steam. Little by little, they fell into the cauldron like rain. Refining medicine into rain was something that any high-rank alchemist could do. But looking at Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tyrant's refining speed, it was indeed much faster than that of an ordinary 7th-rank alchemist. The two of them kept flipping their palms, the flames rising and falling, their essence chi seeming to be linked together. Each of their palms seemed to have a tacit understanding of each other, and their coordination was quite close. Everyone present was a grandmaster. They watched the two of them use this fusion technique in the hopes that they could learn from it and see if they could try it like them when they returned. However, seeing the two of them cooperate so closely, each of their movements seemed to have been tempered thousands of times, without the slightest sense of awkwardness or sluggishness. Moreover, the two of them controlled the flames quite precisely, making it difficult to find any signs of fatigue. This was really too difficult to achieve. No wonder Gongsun Tairan said that the two of them had been in retreat for 100 years to achieve this level of coordination. He was absolutely not exaggerating. Everyone present also dispelled the idea of learning from them. Ling Xiao, who was sitting among them, watched with great interest. This was the first time he had seen the two of them refine a cauldron of pills at the same time, and it allowed him to see another way of playing alchemy. To be able to play like this, it's really hard on them. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Ling Xiao felt that this set of fusion technique had its brilliant points, but how long would it take to hone to reach the realm of two as one? Squandering so much time, it was better to use this time to improve one's own personal realm. Of course, this was just Ling Xiao's personal opinion. To other alchemists, they would not agree. After all, how could they advance like Ling Xiao? The biggest advantage of the fusion technique was that the speed of refining spiritual herbs was more than twice as fast as refining alone. In half a day's time, Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan had already finished refining many spiritual herbs. The two of them were also not as relaxed as they thought. Fine beads of sweat began to seep on their foreheads. The two of them needed too much concentration to cooperate. They could not be careless at all. Moreover, the spiritual herbs needed to refine a grade 8 medicinal pill were too numerous. It was definitely not an ordinary medicinal pill that could be done in 4 to 6 hours. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have failed back then. After refining the spiritual herbs, it was time to refine the grade 8 beast pill. This was the main event. The power contained in a grade 8 beast pill was enormous. The time needed to refine it was rather long. Without reaching the saint realm, wanting to refine it in a short time was absolutely impossible. If time dragged on and it was not refined completely, then all the energy would dissipate before it was consolidated. This was also one of the biggest reasons for Ling Xiao's failure back then. After Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan both consumed the qi-returning medicinal pill, they started refining the grade 8 beast pill provided by the Myriad Flower sect. At this step, the advantage of the fusion technique could be seen. The strength of two people was always much stronger than the strength of one person. Furthermore, they could also take turns to catch their breath and not be exhausted in the end. Refining this beast pill took close to a day's time. Everyone did not dare to reveal the slightest bit of impatience. At this time, Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan were already drenched in sweat. Following the successful extraction and refinement of the spiritual herb essence and beast pill, the two also heaved a sigh of relief. This last juncture was the most critical. Fusing a grade 8 medicinal pill was absolutely not an easy task. Everyone present started to get a little nervous, especially those from the Myriad Flower sect. They even stared fixedly at the two, hoping to see the moment of success. Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan exchanged a glance. Both gritted their teeth and flipped their palms at the same time, absorbing large amounts of surrounding spiritual energy and pressing it towards a medicinal cauldron. Bang! Chapter 929. The amount of spiritual energy required to condense an 8th grade elixir pill was massive. Generally, every major force would set up a huge spirit gathering array in their spatial zone. This was also to allow their disciples to cultivate in the best environment. Therefore, Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan were not worried about the lack of spiritual energy here. The key was to see how much spiritual energy they could absorb in a short period of time to condense the elixir. If it was only one mid-stage mystic emperor, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed would definitely not be enough for a cauldron of elixirs. However, the amount of spiritual energy absorbed by two mid-stage mystic emperors would double, and it was unknown if it was enough to condense the elixir. Generally speaking, in order to reach the realm of an 8th grade alchemist, a martial artist must have the strength of an 8th grade martial artist. Only then would they have enough strength to support all of this. This was also why it was difficult for alchemists below the Saint realm to become an 8th grade alchemist. In order to reach this step, he had to raise his own strength as well. When Ling Xiao tried to refine elixirs as an early-stage mystic emperor, the biggest reason for his failure was also because he was not strong enough. At the moment when the elixir was condensed, everyone who was seated stood up and stared at the direction of the cauldron. They allowed the surging spiritual energy to hit their bodies, but they remained unmoved. Swish! At this moment, outside the alchemy room, a ray of green light bloomed. Then there were 2 rays, 3 rays. In the end, it was actually a ray of green light. It was demonic and dazzling. When the myriad flower sect disciples outside the alchemy room saw this scene, they could not help but let out gasps of surprise. At the same time, a strong medicinal smell wafted out of the room, giving people the urge to pounce and devour it. A phenomenon in the sky. Could it be that the elixir is condensed? Everyone in the room sighed in their hearts. However, this phenomenon did not last for too long before it completely disappeared. Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan, who were in front of the cauldron, were forcefully thrown to the side by the force of the elixir. Their expressions were extremely pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of their mouths. It seemed that they had suffered from the powerful energy of the elixir. When the smoke in the cauldron gradually dissipated, everyone began to feel nervous. None of the people present were 8th grade alchemists. They also wanted to see if this fusion technique was really heaven-defying and could condense an elixir of a higher grade. Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan stood up. Both of them took out pills and swallowed them to recover. Gongsun Tairan revealed a confident smile and said, "Chen go take out the pill and give it to sect leader Hua." This is the betrothal gift for our heavenly sect. Ji Chun was overjoyed. He hurried over and prepared to take out the pill. Hua Feiyue and Hua Piaoyue, who were standing to the side, looked a little unnatural. They hoped that they could refine a pill to save the old sect master's life, but they were very unwilling to do so. They refused to follow a despicable person like Ji Chun from the bottom of their hearts. Ji Chun fished out the pill from the medicinal cauldron. His face turned into a thick smile as he raised the pill in his hand. It was an irregularly shaped pill that didn't have the slightest sense of roundness or beauty. It felt like an extremely incomplete pill. However, this pill exuded a strong fragrance, and its medicinal properties were unquestionable. A semi-finished pill. Everyone present cried out in surprise. None of them laughed at the ugly appearance of the pill. Instead, their eyes were burning with passion. As alchemists, their life's pursuit was to be able to refine pills of higher grades. An 8th grade pill could be said to be a heaven-defying pill. It wasn't something that any 7th grade alchemist could casually refine. Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan combined their powers to refine it at the 7th grade realm was quite impressive. The two of them combined could be considered half an 8th grade alchemist. This was a very small amount. It was no wonder that they had been so arrogant earlier. Although it's only a semi-finished product, it should be able to suppress the poison of your esteemed sect's old sect master for a year and a half. At that time, when a medicine saint refines the true antidote, there won't be a problem. Incredible, truly incredible. Mu Yongbo revealed a look of admiration as he spoke. Although he didn't like Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan, it didn't stop him from making a judgment on the pill. At least you know what's good for you," Gongsun Tairan said very proudly. He was also secretly rejoicing in his heart. Usually, when he and his senior brother tried to refine 8th grade pills, they only had 30% confidence. In other words, only 1 out of 3 attempts would succeed in condensing the pill. He didn't expect that this time he would perform exceptionally well and succeed in condensing the pill on his first try. At this time, Ji-chun walked over to Hua, Rin Feng with the pill in his hand, and said, "Sec Master Hua, please accept it." Ji-chun held the pill in front of Hua Rin Feng, unable to conceal that proud smile in the slightest. Hua Rin Feng was overjoyed. Just as she was about to reach out to take the pill, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. That semi-finished pill actually cracked open on its own. Finally, it turned into a ball of charred black medicinal powder lying on Ji-chun's palm. All the medicinal properties had also mostly disappeared. This sudden change caused the expressions of everyone present to become extremely interesting. This is impossible. Lao Zhanda immediately cried out in shock. Gongsun Tairan also revealed a look of disbelief, while Ji-chun appeared to be extremely panicked. It actually failed. Looks like I just forcefully condensed it and didn't manage to consolidate it. Muyong sighed. Buffed. And I thought it was something amazing. Turns out it's just a piece of trash that shows off. He even looks down on us, sitting here. A black-robed alchemist mocked. Immediately after, someone else said, "Isn't that right? Although the fusion technique is powerful, not everyone can succeed. What a pity, what a pity. What a waste of such a great spiritual herb." The invited 7th grade alchemists all took the opportunity to ridicule Gongsun Tairan because he was too arrogant and looked down on their existence. Gongsun Tairan's face was ashen as he said, "These medicinal powders have strong medicinal properties. Hurry up and give it to your sect master. He can last for a few more days." Lao Zhanda also quickly said, That's right. Hurry up and take it. There must still be medicinal smell." Hua Renfeng's face was extremely gloomy. She was hesitating whether or not she should take these seemingly useless medicinal powders. No need. The medicinal power of these medicinal powders can't even compare to a 7th grade medicinal pill. It won't have any effect even if you take it. At this time, Grandma Bai spoke up. All the alchemists present nodded their heads. The medicinal pills were destroyed, and their medicinal properties had dissipated. There really wasn't much effect. Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan just couldn't accept this fact. Martial uncle, master, failure in alchemy is common. There's still enough time. We can refine it again. Ji-chun reminded. He also couldn't accept this fact. The 2 beautiful flowers were about to be in his hands, but they were actually ruined. Yes, there's still enough time. Let's refine it again. Lao Zhanda hurriedly replied. Forget it. Don't embarrass yourself anymore. The 7th grade alchemist said disdainfully. Yijan, what do you mean by this? We brothers are also thinking for the Wanhua sect master. Could it be that you have a way to refine it? Gongsun Tairan shouted angrily. I have a reputation for self-awareness. I'm not like someone who dares to use medicinal pills to threaten others. How shameless. The alchemist called Yijan retorted. He was now hitting someone who was down. He didn't have the slightest bit of good intentions. You. Gongsun Tairan was so angry that he glared at his beard, but he didn't know how to refute. Lao Zhanda sighed heavily and said, Junior brother, forget it. Since we can't do it, we won't waste sect Master Hua's time. We admit defeat. Let's go. This time, they had lost a lot of face. Their state of mind was also ruined. It was impossible for them to cooperate and refine an 8th grade medicinal pill again. Lao Zhanda was also aware of his own situation. He didn't intend to force it. Martial uncle, master. Ji-chun called out unwillingly. Let's go. Sect Master Hua, we're sorry. We brothers are powerless. Lao Zhanda responded, then cupped his hands towards Hua Rin Feng and apologized. Just as Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan were about to leave, Ji-chun suddenly said, Sect Master Hua, actually, I know someone here who can refine an 8th grade medicinal pill. Everyone present was stunned. Before Hua Renfeng could respond, Gongsun Tairan shouted loudly, Chen don't be presumptuous. Quickly leave with me. He was afraid that his disciple couldn't accept the truth and would cause trouble again. No, Master, what I said is the truth. That person is him. Ji-chun said firmly, then pointed in the direction of a person. Following the direction that Ji Chun pointed, everyone's eyes focused in that direction. And there was no doubt that there was an extraordinarily handsome young man sitting there. He had an indifferent and warm smile on his face. At first glance, he gave people a very good impression. He was impressively Ling Xiao. Don't talk nonsense. Quickly leave. Gong Sun Tyran's expression darkened. He pulled Ji Chen's hand and forcefully took him away. Master, let me finish first, Ji Chen said unwillingly. Hua Renfeng opened her mouth and said, That's right, Master Gong Sun. It's not too late to let your disciple finish before leaving. Although Hua Renfeng didn't know whether Ji Chen's words were true or not, as long as there was a little hope, she didn't want to let go. Gong Sun Tyran sighed lightly and let go of Ji Chen's hand. In fact, he understood his disciple. He just wanted to drag someone down with him to save their face. Ji Chun glanced at Ling Xiao and then said to Hua Renfeng, Sect Master Hua, you may not know, but in the Alchemy Guild conference 8 years ago, Palace Master Ling refined several 7th grade Supreme grade mysterious Emperor pills in one go. He won first place in the Alchemy Guild in one fell swoop, and even recruited the supervising elder of the Alchemy Guild to the proud, smiling palace. He is a medicine saint. With his guidance, I believe that with Palace Master Ling's Tenbin, he must have become a medicine saint. Ji Chen's words were praising Ling Xiao, and he also mentioned Elder Han. There was no doubt that he was ready to kill Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao didn't admit that he had reached the 8th grade, it would also deal a blow to Ling Xiao's confidence and prestige, and his goal would also be achieved. If Ling Xiao bit the bullet and admitted it, then there would be a good show to watch. At the same time, he would also feel very happy. It had to be said that Ji Chun was a narrow-minded and vindictive person. Chapter 9:30. What Ji Chun said was the truth. Ling Xiao was already a 7th grade alchemist, and Elder Han had become the guardian elder of the proud, smiling palace. This identity was not surprising, otherwise the Alchemist Guild would not have moved to Wine Cloud City. Everyone's eyes fell on Ling Xiao, waiting for Ling Xiao's answer. Hua Piaoyue also hoped that Ling Xiao could have such strength. She had tricked Ling Xiao into coming here with the mentality of giving it a try. Before entering the sect, Ling Xiao had also expressed his interest in the two sisters. Between Ji Chun and Ling Xiao, Hua Piaoyue would naturally choose the latter. After all, the latter was a famous genius in the central region. He was also so handsome, so it was not an injustice to her. Ling Xiao did not expect to be criticized even when he was lying down, no, sitting down. He cried out in his heart. Hua Renfeng saw that Ling Xiao didn't respond even after a long time. She felt that even with Elder Han's guidance, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to become an 8th grade alchemist. After all, Ling Xiao hadn't reached the level of a saint yet. This condition alone was enough to keep many alchemists at bay. This was also the reason why there were so few saint alchemists on the continent. It is true that Palace Lord Ling is extremely talented, but he is still young and cannot be forced. Hua Renfeng helped Ling Xiao out of this predicament. After all, a genius like Ling Xiao was not someone the Wanhua sect could easily offend. Mu Yonghua also spoke. That's right. We old farts have been refining pills for thousands of years, but we have not reached the 8th grade realm. How old is Palace Lord Ling? But he can already stand shoulder to shoulder with us old farts. I admire this ability. He can't refine 8th grade pills now, but it does not mean that he will not have a chance in the future. I believe that there will be a place for Palace Lord Ling among the saint alchemists in the central region in the future. Mu Yonghua praised Ling Xiao without restraint. He did not hide the kindness in his old eyes. That's right. I see that Palace Master Ling is not even 100 years old. He still has a lot of time to improve his alchemy, unlike us old bones. Every day that passes is a day less. One of the Tier 7 alchemists did not mind flattering him. The other people also chimed in with a few words. It was nothing more than to give face to Ling Xiao, and, at the same time, to strike a blow to the few people from the heaven returning sect. Let's go. Gong Sun Tyran, didn't want to offend Ling Xiao, so he had to persuade Ji Chun again. Ji Chun unwillingly clenched his fists and angrily glared at Ling Xiao. Palace Master Ling, so you are also a coward. Before he could finish his words, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura instantly surged down, and a golden dragon instantly roared towards Ji Chun. Be careful. Gongsun Tairan sensed it very quickly. He immediately pulled Ji Chun behind him and stood in front of Ji Chun. Puff! Although Gongsun Tairan was a mid-level mystic emperor, he still couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's powerful aura. He was directly sent flying, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Ling Xiao's aura did not stop there. It continued to press towards Ji Chun. Ji Chun only felt that his whole body couldn't move, and he saw that the peerless dragon seemed to want to swallow him alive. It was too scary. At this moment, Granny Bai lightly raised her hand, and Ling Xiao's dragon aura immediately disappeared. She looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. Young man, that's enough. This is our Wanhua sect. Ling Xiao looked at Granny Bai and lightly nodded. Since the elder has spoken, this junior will naturally obey. I just want to teach those who disrespected me a lesson. Today, Ling Xiao no longer concealed anything. The domineering aura of a superior was unmistakable, and the aura of an emperor circled around his body, giving people a feeling of submission. Everyone at the scene finally had a new understanding of this overlord who was able to build his own force, and who dared to go against the Gu clan, Shatian organization, and the Black Demon sect. Lao Zhanda cast a resentful look at Ling Xiao. Palace Lord Ling, what do you mean by this? Ling Xiao lightly said, what do I mean? You should ask your treasured martial nephew what kind of identity this empress has. Does he even dare to criticize me? This empress is only helping you teach this disrespectful junior a lesson. Could it be that you want to seek justice for him? Ling Xiao's aura was frightening, and his expression was dignified, giving people a feeling of fear even though it wasn't cold. Most of the people at the scene had the cultivation of a mystic emperor, but they could still feel the terrifying pressure from Ling Xiao. Even Granny Bai cast a surprised look at Ling Xiao, and she thought to herself, good lad, he actually has the strength of a high-level mystic emperor. When Ling Xiao arrived at the Wanhua sect, he had already concealed his aura, and now he was forced to reveal it. Was he supposed to pretend to be low-key when others were bullying him? That was obviously impossible. Lao Zhanda was frightened by Ling Xiao, and for a moment, he didn't dare to reply. Looking at his martial nephew who had fallen to the ground and his injured junior brother, he felt that he had really lost all his face today. Hua Renfeng mediated. Palace Lord Ling, please don't be angry. I think they didn't mean to offend you. Why don't you let go for my sake? Of course, some people have already learned their lesson, and they should know that some words can't be spoken carelessly. Ling Xiao lightly nodded. Palace Lord Ling is magnanimous. Masters, please go and rest, Hua Renfeng said. Lao Zhanda and Gongsun Tairan couldn't refine a grade 8 pill, and no one present had the ability to do so. Hua Renfeng's beautiful eyes revealed an unconcealable sadness. Just as everyone stood up to leave, Ling Xiao spoke again. If everyone isn't in a hurry, I don't mind trying to refine a grade 8 pill in front of you. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, everyone stopped in their tracks, and their eyes focused on him again. Palace Lord Ling, why fight for a moment of anger? Mu Yongbo advised. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and said, everyone here is a senior, and Ling Xiao doesn't hide anything. I have indeed received guidance from senior brother Han Kai, and now I have some experience. If I want to refine a grade 8 pill, I can't say that I have 100% success rate, but I have at least a 70% chance of success. If you're interested, you can stay and give me some pointers. If not, that's fine too. Ling Xiao lowered his status and spoke to them as a junior alchemist. This undoubtedly made others feel that Ling Xiao was a young man who knew when to advance and when to retreat. It was no wonder that he could establish such a large sect. This was not a coincidence. However, from Ling Zhao's confident tone. It seemed that he could really refine a grade 8 pill, which shocked them. Hua Piayue was the first to speak. Palace Lord Ling, if you can really refine a grade 8 antidote pill to save our old sect master, Piayue is willing to work for you. Ling Xiao said, let's talk about this later. I don't dare to say that I'm 100% sure. When refining a pill, it's easy to break it if you're not careful. I believe all the seniors here know this. That's right. No one dares to guarantee it. Palace Lord Ling's words are well said. Not like some people who think they're right. A grade 7 alchemist stood up and said, not forgetting to ridicule Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan. Hua Renfeng said, Palace Lord Ling, is what you said true? Since your sect doesn't have any other way, why don't you give it a try? However, the spirit herbs and beast cores needed will still be your sect's concern. If it's broken, I won't be responsible for compensation. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. All right, as long as there's a 10% chance, we're willing to give it a try. Leave the spirit herbs needed to us. Hua Renfeng's hope was ignited again. All right then, I'll embarrass myself in front of all the seniors. Ling Xiao said very calmly. Originally, he really didn't want to be in the limelight, but Ji Qin actually wanted to drag him down. Then he would go along with his wishes and let him know the feeling of despair. Thus, everyone returned to their seats. Even Lao Zhanda, Gong Sun Tairan, and Ji Chun, who were about to leave, didn't leave. Their eyes were all hiding an indescribable hatred. Thus, everyone sat back in their seats. Even Lao Zhanda, Gong Sun Tairan, and Ji Chun, who were about to leave, didn't leave. Their eyes were all hiding an indescribable hatred. Hua Renfeng immediately ordered her sect's grade 7 alchemist to prepare. In less than an hour, the spirit herbs and beast cores that Ling Xiao needed were all placed in front of him. All right, time is of the essence. This king will do his best to refine a detoxification pill for your sect. Whether it succeeds or not will depend on the will of the heavens. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and declared once again. Immediately afterward, the spatial ring in his hand quietly turned into a black medicine cauldron. This medicine cauldron was heavy and simple. The cauldron's body was black and glossy. The patterns on the cauldron were dense and complex, and the dim light it emitted was even more mysterious and profound. At a glance, anyone could tell that this was not an ordinary medicine cauldron. Everyone present was experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately recognized the extraordinariness of this cauldron. They stared at this medicine cauldron, not believing that it had anything to do with the legendary 5th-ranked divine cauldron. They all had burning greed in their hearts, but the power that Ling Xiao showed just now made them suppress these thoughts. Although a divine cauldron was rare, it was useless if one didn't have a life to use it. Ling Xiao began to move. The spirit herbs seemed to float by themselves without any wind. At the same time, his palms moved like flowing water, and purple flames roared out like fire dragons. As soon as this purple flame appeared, everyone present felt that the flames they refined were suppressed in some way. They all felt a sense of dread towards this purple flame. Heavenly fire. These two words immediately appeared in the minds of all the alchemists, and their eyes became even more envious. Ling Zhao's movements were like the wind, and his figure was as steady as a mountain. The demeanor of an alchemy grandmaster was unmistakable. The speed at which he refined medicine into rain was impressively much faster than Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan's combined refinement. Everyone was dazzled by it. They only felt that a large amount of medicine rain fell into the cauldron, and bursts of spirit herb essence filled the air. An expert could tell if he was skilled or not. It was their first time seeing Ling Xiao perform alchemy. Just based on his broken hand, they could immediately conclude that Ling Zhao's level of refining spirit herbs was much higher than theirs. Hua Feishue and Hua Piayue looked at each other, unable to conceal the excitement in their beautiful eyes. They seemed to be able to see the moment when Ling Xiao condensed a grade 8 medicinal pill. Only Ji Qin's eyes showed a strong sense of unwillingness. He thought to himself, we must not let him succeed. Chapter 9:31. Extracting spiritual herbs was a task that consumed a lot of mental energy. One had to know how much heat to use in order to best extract the essence of different spiritual herbs of different grades. Although Ling Xiao spent most of his time on cultivation, he had never slacked off on the path of alchemy. Moreover, he had an advantage that others could not hope to match, which was his vast mental energy and inherited memories from the medicine god. Ling Xiao's alchemy technique had been tempered a long time ago. His tenbin was even more difficult for ordinary people to reach. The alchemists present were all masters. When they saw Ling Xiao's skillful technique and relaxed demeanor, they found it hard to believe that he was an alchemist who had not even reached half a year of age. Instead, they felt that he was an alchemist who had practiced alchemy for a longer period of time than them. The sisters Hua Feishue and Hua Piayue did not know alchemy, but in their eyes, Ling Xiao's alchemy looked extremely handsome. It was pleasing to the eye, and they could not help but be a little obsessed. There is no lack of handsome men in this world, nor would there be a lack of heroes. However, handsome and heroic men were rare, especially a man as versatile as Ling Xiao. He was definitely a poison to any woman. Otherwise, there would not be so many beauties by his side. The two of them could not help but think that if Ling Xiao successfully refined an 8th grade alchemy pill, would he threaten them like Ji Chun and make them his partners? The two women's faces could not help but blush, and they looked even more alluring. Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan needed half a day to extract the essence of the spiritual herbs, but Ling Xiao only spent 6 hours to completely refine it. This speed was the result of Ling Xiao deliberately slowing down. Otherwise, he could definitely be faster. The reason why he did this was because he knew the importance of alchemy this time. He could not be careless, so he strived to complete the alchemy task on the first try. He could not fail. It is indeed a good thing that my strength has increased. After Ling Xiao refined the last spiritual herb, he let out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he didn't take any qi replenishing pills, but he still felt the energy in his body surging. He took out a level 8 beast core and threw it into the medicine cauldron. The purple flames in his hands began to burn even more fiercely, and his spiritual power also began to form sharp blades to cut the energy of the beast core. If he had been a low-tier mystic Tharch, it would not have been easy for him to refine this beast core. Along the way, he would have had to consume several qi replenishing elixirs. In recent years, his strength had jumped 2 levels, and his aura was extremely thick. Ordinary half-saints weren't as strong as him, and his strength was comparable to ordinary low-level saints, which was enough for him to refine the beast core in one go. After the beast core was refined, it took 16 hours to refine the spiritual grass essence. This speed was enough to completely suppress Lao Zhanda and Gong Sun Tairan's refining speed. The same thought popped up in everyone's mind. Could he really succeed? By the time everything was ready, Ling Xiao was already drenched in sweat. His body's energy was almost depleted, and at the most crucial moment, he didn't dare to be careless and swallowed a few qi replenishing pills. He used his spiritual power to stabilize the spiritual grass essence and the beast core's energy, not letting them dissipate much. Moreover, the obsidian cauldron also had the same function. It preserved all the essence energy perfectly, and all that was left was for Ling Xiao to condense the beast core. Damn it, if I don't succeed this time, I'll die trying. With this queen's exceptional talent, there is nothing that I can't do. Ling Xiao cheered himself on in his heart. Immediately after, the 3 aberrations in his sea of consciousness flickered, and he began to circulate his divine arts to gather spirit qi. In an instant, a huge amount of spirit qi suddenly surged towards the medicine refinement room. Countless spirit qi flowed, creating a hoo-hoo sound, and a moist feeling filled the medicine refinement room. Everyone was shocked. They could clearly feel how terrifying this spirit qi was, and it actually gathered in an instant. Even a peak-stage mystic Tharch would find it hard to do this. Only Grandma Bai's old eyes flickered as she looked at Ling Xiao, as if she wanted to see through him. She muttered in her heart, "This kid is indeed strange." After gathering the spirit chi for around 10 breaths of time, the spirit chi around Ling Xiao was already relatively dense. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao shouted, "Condense for me." He formed a seal with both his palms, and it turned into a space-sealing force that compressed towards the medicine cauldron. The spirit chi moved along with his palms, and as if they were under his command, they all surged into the medicine cauldron. Bang! The terrifying fusion of energy would definitely produce a strong backlash. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth tightly, and all the strength in his body gathered on both his palms, firmly suppressing this backlash so that he wouldn't be blown away. Only by compressing a large portion of the energy would he be able to reduce the loss of the elixir's medicinal properties. He would also be able to fuse the spirit chi, the essence of the spirit herbs, and the energy of the beast elixir together to form a perfect elixir. Swish! At this moment, the sky was filled with green clouds that bloomed from the horizon, and countless green lights lit up the medicine refinement room. This green light made people feel comfortable, and it made people feel like they were in an illusion. It was like a celestial cloud, full of mysterious colors. Ling Xiao, who was standing next to the medicine cauldron, was completely torn by the power of the elixir, revealing his strong and sturdy physique. He clenched his teeth and formed a seal with both of his palms to tightly cover the mouth of the medicine cauldron. When the green clouds shone on his body, he felt that the pain in his body had completely disappeared, and there was only a comfortable feeling like he was bathing under the sun, which made him feel infinitely wonderful. Everyone present was shocked by this scene, and they were all stunned to the point that they couldn't express their shock with words. The green clouds condensed in the sky for a long time, and the worries of the Wanhua sect's disciples seemed to have been swept away by this green light. What a beautiful light! It's so much better than the light from a day ago. This is a phenomenon in the sky. A master must have refined a heaven-defying elixir. Our old sect master will definitely be saved this time. This is great. I wonder which master is so powerful. We must properly thank this master. The heavens are truly blessing our Wanhua sect. The heavens are truly blessing our Wanhua sect. The green clouds continued to persist, and it seemed like it would not dissipate in a short period of time. Ling Xiao stood in front of the medicine cauldron, still forming seals, as if he had not finished condensing the elixir. However, there was a faint smile on his face, and it was clear that success was in sight. Just as everyone was still in a daze, someone suddenly launched a sneak attack. A ray of light shot out from a corner and pierced towards the center of Ling Xiao's eyebrows. Everyone was shocked. It had to be known that Ling Xiao was at the most critical moment. If it was destroyed, then this furnace of pills would be destroyed. Moreover, Ling Xiao was currently focused, so it was impossible for him to react in time to block. No one would have thought that someone would be so bold as to use a sneak attack in front of so many people. "How dare you?" Huaren Feng shouted angrily. She wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, her reaction was too late. Just as the light was about to pierce in front of Ling Xiao, a strong wind instantly appeared and deflected the light, preventing it from harming Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao had sensed it a long time ago, but he couldn't afford to be distracted. Moreover, with the toughness of his body, the light that shot towards him couldn't hurt him, so he maintained his posture. Because he was now at the final stage of finishing, he absolutely could not let it fail on the verge of success. Pum! A muffled sound finally rang out. Countless green clouds seemed to want to be smeared into the medicine cauldron all at once. Ling Xiao also released the seal and took 2 steps back. The medicine cauldron was covered in a dense light, smoke was hazy, and waves of medicinal fragrance were emitted. Everyone present felt that the medicinal fragrance had a kind of effect of eliminating fatigue. Just by smelling it, they all felt comfortable and calm. That feeling was as if they had taken some kind of elixir. It was simply too refreshing. A 7th grade alchemist could not help but be moved. It's done. It's definitely done. Otherwise, the vision wouldn't have appeared for so long, and all of them enter the cauldron. I really did not expect to see the appearance of an 8th grade pill again in my lifetime. That's right, just by smelling this medicinal fragrance, this pill is definitely not as simple as an ordinary half-finished product. It will definitely be a very perfect pill. Another exclaimed, I really did not expect Palace Lord Ling to surpass us old men at such a young age. It really makes us speechless. Stop talking nonsense, quickly take out the pill, and see what the quality is like. Everyone present became excited. There was not a hint of jealousy in their eyes as they looked at Ling Xiao, only a deep sense of respect and admiration. No, it can't be like this. How could he succeed? In a corner, someone secretly exclaimed in his heart, unwilling to accept this reality. Hua Renfeng, Hua Feishue, and Hua Piayue all became nervous. Their beautiful eyes were filled with a strong sense of anticipation, all hoping that they would not rejoice for nothing like before. Ling Xiao let out a light breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then walked towards the medicine cauldron. Everyone had a feeling of anxiousness, wishing that they could take Ling Xiao's place and take a look at the medicinal pill. Ling Xiao lowered his head to look at the round, green medicinal pill that was the size of half an egg in the medicine cauldron. His thick lips curled up slightly, revealing a bewitching smile. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I finally refined it, Ling Xiao said as he picked up the medicinal pill. At this moment, everyone was in an uproar. Looking at the round, clear, and smooth medicinal pill, everyone swallowed their saliva. They were actually here to witness the birth of an alchemy saint. This was the goal that they had been pursuing their entire lives. Hua Renfeng was even more excited as she exclaimed, Great! This is great! The old sect leader can be saved. Palace Lord Ling, no. Saint Master Ling, you are the benefactor of our Wanhua sect. Greetings, Saint Master Ling. At this moment, everyone came to their senses and bowed slightly to greet Ling Xiao respectfully. This was a form of sincere admiration, a form of respect for an alchemist of a higher rank. After all, there were pitifully few alchemy saints in the Central Territory. The birth of every alchemy saint would shock the world. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.